the city of Namdar came into view. And what a city it is, the first thing I noticed about its sheer size. It is huge, really huge, huge as the cities on the earth, with more than 10 million population. There are a couple of things that take one attention when one looks at this city. The first is the huge port that stretched for miles. It had thousands of ships coming and going every hour. Every type of ship stops here, even a few flying ones which could be seen in the skies. The second that attracts attention is the city itself. It is vast, spread across every angle but not messily. One can see there is detailed planning in it, and it attracts the eyes of everyone who see it. Still, both of these pale in comparison in front of the gray mage tower on a cliff that pierces through the sky. It is the sole reason why in the past 50 years, everything that attacked the city had been sunk into the sea. It is the seat of the Warden of Namdar, the Lady of Storms, the only person in the whole empire who does not kneel to the Emperor. Helen Salazar, or if you want to be formal, then Grand Mage Salazar. Storm Mage, one of few people in the empire above level 50. She is so powerful that those monsters of S-class shudder in the name of fighting her. She is technically an S-class, but she is a Storm Mage. One most offensive types of spellcaster. One could not measure her strength only through the level alone. You know, I had seen Grand Mage Salazar. That woman is really something else, said Locke and shuddered visibly. I heard the same words from my father. There is no need for me to be worried about her. I am too far below to be in contact with her. Only reaching the level of my grandfather I need to think about her. The ship moved closer and closer to the port, giving a better look at this majestic city, till it docked at the port. Best of luck, gentlemen, said Captain Perry as we walked out of the ship into the huge port. We did not have to walk further, as carriages were already waiting for us, including one for me. Gentlemen, rest today and make preparation. From tomorrow, things will be tough, he said, and walked toward the carriage with the House of Santos sigil on it. Others also went to carriages that were waiting for them, while lawyers were going to the hotel. Merchant Guild had booked a very nice hotel for them. As for me, I am going to one of the properties owned by the House of Silver. Master Remus, the guard waiting by carriage, greeted me and opened the door for me. Thank you, I said, and entered inside while Dan walked in after me, sitting in the opposite chair. A second later, the carriage begins to move. I sat comfortably, watching the scenery as the carriage drove through the port. This time the family did not try to fuck me up. They have sent an enchanted carriage, which cost thrice as much as mine, and also the guards with it for my security, as I had asked them. Dan, have you been to the Namdar before? I asked Dan while looking through the window. Yes, a few times. It is a wonderful city, he replied. Looking out. Yes, it is, I said. The more I look at it, the more impressed I become. It is really beautiful, but the thing that impressed me is its planning. It is an old city, thousands of years old, but it has wide roads, signs at every corner, and discipline. I could not feel any chaoticness that I usually feel when I am in a crowded port. It took half an hour to get out of the port and enter the city proper, as I had expected. It was amazing. I could see people of all colors and clothes walking by the shops, selling all kinds of things. As I was watching, I saw a freaking elf and wanted to shout at the driver to stop so that I could take a careful look at him, but I did not. It would be unsophisticated and would not take even a day to spread to the rest of the family. The family lives for such stories so that they can embarrass them at the right time. It hadn't been a minute. I saw the elf when I saw an orc walking openly without any problem. Such a thing is impossible to do anywhere in the empire. Power is everything in the world. As long as you have the power, you can bend or even break the rules, and nobody will do anything about it. In the next half an hour, I saw many orcs, elves, dwarfs, beastmen, and even a half-giant. It is not a complete giant. They are taller and seldom travel out of their holds. It is a half-giant, as humans and elves aren't that tall and have such big muscles. It took about little more than an hour before the carriage pulled into the sprawling mansion, and even Dan seemed impressed by it. It is impressive. The 5-story sprawling mansion is beautiful with a big garden. In the whole of Grelthaven, there is not a single building of this level. It is one of the few properties House of Silver has in the city. It is not the most impressive one I had chosen. This one because no one is living in it, and if possible, I want to stay as far away from my relatives as possible. They are hazardous to my health. Welcome to Namdar City, Master Remus. I hope you will have a pleasant stay here, greeted the old man as I walked out of the carriage. He is a bald man who looks to be in his early 70s, wearing the butler's uniform. Mr. Roth, I said. Your suit had been ready according to your instructions, he said, and let me inside the mansion. As I had expected, it is as beautiful inside as it is outside. The paintings and various other art pieces adorned the hall. They were amazing, and if I had been used to it, I would have gawked at them. My father loved art, and he collected pieces. Our house was littered with it. I still remember how I gawked at each piece when I took over this body. My father even mistakenly thought I had developed a taste for art. Master Remus, Master Gerald had invited you to his house for dinner and stay, informed the butler as the elevator took us toward the top floor. Tell him not today. I am tired and I have a lot of work to do, I said. I will have to meet them and even have dinner before leaving, but not today. I am not ready for the family. Even though my cousin Gerald is not bad and his wife is hot, I do not have any intention to meet with him, at least not today, but given his habit, it really does not matter. Soon we reached the top floor, and I entered my suite. It was big and had all the modern and magical amenities. The first thing I had was to freshen up, before bringing out all the contracts and studying them. Locke is right about people of the Merchant Guild of Namdar chewing us up and not spitting out the bones. The Merchant Guild of this city is really powerful, and their people high-leveled. We will need to use every advantage. We have to get maximum contracts signed in our favor, which I think is not a big ask, considering the benefits our city will provide them. Time passed and soon it was evening, and I was still working in my suit. Though I took a short break now and then and did not walk out of my suit, I have to finish going through the contracts today, and it will take a few more hours. To be honest, I very much rather roam this beautiful city than work, but work is important. I am sure I will get some time to roam the city in the next few days. I have a huge shopping to do, to buy things which only places like this have. Knock, knock. I was working when a knock rang out on my door. Come in, I said, and the door opened and Roth walked in. Master Remus, Master Gerald had come to meet you, said the old man. Sigh. I sighed and put down the paper in my hand down and got up. As I said before, my declining to meet him wouldn't stop him from meeting me. Where is he? I asked as I got up. In the parlor, replied the old man and took me to it. A minute later, I walked into the parlor, where I saw a man in his mid-30s sitting. He is tall with a handsome face and fit physique, and like me, he also has those silvery gray eyes, the mark of the House of Silver. Remus, my cousin, you wound my heart. You should have come to my home directly instead of here, said the man dramatically as always. Hello, Gerald, I said and moved to shake his hands, but he took me in for a hug, which was a little uncomfortable, but as always, he did not care. Thankfully, the hug ended soon, and we sat across each other. You have made Selina quite sad not coming to our house. She had personally invited you, Remus, he said, looking accusingly. Yes, I received the letter from his wife the day I left for Namdar. There is too much work for me to do, I said, which only turned his expression even deeper. We could have given you privacy and even kept little Rose away from your room, he said, looking at me like I had given the biggest betrayal of his life. I know him, and unless I gave him something, he would not leave me alone. I will visit before leaving, I said, but he kept looking at me and spend a night in your house, I added, and only a smile appeared on his face. Good, Selina will be very happy to hear that, he said happily before his expression turned serious. You know, I did not think your brothers would stoop so low to do something like that. I have even written to grandfather about it, he said. To that I smiled. It is fine, Gerald. I am happy in the Grelthaven, I said, and genuinely am, more than I thought and more than I would have been if I had gotten what my father had left me for. Good, I am happy to hear that, he said with a smile before his expression turned serious again. There is another reason I have come here, he said, and to that I arched a brow. Your negotiations tomorrow will likely be handled by Carter Adams. He handles the small cities. Be careful of him, his skills tend toward beguiling suggestions. He is very good at what he does, he said. Thank you, I'll remember it, I said. He stayed for another 10 minutes before he left with that happy-go smile on his face. That smile and altitude fool most people for the first time. It is one of his natural strengths, which he learned to use like a sharp sword. He is one most successful merchants of the house, which is the reason why he got the Namdar, and he got that nearly a decade ago when he was barely 30. I watched him leave before I went back to my suit to make even further preparations. I already expected things were going to be harder, and now I have become sure of it. Deathless, said the man, and kneeled in front of the huge bone throne, in a giant silent hall cloaked in twilight. Hazar, said the pale man on the bone throne languidly, but his words held a power that no one could resist. How is the progress in Decas? Asked the pale man sitting on the bone throne. He is unmoving like a dead person. The only part of his moving is his mouth. We are moving steadily, faster than we had thought we would. We will have Decas in your death domain within 6 months, as you had desired, he replied, and the pale man nodded slightly. There was a deathly silence for more than a minute before a faint smile appeared on the pale man's face. A small surprise had reached the boundary of the Namdar, said the pale man on the throne before looking at the kneeling man below. You still do not approve of this little surprise of mine? Asked the man on the throne with a smile. I think it is too risky, you're deathless. We shouldn't antagonize Empire and Helen Salazar yet, at least till the Emperor of Harsoth is dead, replied Hazar. The Emperor may be in his last years, but he is still a very powerful man. The power of the whole Empire lies in his hand, against even they couldn't compete. At least not yet. The Empire is not strong as it was a few decades ago, and besides, what can Helen Salazar do? We are not Eresser where she will bring down her storms, he said with a smile. Hazar too couldn't help but smile. You are right, you're deathless, agreed Hazar, knowing too well that if she dared to come to Mayhurst Island, then not even her body would leave its shores. The Emperor of Harsoth is dying. He is now more concerned about preserving his legacy than fending off enemies. He will not do anything, and whatever he does, it will be purely symbolic, which will be easily able to handle, said the pale with a grinning smile. Your deathless is wise, said Hazar and bowed deeper. I hope everything goes well, said Santos with a slightly nervous smile as he got out of the carriage. Lock-Eye and others followed behind him. The lawyers have already gotten out of their carriage and now staring at the merchant guild with awe. It is really awe-worthy. A 25-story building, which is quite rare in this world, and not became they can't build it. They could do it easily, but it is even easier to shoot it down with a single spell. This is why most skyscrapers in these worlds are built in well-protected cities, and true skyscrapers, which could go 100 stories tall, are usually the Mage Towers. Storm Watch, the Mage Tower of Grand Mage Salazar, is over 100 stories tall. Let's go, said John Santos, and we entered inside the building. While lawyers may be odd, merchants are not. They are from the big mercantile houses. They have seen these kinds of buildings since before they could walk, and their families owned even taller buildings than this. We walked through the huge door and entered the grand lobby. Thousands of people could be seen going around their business. It is huge. There is a freaking flying waterfall here. The water does not touch the ground at all. Instead, it flew around the lobby, giving the whole lobby a calming presence and showing off the power of merchants. Creating something like that is not easy. One needs at least level 35 or even level 40 mage or enchanter to do it. John Santos from Greltheven Merchant Guild, he said to the receptionist while flashing a golden merchant badge. In our delegation, only 3 people have this badge. John Santos, Locke, and me. Only important people of mercantile houses have this, and they are taken away if we do perform by the standards. Yes, sir. Your meeting will be held in the 17th floor conference room, she said. And a man in his 30s sitting behind got up and appeared in front of us. Please, he said politely and took us toward the elevator, whose magical screen disappeared as we appeared in front of it, and we stepped inside on the disc. The disc is big enough to bear us all without feeling congested. Ting! As all of us stepped inside, the energy screen surrounded us and began to float up. It was quite fast. In less than 10 seconds the disc stopped, and the door of the elevators opened with the ting. We all stepped inside, and the man chauffeured us to the big conference room, which was empty. The sub-guildmaster, Carter Adams, will see you soon, he said, and left us alone in the conference room. Nobody is surprised. The powerful guild behaves as such. If we had been a powerful city, they would have been waiting for us. It is the reason why the negotiations on their side were led by a sub-guildmaster, not even a vice-guildmaster. Well, it takes me back, said John Santos. From what I know, before coming to Grelthaven, he was in Murstone, the capital of Randev region. In the merchant guild there. He held the position of guildmaster of the Wool Guild. It is a very good position, but he left it, and the reason is the same as Locke, to make something of himself. Nearly all the people from the big mercantile houses have come to the Grelthaven for a similar reason. We took our seats and waited. It is going to be a challenging day, even more than I had thought. The letter yesterday had messed up all the timing. We have to sign all the contracts today, the general ones and also the important ones, because if not, then we will have to wait for 6 days. I don't know whether something important has really come up and is a strategy on their part. The big guilds are not above that. It doesn't matter. What matter is everything is going to finish today, and it might take a lot of time. Click. We had to wait for 4 minutes before the door opened, and a group of people walked inside. The one leading them is a handsome man in his early 40s, with silvery blonde hair and pale blue eyes. Gentlemen, my apologies, we were held up with something, he said charmingly, and immediately I felt all the irritation and the faint anger I had toward him dissipating. It had alarmed me, and I immediately became cautious. This man is very dangerous. What he used were just his passive skill. But they were controlled and powerful enough to work without alerting my senses. I watched him cautiously as he took a seat directly opposite John Santos, and after him sat the 6 people he had brought. It is fine, we weren't waiting for long, said Santos with a relaxed smile. Most of you have already known me, but let me introduce myself to rest. I am Carter Adams. I will be responsible for the negotiation between our guilds, he said, looking at us before turning to Santos. It has been a while, John, said Carter Adams. Yes. About 1.5 years, replied Santos, keeping a light smile on his face. Since we have only 1 day, let's move quickly, he said, without changing that charming smile off his face. These are the general contracts, said John Santos, and moved the pile forward. Carter took the pile and divided the contracts between 6 people and himself and began to read it. 14 minutes later, the last one of them had put down the contract and given the nod to Carter. Everything is well and good, he said, and began to stamp the contracts and sign them. A few seconds later, I felt the contract click. And a few seconds after then, another contract had been clicked, few seconds after that. I have attached my skills to every contract here. It had given me quite a headache due to the scale they represent, but I bore it. Even now, I am bearing it as it touched the contract. This is a great opportunity to level up my lawyer skills, and I am not going to waste them for a little headache. Finally, the last general contract clicked. Now that we have done with the general contract, let's move to the important ones, he said, and took the first contract from the second pile, which had quite a lot of contracts. We will start with the consumer goods taxes, said Carter Adams. John Santos nodded and took the copy consumer goods contract. Rip and I also took ours. 3 of us will lead the negotiations, while others will aid us if they can think of something, but most in skill, especially reinforcing us. We began a second later, and within a few seconds I saw the power of Carter's skills, and it was so great that it slowed down my thoughts and compelled me to agree with everything he had said. John Santos had good skills and high-leveled, and lawyers, including Rip, had piled up their skills to resist it, but it was still hard. This is his forte. While Rip and John Santos are good, the man in front of us is better. Which is not surprising considering how powerful the guild is, and how influence works much little here than in Grelthaven. Namdar is a powerful city, and its warden is even more powerful, who could easily ward off the pressure from the empire and powerful mercantile houses. This helps her in choosing the best people for the merchant guilds. The connections and backings are important here, but more important is the ability. Without it, she would not give you a position in the merchant guild, even if you were the top merchant house of the empire. It had actually happened. She had rejected the son of the head of the house of Baal a few years ago. It was quite a shame for the most powerful mercantile house of the empire, but they did it with a smile on their faces. Even with all their wealth and connections, they could do nothing. In the first minute of the negotiations, my back got drenched with the sheer pressure of skills I was resisting. He made offers, and we countered. His words were held such a compulsion that we wanted to agree with everything, but resisted as much as we could. This is the hardest negotiation I have done in my life. I am very grateful that I studied the contracts such vigorously that I nearly memorized them, which helped me tremendously when his skills tried to confuse me. You all lead tough negotiations, especially your young Silver. You do not leave an inch, he said as we agreed on taxes on consumer goods. He signed the changed contract before sending it to us. All three of us studied it, and only then did John Santos sign, and the contract clicked. The seconds are taxes on th, he said as he took out another contract, and we resumed the negotiations. Hours passed as we negotiated one contract after another. Jugs of water ahead of us emptied and filled again. But I did not feel my bladder getting filled, as all the water was released through my head and back. It is not just me but also John Santos and Rip. They are too under extreme pressure, but we are moving ahead. Next one, I think we should take a break. We have been negotiating for more than 5 hours, and all of us are feeling a little tired and hungry, said John Santos, cutting him off. Very well. We will take a break of an hour before resuming again, he said with a never-changing, charming smile, and got up and left with his people, leaving us alone in the conference room. Bastard, he is tougher than we had thought, cursed John Santos, though not really angry. Yes, he is tough, but we were able to sign a good number of important contracts, and it is just an afternoon, I said with a smile. All the contracts we have signed are satisfactory. If they had not, we wouldn't have signed them. Just like those 2 contracts we were not able to agree on. The terms are good, a little better than we had expected, which had put a smile on our faces. Remus, you are good. I truly did not think you would be this good. I am really happy you have come with us, he said with a big smile while Rip and the others nodded. It is all thanks to you, Vice Guildmaster. You have given me ample time to study them, I said humbly, and as I expected, his smile got even bigger. Let's go and eat something. I don't think Carter Adams will let us have dinner on time tonight, he said, and all of us got up and walked out of the conference room. With this agreement of prohibitive goods, the negotiations are over, said Carter with that charming smile, and signed the last contract before sliding toward John Santos. I don't know how he could keep that smile on his face for more than 12 hours, but he is doing it. After long negotiations, I could barely muster to smile. My mouth was already hurting with all the talking I'd done today. All done, said John Santos as he signed, and I felt the contract click in my mind. It was tough negotiating with you, gentlemen. I hope both of our cities benefit tremendously from it, he said, and we shook hands, and a few minutes later, we walked out of the conference room with bright smiles on our tired faces. It is really unexpected. We have signed more contracts than we had even dreamed of, said John Santos as the elevator began to take us down. Total 103 agreements, I said with a grin, and others grinned with me. What we have achieved today is really great, more than we had thought. Signing 93% of agreements, we would have been more than happy if we had been able to even sign 30%, but we ended up over 90%. It is quite surprising, even when one thinks about easy access to the merchant city-state through us. There must be some reason for them to sign so many agreements, because, usually, things are not this easy. Others also seem to realize it. But nobody discussed it. The agreements are beneficial to them and us. There's no need to think anything further other than increasing the trade of our city and making our businesses thrive. Soon we got off the elevator into the lobby, which was far emptier than morning, which was not surprising as it was midnight. Nearly 1 a.m. For today's success, I am going to throw a party tomorrow at my family's private island, and I will not accept no, said John Santos as he looked at all of us. I wanted to reject his invitation, but seeing his expression, I nodded. I have built a great rapport with him, especially after the negotiations. There are some permissions I want, and I am sure he will help me. I might not even need to spend the favor I had from Damon Hart for this. All of you be ready by the afternoon. We will go to the island by yacht, and I will even invite a few of my friends from the city, he said with a big smile. The party was going to be big, and I couldn't help but feel excited about it. I have never been to the private, in here or on Earth. Though I always wanted to go, and tomorrow will be my chance. Soon, we walked out and moved toward individual carriages that were already waiting for us. I waved the last goodbye and sat inside, and soon, the carriage began to ride away toward the manor while I sat comfortably, feeling a little sleepy. Lawyer level 6. Lawyer level 7. Skill gained lawful suggestions. The text appeared in front of me, and immediately all the sleepiness wiped away from my eyes, and a radiant smile appeared on my face. I have leveled up in my class, not once, but twice, and most importantly, gained a skill. It is not a normal skill, but one considered very good. It is the first skill that will help me offensively. Negotiations. If I had this skill in the morning, it would have helped me tremendously, but it does not matter, as I have the skill now. I closed the window a few minutes before looking at the city through the window, and like a true metropolis, it is bustling with activities, even at this time. Some areas are more active than others, especially the market areas. Soon I reached the manor, and as I had got out, I went directly for my suit. I had dinner in the merchant guild with Carter and his team, which was good because of the way the negotiation was going. I don't think we would have lasted till midnight on an empty stomach. I changed and lay on the bed, and within a minute, I fell asleep. Clang thap clang. Our weapons clashed intensely. I was using all my skills, sometimes together, sometimes alone, as I pressed against Dan. I did not stop, even when Dan hit me. I have gotten used to the pain with Instructor David that now I simply discard it. For the first time, Dan is also using his skills, and they are dangerous, every dangerous that in the first hour of the spar, I got hit by him repeatedly. Good, it seemed like Instructor David had been teaching you well. Your movements have become more precise, you don't dance around like a monkey anymore, he said. And the blade turned misty and hit me across the shoulder. I did not react much and pressed ahead, moving with quick steps and attacking with consecutive strikes. Now and then I would use heavy strike, but not as much as those two skills. Heavy strike takes more stamina and thus need to be used sparingly, but it is a great skill, instantly doubling the power of the attack. Dan had been impressed with the skill, saying the skill is a powerful killing tool, and it is. Thud. We sparred for 3 hours before I fell down and motioned through my hand for the spar to be over. Clab, clab, clab. Master Remus, I had heard about your great talent in fighting, and now I have seen it. It is truly amazing, said Roth as he came clapping. The old man was kissing ass, but it felt good to be praised, and I took it with a smile, which was painful considering Dan had hit on my face. Not hard to break any teeth, but still hard enough that I could not move my muscle of my face without feeling acute pain. I lay on the grass for 15 minutes before I got up and slowly walked toward my suit, with my muscles screaming up in pain. Roth had offered to put a muscle-numbing cream on me, but I declined. I am not comfortable with the old guy touching me. Soon I reached my suit and began to apply muscle-numbing cream. I had even mixed a drop of healing potion inside it. Dan is not an instructor. In the flow of spar, some of his moves hit a little too hard. While they may heal on their own, it will take time and will cause a lot of discomforts, which I don't want. At least not today. So, after I applied the cream all over my body, I rested for 15 minutes till the pain and discomfort were gone before showering. By the time I had brunch, it was time to leave. I had woken up a little late. Add to that 3 hours of sparring an hour it took for my shower and brunch. It was already an afternoon. I sat in the carriage, and it drove out of the mansion. I wanted to use this day for shopping, but John Santos had disturbed those plans by inviting me to his family's private island. Tomorrow I am going to use the whole day for shopping. I have already made a list and even added a few things, and I only hope that the money I have will be enough because those things are not cheap. Soon the carriage entered the port and, in about 20 minutes, stopped in front of the beautiful yacht docked in the port. The yacht is beautiful, a piece of the art covered in lacquered white coat and long masts on which the enchanted script is shining in the afternoon sun. I got out of the carriage and walked toward the yacht with my guards following behind me. Remus Silver, I said to guards who were guarding the entrance and moved ahead without stopping. They looked at me but did not stop me, and I climbed into the yacht where John Santos was already waiting. Remus, you have taken quite a time, he said as I appeared on the deck. I think there are still around 10 minutes before we leave, Vice Guild Master. I replied with a smile. I have come right before time. Yes, we will leave him 15 minutes, he said, and turned toward my guards. Only one guard, Remus, the yacht and the island have enough security. Vice Guildmaster, the attack of 2 days ago had filled my heart with quite a fear. Please let me have my guards, I said pitifully while touching my chest. He looked at me for a second before sighing. Fine, you can keep 2 guards, but no more, he said. And a smile appeared on my face. Thank you, Vice Guildmaster, I thanked and turned to the guards. There are 7 of them. I have intentionally brought more so I will have more ground. Dan, Lena stays. Rest of you go back to the mansion, I said. The 5 guards nodded and walked out of the yacht. Lena is a short-hair woman in her early 40s. She is tall and lean and, like me, uses a rapier. According to Roth, she is also the most powerful among the guards and was an adventurer before retiring and taking a job as a manor guard. I walked onto the deck and met others who had already started drinking. Come, Remus, drink it. We deserve it after such a successful stressful, said Locke as he handed me the glass of golden wine. Cheers then, I said and clinked the glasses with him and took a sip. The wine was smooth and went down my throat like a turn before turning to warm my stomach, giving me an amazing feeling. You're not the only ones. There are quite a lot of people on the yacht that John Santos had invited. I mingled with them, talking and laughing, and soon the yacht began to move out of the dock. Remus, come here. I was talking with the woman Locke knew when John Santos called me. I walked toward him, where he was talking to a bald, middle-aged man wearing diamond studs. Whereas this young man is Remus Silver. He is sharp in business as well as in law, introduces John Santos, and Bald looked at me. I could feel him using skills before he stopped, and his eyes lit up. A Silver, he said as he looked at me carefully. Remus, this is my good friend Wear a Cent. He is a seller of indentured workers. You can every type of person, from blacksmith to chef, even the kind your business needs, he said, and the smile on my face had brightened up further. Slavery is forbidden in the Empire, but the lesser form of it still exists. Indenture, many people in need or some other circumstances indentured themselves, and those contracts could be bought and sold. Like I had done with my brother, who sold me the girl's contracts. A pleasure, Mr. Cent, I said as I shook the middle-aged man's hand. A pleasure is all mine, young Silver, he said, and we began to talk while John Santos moved to talk to someone else. As John Santos had said, many sell everything, including prostitutes. You should visit my store, young Silver, just yesterday. A new batch of prostitutes arrived from the Herald. There is even one group who are above level 20, he said. If I have time, I will surely visit your store before leaving Namdar, I said with a smile. I talked to the man for a few minutes before moving to the other people on the yacht and such. An hour passed by when suddenly the conversation of the yacht died down as faint pressure enveloped the yacht. Everyone looked at the distant island in silence. In the Namdar Islands, people consider the island of Namdar to be the biggest one, but it is not. The Delirium Island is. This distance is 3 times bigger than Namdar Island. Inside, it is even bigger. Tens of times bigger. That distant island is one of the most dangerous places in the world, an extreme magic region. As the name implies, the magic is extremely concentrated there and creates wonders. That place is where the powerful monsters lie, powerful enough to contend or even kill Helena Salazar. The high magic there also expanded the region within, that is many times bigger than it looks from the outside. Courageous or idiot adventurers flock there, and those who return alive not only come with levels, but also great fortune. Everything there is precious, from the blade of grass to common soil. It is so dense with magic that alchemists and mages buy everything that comes out of there. There are 7 such regions across the empire, and hundreds exist worldwide. He does, said John Santos as the small island came into view. It grew bigger and bigger till it was just a few hundred meters away. According to Santos, it is 8 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is not the biggest among the Namdar Islands, but also not the smallest. There are many hills on the island, and on the biggest is a huge manor. Even from far it looked amazing. 15 minutes later, the yacht was docked at the small pier, and we walked out of it, gathering in a crowd of nearly 100 people, including the security of 46 guards. Welcome to meet us, ladies and gentlemen. said Santos as he led us toward the manor with a finely crafted road. There are carriages, but we are walking while Captain Julian and his men spread around, looking for any threat that might come. Despite John Santos's assurance that all animals here have been culled and there is a force of 50 people, always guarding the island. I do not mind walking. Nobody here does. Everyone is busy enjoying the natural beauty of the island. This island is very well developed, I said as I looked around. It is not surprising the House of Santos owned this island for nearly 2 centuries, which is more than enough for them to develop the way they wanted, replied Locke. With enough money, a year is more than enough, and these people have centuries and it shows. The whole island is one big garden, and every tree is chosen, every blade of grass has a purpose. There is not a single thing here that is not planned, and it looks wonderful. I am all for natural beauty, but you have to recognize art, and what they have done with it is truly art. I truly wished I had my phone right now. I would have definitely loved to click a few pictures. You see that barewood tree there? That big tree was planted by my grand uncle in the year we had brought this island, said Santos, motioning toward a huge shade tree. He is showing off, but nobody seems to mind it. When you have such a beautiful thing, you show off. I looked at everything, wanting to capture them in my mind. Some of them even gave me an idea about what I wanted to do with the garden, and I am going to do it when I return. It took nearly an hour to reach the hill, but we did not climb it, instead moved around for 2 hours, enjoying the different gardens that are around the island. I also noticed the manor is on the hill is not the only building, there are few more others around the island, built by the many members of the House of Santos. We roamed around for 2 more hours before finally climbing the hill when the sun started to go down. At that time, the new boats begin to dock at the pier. There are a few more people that Santos has invited who will join the party. My dear friends, welcome to Lux Manor, he said and opened its huge glass doors, and the first thing we saw was a huge hall covered in glass walls, giving the view of the whole island. As we entered the hall, the staff was already waiting for us with the drinks and refreshments. We took them and followed Santos, who showed off the manor before taking us to the roof, where the original party was to be held. Wow! It is the only word that came out of my mouth as I scenery around me from the highest place on the island. It's really something, isn't it? Said Locke beside me, and I couldn't help but nod. It is truly impressive. By the time people from newly arrived ships arrived on the roof, it was completely dark, and now the island looked even more beautiful. Light crystals lit across the islands, and also light trees of a different kind, including the ones I had in my establishment. It looked mesmerizing, and seeing such beautiful scenery, I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to open the establishment in a place like this. On a private island, a place like this with complete freedom, especially where a big city like Namdar is close. I am sure I would not have any problem getting clients. The dream is too big, I thought and shook my head. Even the smallest island costs millions of imperials. And I trade in crowns. I would need decades at least to get the kind of money to buy an island and create the establishment of extravagance I am dreaming of. I moved out of those thoughts and went back to people to mingle. There are quite a lot of interesting people here, not just merchants but others too, including a knight from the Order of Black Star, a knight order based in Namdar. Once upon a time, they used to be the warden of Namdar. Time passed, and with it, the party got merrier, and people began to get drunk. I even spotted middle-aged men and women kissing each like horny teenagers. I flirted with some women, but never let go too far. Even when they were ready, such actions have consequences, especially with married women. I had suffered once, and I am not powerful enough to bear the consequences. I wouldn't take such a risk. Care to dance, young Silver? Asked a beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 50s. When beautiful women like you ask Eva, how can I refuse? I said with and took her hands. This is Eva Charles, one of the few people I knew from before. I had met her once in Redfawn. Ma, you dance quite well, even better than your father, the women said as we danced under the night sky. You are not bad yourself, Eva, I said. And the older woman smiled, and her smile was beautiful. John Santos really knows how to throw a party. He chose the best location and brought unlimited booze and great music. Time passed so quickly that before I knew it, it was 12, and I started to feel sleepy. Vice Guild Master, I am going to turn in, I said to John Santos. The night is still young, Remus. Stay a little, he said, a little drunkenly. I like to, but I don't think I will be able to hold the sleep. I said with a smile. Find them, the staff will take you to your room, he said. I nodded and walked toward while saying good night, Locke, Eva, and other people. As I walked out of the exit, Dan and Lena came behind me, and the staff took me to my room, which is quiet, with huge glass walls that provide a great view of the island and the ocean. Bang, bang, thud. I was woken up by a loud banging sound before my door crashed open, and Dan and Lena walked inside. I was about to bark at them irritatingly when seeing the expressions on their faces made me close my mouth. What happened? I asked, looking at my pocket watch on the table beside me, which told me there was not even an hour since I had slept. They better have a good reason to wake me up. Look, said Dan with obvious fear in his eyes as he motioned toward the glass wall. And I turned toward it. For a moment, my tired eyes weren't able to see anything, but a second later, I saw what he was trying me to see, and my eyes widened in the sheer horror that my mind had frozen up for a moment. I saw zombies and skeletons walking toward the mansion, in large numbers, in hundreds. Everywhere I look, I see them. There is not a single place where I cannot see those things. The bad things do not just stop there. The pier, which had been packed with ships, now had none. I could see the small white form, which seemed to be half submerged in water. They have cut off all the escapes from the island, said Dan, as if knowing what I was thinking. This is obviously pre-planned. This is not the effect of an artifact or relic, but someone intentionally sent an undead here and also cut off all the escape routes. They obviously want to kill everyone on the island. When had they appeared? I asked as I calmed myself from the panic. Just a few minutes ago, all of a sudden, they began to pop out of the ground and come out of the sea, said Dan, shaking. I had never seen him like this, even when the orcs attacked. His voice was even, and his gait confident. Lena seemed much better off than him. We fell silent, but it was not completely silent. I could hear the loud screams and sounds of fighting. I did not have to be intelligent to know that the undead had already entered the manor. What do we do? I asked because I had no freaking idea about the undead, and the tidbits I knew had been jumbled in panic. Dan seemed to have no idea either as he looked at Lena. We obviously can't stay here. The undead will come here sooner or later, she said. If possible, we need a fortified space to hide. Something that could isolate life aura, the undead attracted to it. And Master Silver, pick up your blade. Whether you want or not, you will need to fight, at least till the rescue arrive from Namdar, she said. I nodded and immediately got out of bed and picked up the blade, and my bag, which I had opened fumblingly, and took out potion bottles. Here are the stamina and health potion bottles, I said, and handed them 2 healing potions and 2 stamina potion bottles. They looked a little surprised, especially Lena, but they took it without hesitation. These people are going to protect me, and I have to give them everything that will give them a chance to survive. These potions are expensive, but I don't fucking care. I will buy more later, and if I survive, I will give them a fat bonus. Like I did to Dan and Johan after returning from the Blaine, I paid double what we had agreed. I had just given them the potion when I heard the steps and desperately wished it would be a human, but to my shock, it was a grotesque zombie holding a rusted blade. The moment it saw us, it moved toward us, and its speed was not slow at all. It moved quite quickly while I was frozen in fear. Thankfully, Lena had not. She crossed the distance between the zombie and herself in a second and swung her rapier at speed. I could see, Patchak. A clean sound rang out, and a moment later, I saw the head of the zombie falling on the ground. You need to cut off the head of the zombie to kill them. The same with skeletons. Though you will need to crush its head afterward, as our blades are not covered in holy element, Lena said. I nodded dumbly before walking toward her and looked at zombie. She had decapitated. I think we should get out of this manor. It is what they are targeting, said Lena. What about finding a safe place? I asked. There are so many zombies outside, it would be hard to get out without them attacking. It would be hard to find a safe place in chaos, but we will keep an eye. If we do not find one, then getting out of the mansion would be the right choice, she said pragmatically, and I so much wanted to decline. Focusing on finding a safe place sounded much better. Okay, we will do what you say. I said there was no other option. She is one who has experience with the undead. "Let's go, the more we stay here, the more dangerous it will be," she said, and we stepped out of my room, and the moment we did, I saw the utter horror. The things that will give me nightmares for months to come. Everywhere I look, I see the undead. Zombies and skeletons are everywhere, fighting humans and killing them. Fuck, I cursed as I saw a man in his 60s gutted into his stomach by a skeleton. He is Jermaine White, was a jovial old man. Now he is gutted in front of me, before the skeleton is decapitated by a guard, and its skull crushed under his foot. "Let's go," said Lena a little loudly to get my focus, and we moved. Our focus was to reach the ground. It is a 5-floor building, and we are on the 4th floor. Taking the elevator is out of the question, so the only choice we have is to go down the stairs, killing many zombies and skeletons. Thankfully, it seemed like we were not the only people thinking that. Some other people are too thinking the same, wanting to get out before more zombies swarmed into the manor. Lena is ahead of me, and Dan is behind, while I am in the middle, protected by both sides, but not truly safe given the numbers of undead roaming on the floor. A few seconds later, one zombie and skeleton walked out of the room, and Lena moved quickly. She decapitated the skeleton instantly, dodged the zombie's attack, and decapitated it a moment later before crushing the skeleton's head with her food as it fell down on the ground. I couldn't help but become surprised by the practiced ease she had finished the 2 undead before moving forward. A few steps later, we come across the body of a man. I don't know who it is as it is face down. And they have done quite a work on him. Another zombie came out, and immediately Lena killed it, and at the same time 2 skeletons burst out of the room behind and directly went for Dan. I froze before moving to help him, but it seemed like I was worried for nothing. The moment they attacked him, all the fear and hesitation had disappeared from his eyes, and he attacked them. He decapitated them in a single strike before crushing their skulls with his feet, though with much less grace than Lena had. Try to avoid using the skills. These undead are swarming-type enemies, and we are going to face a lot more when we come down," she said to Dan without stopping. It took a few minutes for us to reach the stairs, and by then we had finished 19 undead. Soon we reached the stairs, and to my horror, it was blocked by a large number of undead. Some people are fighting them already, but it is clear that they are having a hard time fighting them. Seeing the sheer number of them froze me on my spot. "We will need to clear them. It is the only way out," she said, looking at me especially. "Okay," I said after a moment of silence. As I had said, Lena moved forward and began to hack the undead with 4 other guards. 2 of them were part of our entourage that came from the Greltheven. They begin to hack the zombies and cut the skeletons, but there are too many of them. Nearly 100 and more are piling up every second, even from behind. The few are coming, which are being handled by the Dan. For nearly a minute, I watched a massacre before suddenly, one zombie slipped and came toward me. Lena and others ahead could not help me. They were swarmed by the undead, same for Dan. He is busy with a group of skeletons, and by the time he comes, it will be too late. I will have to deal with it myself. I knew I would have to fight the undead, but still seeing one coming toward me couldn't help but shake me, given its grotesque appearance. There is no other choice than to fight it, or I could choose to die in a very horrible way, as I have seen few people do in the past few minutes. I gulped down my fear and stepped toward the zombie, appearing directly in front of it. "Die!" I shouted louder than I needed to and swung my rapier at it, with enchantment runes lighting up across the rapier's blade. Pachegu. The blade of my rapier touched the neck of a zombie before cutting through it like butter till its head flew in the air. I watched it with open mouth, and even the embarrassment of unnecessary shouting vanished from my eyes as I looked at the zombie's head rolling across the stairs. I had not used any skills, just my strength and enchantment of rapier, which is mainly the reason why I was able to cut through the neck of the zombie. The neck is the hardest part of the zombie, and thus the hardest to cut. One needs a sharp blade and sufficient power behind the attack to cut, or just needs a sword like mine, which had been enchanted with sharpness enchantment. I am really glad that I have not sold this blade. It would have solved many of my problems, but I did not. I wish I could enjoy my victory properly, but I could not, as a few seconds after I cut down the zombie, another one came, and it did not come alone. It had brought a skeleton. Brimming with more confidence, I readied myself, and just when the undead appeared, I moved. I appeared to the left of the skeleton and slashed at it, avoiding its sword, which was coming at me at about the same speed as mine but with the skill of a child. Cog. I avoided its sword and cut through it before taking a step right and hacking toward the zombie. Pachegu. I decapitated it while avoiding its rusted sword by an inch. Hun. I had just finished that when I saw a skull coming toward my legs. It scared me, but I reacted immediately, crushing the skull with a satisfied crunch, and was quite surprised that it had been crushed. If it had been a human skull, it wouldn't have broken up so easily, but I did not think about it further and looked ahead, and was quite relieved when I saw no zombies or skeletons coming toward me. I did not use any skills. The first time I did not do that intentionally, but the second time I did that intentionally. I heard the warning from Lena and know I have to preserve my skills and use them at the right time. And there will be the time I need to use them, so much so that I won't have the energy to use them further. I have seen the number of zombies and flashes I got from windows of other rooms. I saw more of them coming from the seas. So there is no doubt I will need to fight a lot of them to survive, and like now, my guards would not always be available. Little more than 5 minutes passed when we were finally able to clear the hallway. I have finished 9 of them alone. I couldn't help but feel proud of myself for that. As we cleared the stairs, we stepped into the second floor, which was filled with undead, with some humans fighting against them, but it seemed like a losing battle seeing the sheer number of the undead coming at them. What was even more horrifying was the scene on the first floor hall, where the largest group of humans was fighting. I could not see what was happening properly, but the scenes I saw chilled my heart, and we were going there. Undead are coming, warned Lena to those who were watching the battle below with horrified eyes. I immediately focused on the coming undead, and they were more than what we had faced on the stairs. I could see the sigh of relief coming on the faces of a few humans as the undead came toward us, lessening the pressure on them while some among us cursed, seeing numbers, but nobody hesitated and attacked the undead as they appeared. I also moved. There was far too many undead. They could not protect me against all. I will need to kill those coming toward me. Fighting the 9 undead have given me confidence and a pretty good idea about their abilities, and the best thing I learned is that they are dumb bastard. They may have speed and strength, but they don't have any skills. They are just dumbly swinging their weapons without any skills. Pachegu. So as I appeared in front of them, I moved by dodging their attack before swinging my sword, cutting the zombie's head and skeleton through the chest, before avoiding the attack of the last skeleton and moving forward with a slash. Crunch crunchy. I cut the head of the third skeleton and crushed its head first in 2 stumps of my feet. The head of the first skeleton, which had part of the chest attached to it, had resisted a little before getting crushed. I had read somewhere that it is harder to crush a skeleton, which had more parts of the body attached to it. So, it seemed to be true. The part of the chest being attached created a greater resistance. As I finished with them, we moved forward, and more undead came toward us. We faced them as we moved toward the stairs, which were getting closer with every step we took. Soon we had reached halfway, destroying hundreds of hundred. I myself had finished over 30 of them. As we reached halfway, we have met a group of 4. Just a few minutes ago, there were 6 people, and now they're aware of only 4. All 4 of them are guards. Their employees seemed already been dead, and not that I could blame them for that. In this place, in front of such a large number of undead, it is very hard to defend their employer. Even their safety is not guaranteed, much less of their employers. If I did not know how to fight, then I would have died too. It is a simple, harsh truth. Rip. 5 undead came at me this time, and for the first time, were able to land an attack on me, giving me a cut across my stomach. I shuddered when I thought about the infection. I would have, but I bit down those thoughts and fought the undead without using skills, despite wanting to use them very badly. I am getting a glimpse of the downstairs now and then. And seeing that, I know I cannot use them, not yet, not unless I reach downstairs, where I will need to use every skill I have. Everybody seemed to understand that, as nobody was using their skills. They were killing them through the sheer power of their attributes and combat skills, which they learned through practice and experience. We moved forward, and 2 other teams joined us, taking our numbers to 17, which increased our power, and we began to move swiftly. Finally, we have reached the stairs, where another big group of 11 was fighting, and strangely middle of them, 3 non-combat personnel. All 3 of them huddled together, with their shaking hands holding the swords. Of the 3 people, one of them I know and am quite surprised, seeing him being alive. Though I shouldn't be. Of the 11 of those who are fighting, 2 of them are mages. They were our mages, part of our security team, and seemed to be casting shields to protect the non-combat whenever the undead attacked them. Their eyes lit up as our big group joined. They were swamped, and if we had not arrived, it would have been quite bad on them. Some of the people from their group seemed to have died, on whose bodies we stepped foot. I even saw the familiar face of Mason Guild Guildmaster's face among the dead. "Remus," said Locke with a shaking voice as our group joined theirs. "Pacheco." "Locke," I said as I decapitated 2 zombies coming toward me at once, before moving to the skeletons. "I had not quite believed when you had said you fought against the rogue, but it seemed like it had been true," he said mirthlessly from behind. I did not reply more than him, as I killed one undead after another, as they kept coming at me. Rip, rip, rip. As time passed, more came and some of them were able to cut me, but these were just minor cuts. I have learned quite a lot from Instructor David. One of the skills he used me to use to turn his blade ethereal when it touched me, and the deeper it went, the greater pain it would give me. The pain was so bad that I collapsed if his blade went deeper than an inch. It had trained me to avoid the deeper cuts, which are now helping. Pacheg crunch pacheg. We killed one undead after another, while slowly climbing down the stairs. I think I had crossed a number 100 by the time we had reached halfway in stairs, where things became even more intense. The mages, who began to rest after we joined, began to cast the spell now and then. With everyone fighting other than 3, we cut through the undead and finally reached the first floor, where we saw the scenes which chilled our hearts and filled us with horror. A man beside Locke had pissed himself, and I wish I could blame him, as I am doing it myself. Seeing the sheer number of undead in the huge hall on the first floor, I looked at the halls and saw it was swarmed by hundreds of undead and more coming from broken glass walls on every side. In the center of the hall were people fighting. There were 40 to 50 of them, and they have formed a circle. And inside that circle, they were protecting the people, about 20 of them. Many people had died, and their bodies had littered across the floor. "What are you waiting for? Come here," came a shout at us. It was from the Knight of a Black Star. He is one of the leaders defending the circle. The other is Captain Julian, and a woman in early 40s with a small pet on her shoulder. Hearing the shout, we moved toward them. But after taking a single step, we had to stop as a swarm of undead came at us. Their numbers are far greater than we had faced, and we are not facing them from the narrow space of hallways and stairs, but in an open hall. It is going to be far more dangerous than before. "Don't hold back. If you feel the need to use the skill, use it," said Lena as she decapitated 3 zombies and 1 skeleton in a single strike without using any skill. I wish I could marvel at her ability, but undead came at me too, and seeing them, Locke and 2 behind me shook even more. One of them seemed to have gotten scared enough that they had pissed in their pants. Whether it is the same person as earlier or someone else, I don't know. I did not have time to look. There was more than 7 undead coming at me, and I took a step forward and swung my sword, and this time I used my skill. Pacheg cog pacheg. I decapitated 3 with a single attack of consecutive strikes before taking 2 left to avoid the attack. As I had avoided it, I used the quick steps and appeared directly in 4 of them and cut 4 of them in the second slash of consecutive strikes. I am pretty proud of this attack, not because I had killed 7 of them with 2 strikes, but because I was able to maintain the consecutive strike in a break of a second, which is quite hard considering consecutive strikes needed to be consecutive. It took some ingenuity, but I did it, and now I have another something in my arsenal. I wish I had even a moment to enjoy the victory, but I did not, as another zombie came at me as I finished crushing the skulls of skeletons. I immediately stepped back and swung my sword, decapitating the 2 without using the skills, before moving forward to meet the group of 8 undead coming toward me. To deal with them, I had to use my skills. It is intense. Every second I am dealing with the undead, and this time being in the open hall. I barely have any protection. It had improved my killing count, and now I am not worse in my group. while others may have higher attributes, skills, and even experience. I have practice. I have been practicing with a sword since I could hold it. Even after my mother disappeared, my father had got me the best instructor money could get. Even though he did not like me to be a warrior, he supported me in my choice. It is also true that old Remus was a natural fighter, born with instincts that others gained through years of experience. I had inherited it all. I am doing better than any person with my attribute and skills would be doing, but it still did not give me the confidence to survive. A couple of times, I have nearly died from the blades, not to mention the injuries piling on my body, which have become heavy enough that I started to feel slow from them, but I am not getting a chance to drink the healing potion. I could only have that when we reach the circle of humans in the center. We are already halfway to it. We just need to continue until we reach the circle. There are others, and I will get a chance to heal our injuries. Time passed as I killed one undead after another. I don't know many I had killed, but there were a lot of them that now we were fighting while stepping on their bodies and bones. It was quiet, especially when I stepped on the bodies of people. Many humans have died in an endless tide of undead. I think not even half of them have survived. There were nearly 200 guests and over 100 guards. Now, barely 100 people could be in the hall, and both guests and guards combined, and seeing the endless tide, more would die. All of us might die. As our strength has a limit, we cannot fight perpetually, and we will get tired eventually. To survive, we either have to kill all the undead, or kill the one who is controlling, or hope that rescue arrives soon as possible. Though the chances of that seemed quite low, considering they had isolated the island. One of the mages has told us that the message spells he is sending are bouncing back. The undead bastards have created the isolation field. I was fighting the undead when my eyes fell on the undead moving toward Lena. It looked like common undead, but when it moved, one could see the difference, especially when it swung that sword. It had some skill. And the sword was also much better than the rest of the zombies. The uncommon, I thought. Most zombies attacking us are made of common people, but there are zombies who are made from the bodies of fighters. Those are valuable and used in important wars. These zombies are not much powerful, especially those low-level warriors, but they are stronger and possess some instincts of their former selves, which makes them more dangerous than these common zombies. Lena decapitated it like the rest of the zombies. There was no difference. If the tide of such zombies had come, it might have made it difficult for Lena, but one or two of them did not make killing them difficult. We have reached closer to the circle, and now there are around 50 undead have remained between them and us, and they are being cut like grass by lawnmower. Padsheg cog padsheg. I cut through the zombies and skeleton, getting another cut on the collarbone. If it had been a little up, it would have been a real danger. Though it hurts like hell, like many of my injuries. In a few seconds, we had cut through all the undead and reached the circle. And one of the people I saw couldn't help but surprise me, especially seeing what she was doing. "Quickly get into a circle," shouted the knight, and the people of the circle began to move, making it bigger, forming a space for us. There are even a few skills involved, trying to make the process faster and smoother as possible. As there are still hundreds of undead, and they are coming non-stop through the door and broken glass walls. The first ones who went to the circle were Locke and 2 other people. They went inside and huddled together with 20 other people while we merged with a circle and closed the gaps before turning undead. "Remus, I heard you had left the way of the sword," said the woman, who manipulated the golden thread and cut the heads of 2 zombies and 3 skeletons. The heads of skeletons were divided into pieces by the string by the time they fell on the floor. "Gulp. You have surprised me too, Eva. I did not know you could fight," I said to the beautiful woman beside me as I took a huge gulp of bitter healing potion. Too, that she smiled. It is something I had picked up in my younger days. It had been decades since I had used it to fight. She replied as she cut another groups of the undead with her golden thread, or, should I say, a gold thread. She is using a gold thread mixed with some other metals, manipulating it the way she wants, and even using a couple of skills and spells to turn it into the weapon that it had become. She is an accomplished jeweler. I had never expected she could fight, and she is not fighting like an inexperienced person, but someone who had quite an experience in fighting. She is also looking quite hot, and even while fighting, I couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. It did not take long for me to pay the price for it, as I had nearly been decapitated by the rusted sword of the skeleton. They were coming like the tide, but the pressure was much less than before, and now I had nearly stopped using my skills. The circle is a great battle formation, and, despite the huge number of undead attacking every minute, we are handling them. Are we going to keep fighting? They will tire us out if they keep coming like this, I said as I decapitated the 2 zombies. I am getting tired and already thinking of using the stamina potion. No, the mages are trying to open the bunker, she replied with a shake of her hand. Did they have a key? I asked, to which she shook her head. No, only the major domo of the estate, and only the members of the Santos family have the keys, and both of them are dead, she replied as she killed a group of skeletons, turning their heads into pieces in the air. John Santos is dead, and I can't make myself feel sad about it. I am even a little angry. This is the second time I am in danger because of him. The first time the rogues and now the undead, and unlike the rogues, these undead have every intention to kill us. The key could be conventional or unconventional. It seemed like our luck was bad, as the key to the bunker was unconventional. It could be a form of blood, which is unlikely as the major domo could open it. It is likely the runic code, which makes things quite complicated. Normal mages would be incapable of opening it, and using force would be useless since it is a bunker and there are people around. Will they be able to open it? I asked, killing another zombie. High Mage Blackstone is quite an accomplished enchanter. There is a chance he might be able to do it, she replied, not giving a definite answer. I was thinking about the old man I had met earlier when. Suddenly, there was a commotion inside the circle. The bunker had opened, shouted someone jubilantly. It immediately caused chaos inside the circle. Even those fighting lost their focus, and one ended up losing his life as the skeleton had directly pierced its rusted sword inside his throat. They moved him into the circle, trying to heal him, but I don't think he would survive. The wound is too big, and we don't have a high-level healing mage or priest who could heal him from that kind of damage. Quiet, be disciplined, came a shout from the night, and along with the power of the skill. It immediately lessened the chaos inside the circle. I could hear the sound of steps behind me. They were moving into the bunker one by one. Though there is chaos, it is being managed. Soon a minute passed, and nearly all the people inside the circle disappeared inside the circle, that only a few mages had remained, and now guards were looking with yearning and hope. Everybody, said the knight in a loud voice, which instantly made us focus on him while still fighting the coming undead. There are 2 choices in front of you. First, move into the bunker, and second, fight. Moving to bunker would be safe as you will wait for the rescue there. If it came within an hour, you would be safe, or if it did not, then undead will blast through it and kill everyone that is within. The bunker might be strong, but there are thousands of undead, and the being leading them is at least level 30, he said while cutting down a ground of undead with a swift strike of his long sword. The second choice you have is to fight, not here. Fighting here is just waiting for death. We are going to take a fight to the one who is controlling it all, and killing it will end everything. I am taking a second choice, even if I am alone. I like my fate in my hand, not some people from Namdar who might not arrive in time or not arrive at all, he said, and looked at all the people in the circle. So make your choice. No matter what choice you make, I will not blame you, he added at last. For a second, nobody moved before some guards began to take a step back. Within a few seconds, over 20 guards moved back, and many were thinking about it. Are you not entering the bunker, Remus? Asked Eva, to which I shook my head. Like the Knight of the Black Star said, it is better to fight for our fate than depend on others, I replied, and a small smile appeared on her face. Well said, she said, and her golden string to cut a few more zombies. I did not ask her whether she is entering the bunker. It is clear from her body language and words that she intended to fight, and that made the women look even hotter. Mr. Silver, you should enter the bunker, said Lena, who was not far from me. I am fine outside, Lena, I replied with a smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but closed it a moment later. She is not entering the bunker, and neither is Dan. It is clear by their body language. It will be dangerous without a doubt, and many people will die. There is a high chance I might die too, and it would have been wise if I had entered the bunker. I would not wait for savior in fear. Rather, I would fight, as at least I would die knowing I had given my all. Another minute passed, and now only 39 people remained, including the 7 mages. The rest had entered the bunker. I do not have flowery words for your courage, but I will say that I commend your bravery, said the knight after the bunker had closed. Fanya here could sense the leader of the undead, and we will go for it. It will be dangerous, and many of us might die, including me, but there is no choice, as we could not stay here and wait for our rescue or die defending, he said, and there was a moment of silence. It is clear by his words that we will be going for the leader, the one who is controlling all the undead. Arrow formation, said the knight, and the power of skills flowed through the circle. Some were weak, while others were the strongest I had ever felt. I moved with people, and soon we were in the arrow formation. The one at the tip was Knight of Black Star. He was wearing jumbled armor made from pieces of equipment he had gotten from the guards who went inside the bunker. Armor is necessary for him. It is part of his class. Behind him was a woman, Fanya, with a pet on her shoulder, which turned out to be not a cute animal but a magical beast. In the middle are the mages, led by High Mage Blackstone. I am quite surprised he stayed, considering he is not a battle mage but a scholar mage. Still, he would be very useful. The spells of High Mage are very powerful, and I am sure he would have few offensive defensive spells. Every mage has them. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. In the rear is Captain Julian. He is far more impressive than I had thought, and if I survive long enough, I will be able to see the full range of his abilities. Gulp. Seeing we could charge out any second, I immediately drank the stamina potion, like many around me. It is likely the last chance I will get to drink any potion, and seeing I am feeling a little weak, I decided to drink the potion. The moment it entered my stomach, it had turned into energy and spread around my body, taking my weakness away rapidly and filling my body with energy. It made me a little disoriented, but I controlled myself with deep breathing, which helped a lot. Charge! Shouted the knight, and another layer of skills enveloped the people. This is even bigger, and it is not just skilled but also buff spells like haste, magic skin, and minor healing. The buffs have a little overwhelmed me, but I did not have time to properly get used to it as we moved, and speed that was even greater than what I could get from the quick steps. Despite that, I felt no imbalance. Everything is much smoother than before. I am beginning to have more ease. Cutting the undead. It took just a few seconds for us to get out manner through the broken glass wall, and we moved down the hill. Whoever leading the undead is also seems to understand we are moving to target it, as the undead, who was spread across the hill before, gathered toward us. At first things were easy, as the skills and spells have not only increased the speed but also increased the power of my attacks and also balance, which is vital considering we are moving downhill. Things began to get slightly difficult when we reached halfway into the hill. Lots of undead had gathered together, and at every second more of them were gathering. Like an arrow, we are piercing through them, killing every undead coming our way. The Knight of the Black Star is amazing. Despite facing the greatest pressure and most powerful undead, he is cutting them like grass, and he is not even using his skills for it. The pressure is increasing, but I am managing with all buffs, killing one undead after undead. Still, the one that impressed me most is Eva. Her strings have become killing machines. Mages have cast spells on her strings. One spell made the strings red hot, and it simply slid through the undead without any resistance, killing tens of them in a single attack, which has lessened the pressure on people around her, including me. Your strings are amazing, I praised, to which she smiled. This is my life's work, Remus, my craft, she said with a hint of pride. People with combat classes are not the only people who can fight. The holder of craft classes could also fight with sufficient mastery over their craft, like how Eva is doing. There are many examples of them achieving the impossible feat, but the most recent is from the city in Herald about a century ago. It was a small city, 100,000, close to an extreme magic region from where a beast tide had come out. Nearly 10,000 magical beasts attacked the city, and within an hour overwhelmed its defenses and broke through them. It was obvious that the city was going to fall when a large cloth appeared above the city before it enveloped it, before biting the beasts in the cloth, and then came the needles. These tiny needles pierced through the thick skin of magical beasts, destroying their hearts and brains and killing them. That day the seamstress of Melsar was born. There are many such examples across history. It is not just craft classes, people with other classes too have performed the impossible. It is this world there is saying, masters conquer, and after seeing Eva I couldn't help but agree more with it. We climbed down the hill, killing with steps, but more were gathering. I could already see a large number of undead gatherings at the base of the hill to meet us. Their number had already reached over 500, and more were gathering fast. Their numbers would increase by a few hundred more by the time we meet it at the base. My heart begins to beat loudly in fear and strangely. In excitement, seeing them gathering in huge numbers. And more than a third of those are uncommon undead. It is clear as day, even at such a distance. Another minute passed, and we had reached quite close to the base of the hill when a change occurred. Sub. 12 huge fireballs, the size of my whole hand, materialized in the sky, before shooting toward the large gathering of undead at the base. Seeing that, a big smile couldn't help but appear on my face. High Mage Blackstone had been silent, but now he had cast the spell. What a spell it is. In a single spell, he had shown the power of the High Mage. A smile couldn't help from Savai's face seeing the group of humans charging toward him. He thought he would have needed to go to them, but instead, they were coming to him. It is the best news he could hope for, as it will save him a lot of time and effort. He looked at all the preparation to welcome his guests. They were not finished, but they would be soon, and it couldn't help but make him excited. This was a very dangerous mission, but he had to do it, as it was the only way the Death Lord would help him with his degradation. Now, not only will he deal with the degradation that will give him a decade or two if he is lucky, and even more if was able to level up, but it will also give him great bodies. Especially of the knights and 2 warriors, he will kill that Grand Mage. While he is not interested in the bodies of mages, nor is it his expertise, he will focus on it the most. There are high merits on the Grand Mage's body, and if he is able to get it, then he won't have to worry about the next anti-degradation ritual. He will be worry-free for the next 3 decades. Just thinking about it had filled him with glee, and he just hoped he would be able to finish within half an hour, as every second after that would be dangerous. With his preparations, 15 minutes would be more than enough. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs fell on the undead, creating destruction that shook me to my core, instantly obliterating half of the undead. It shook me to see how a man wields such power, even though I know a few people in this world possess power even greater than the arsenal of nukes on Earth. Still, seeing a small glimpse of it had left me shaken. If the skills weren't carrying me forward and calming my mind, I would have frozen, seeing the destruction caused by the spells. A few seconds later, we were on a huge group of undead, and even though half of them had been destroyed, it did not seem to affect them, as nearly 500 of them attacked us as we tore through them. Patcheg caught Patcheg. My rapier is moving fast. At every strike, it would decapitate at least 1 zombie or destroy a skeleton. There was no wasteful moment. Every strike went for the kill. It is also true that there are too many undead. Even if I swing my rapier wildly, at least 1 undead will be cut. I think I am improving and improving fast. I have already regained everything old Remus combat skills by the time I reach the hall. Now I am surpassing him, which is happening quite sooner than I thought it would. What they say is really right. There is no better teacher for a warrior than war. We cut through the group of undead, but more are gathering as we do. We know that, and moving forward without lessening our momentum, which is the key to winning this battle. It is quite hard to do that when we are dealing with so much undead under this heat. The spell of Grand Mage had not just killed the undead, but also made everything very hot. If not for magical defense protecting me, I would have blisters across my skin rather than just feeling uncomfortable. It felt like hours, but it did not take more than 3 minutes for us to tear through the huge group of undead, killing more than half of them. There were more undead waiting for us as we got out, but their numbers were much less compared to the ones from we had got out. Careful, we are approaching the leader, said the women as we reached close to the grove of ryle fruit trees. These big trees have fruits like mangoes, the favorite of Santo's uncle. Just a few hours earlier, I had walked through this grove. Now I am going enter inside again, and this time I might not be able to come back. The grove covered nearly 5 acres of area, and with their wide branches, they let very little sunlight fall on the ground, not to mention it is midnight right now. My heartbeat couldn't help but beat loudly as I stared at those big trees getting closer and closer with every step. It is clear that the leader is hiding there, and seeing us coming, it definitely would have made the preparations. Till now there was barely any casualty, even I, who is one of the weakest in here, was barely scratched a few times. It is all going to change the moment we walk into the trees. Hun! We were approaching the trees fast when suddenly, tens of huge wind blades appeared in the sky and shot toward the trees. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but light up. If the wind blades of Grand Mage cut these trees, it would make things a little easier for us. I had just thought that when my expression suddenly changed. Fuck, I curse seeing that. The wind blades were powerful, that they cut through the first line of trees without any problem, but as they moved to cut other trees, they were barely able to scratch the trees and disappeared. The spells were powerful enough to cut all the trees in a 5-acre area, but stopped after cutting 50-some, which is barely 10% of it. My expressions couldn't help but become worse seeing that, not only mine, but of others. Everyone understood there was a leader in trees who was as powerful or more powerful than the Grand Mage Blackstone. That did not stop us. We continued moving without slowing down even a bit. It is explicitly clear from the beginning that either it will die or we. So no matter what happens, we will walk into the tree where the leader is, and even if all weapons in our hands turn into nothing, we will move into the tree and kill the leader. It is the only way we can survive. Soon, there were barely a few meters of distance between us and the trees when the mages acted. At first it is Grand Mage Blackstone, his staff lit up, and the blue magic armor appeared on the bodies of Knight of a Black Star, Captain Julian, Fanya, and all the mages. Arcane armor. From what I heard, it is quite a complicated spell, but it is highly defensive. Those mages who cast it have great value. He had not just cast that spell on the 9, but also on others, including himself and us. The one he casts on himself is even more elaborate than on the 9, which is not surprising. The one he cast on the rest of us is simple, but it still offers great protection compared to the simple mana defense we had before. He had not only cast a spell on our bodies, but also on our weapons. If I am right, then it is a sharpness type of spell, making our weapons even sharper than before. The spells of other mages appeared after him. They gave different buffs. Some covered us with faint healing, some increased strength, speed, and other things. Most importantly, the mages made the area around us bright as day as we finally entered the grove. There are hundreds of mage lights above our heads. It is one of the most common spells of mages, and also the initial spell. Nearly every mage learns them before they move to fireball or another type of spell. Hun! My happiness was short-lived as the second after we entered the grove, the lights began to dim on their own till the light became asking to twilight. I did not focus on it as in front of me. More important things were happening. Line, shouted the knight as he stopped, and we moving into the line formation from the arrow formation. It is a triple-layer line. Both sides had warriors, while in the middle were mages. In front of us the undead came out, and these were not normal undead. The zombies are uncommon, all of them, and they are wearing armor, and their necks had a layer of bone covering them. There are also skeletons that are covered in so many bones that they look tanks, and there are also bone beasts and bone horrors. Seeing them, sheer horror couldn't help but appear on my face, in front of these things. What we have faced till now, nothing. Those nothings are also gathering outside the trees in large numbers. I am sure by the time they have gathered enough numbers, they will pour into the grove, trapping us in a killing circle. Calm your heart. The odds may seem overwhelming, but they are not. We only have one target, and it is the leader. Kill it, and everything will be over, said the knight. He did not use the skills, but his words calmed my heart and gave me the courage. Well spoke, Sir Knight, said the strange, hollowed voice through the trees. The voice had sent a chill down my heart, and all the hair from my body stood as I looked around for the source of the voice, which seemed to be coming from everywhere. But can you do it? I am a high lich that lived for over 300 years and fought countless knights and killed them. You and the people you have brought far from sufficient to kill me. It is I who will kill you and take you into my undead army, especially you, Sir Knight, said the chilling voice that made nearly everyone shudder. You will die, lich, said the Knight of a Black Star. and the aura came out of him. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but widen, not only mine but nearly everyone's. Though Eva beside me did not look surprised. Aura is rare in all classes, and getting it is hard, but those who have it are powerful without a doubt, especially the knights. As those without sufficient power, and couldn't awaken it. "Attack!" he shouted thunderously, and we moved, charged toward the wall of powerful zombies and skeletons, with our hands gripping our blades tightly and purpose in our hearts to kill the Lich. We will achieve it, as only through it will we survive. Hun! The knight was the first to move against the tide, and was about to strike them when the coming tide parted and 6 big zombies had stepped out. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but widen. Abominable zombies. The 6 zombies that had come were huge. Each one was at least 6'5", with misshapen bodies that were covered in a thick layer of bone that barely any flesh could be seen through it. If I had not seen their undead eyes, I would have thought they were armored skeletons. These are abominable zombies. They are strong zombies, which are further strengthened by necromancy magic. It is very hard to make them, with a high failure rate. But once successful, they become a great tool for any Lich and necromancer. They are real terror. As the knights reached them, they attacked and attacked with a speed that I could not see them move. Clang, clang, clang. The only thing I heard was the sound of blades clashing, and 6 of them surrounding the knight and attacking him from all angles. It is horrifying to watch when considering every single of those abominable zombies is enough to wipe me and most others out, and the knight is facing 6 of them. Hun. If that wasn't bad, the tide parted again, revealing 6 more abominable zombies. It filled everyone's heart with dread. Many shook seeing them. They may have fought many battles, but seeing these zombies, a will to fight seemed to have left their hearts. There is no escape other than death. Kneel to it and it will be swift, resist, and you will feel the greatest pain of your life, said the Lich in its hallowed voice, which nearly made a quarter of them kneel before they got control over their emotions. At the same time, Captain Julian and the woman named Fanya jumped and moved toward the abominable zombies and began fighting them. There is no need to fear, we have everything in control, said Grand Mage Blackstone in his booming voice, hearing it. Our dreading hearts were filled with confidence. He, you will soon see who kills who, said the Lich, and a moment later the undead were upon us. 2 undead came at me, both were uncommon zombies. I have been dreading them since the moment I saw them, but there is no choice but to fight them. Stilling my heart, I took a step forward and attacked. I used the consecutive strike and the weighted strike, making the attack faster and strongest I had ever made, with all the buffs supporting me. The 2 zombies also reacted, and to my surprise, their speed and power were even stronger than mine, but I did let the surprise affect me. Their attack was powerful without a doubt, and it had even had some skills, but it was not enough to kill me. I crouched down when the weapons of zombies were less than a hand distance away, and moved my sword up toward the neck of the zombie holding a saber. Punch! My rapier was fast, and it pierced through the neck of the zombie, even when it took a step back before it slashed left, tearing away half of its neck. As I did not, I arched back, avoiding the sword of other zombies that cut some of my hair, and moved my sword back with everything I had. Pachegu. The remaining head of the zombie cut down, but I did not have time to worry about my victory as its saber was still coming at me, as also the sword of the other zombie. I moved left with quick steps, which resisted the way I used it while crouching down, but still gave me enough speed to dodge the attack. Rip! I dodged the sword, but the saber hit me, piercing through the defense and tearing my clothes, but there was no disappointment in my eyes. Instead, there was relief. The quick steps and the armor covering me had saved me. Otherwise, I would have lost my whole hand from the shoulder, rather than a few threads of my shirt. I had just got up when the zombie attacked me again, and I immediately took a step back with the quick steps before moving forward. I appeared to the left of it, missing its sword by less than an inch, and slashed my sword at its neck. It moved to dodge and at the same time brought its sword to defend, but I moved my wrist a little and easily avoided the sword before my rapier touched its neck and began to cut through it. Patchak. Its neck is thick, with hard skin and solid bone. A normal sword could forget about killing through it without the aid of powerful skills. I have no such problem. My sword is buffed by spells, while at the same time its enchantment is giving it a sharp edge that could cut through any bone and skin, even the one being reinforced with magic. The head flew in the air as the sword came out from the other side. For a moment I felt quite proud of my skills, but when I looked at Eva and others, a smile on my face turned mirthless. I am doing good with the level I have, especially compared to half of the people who have not finished even a single uncommon zombie. But compared to Eva and others, it is nothing. Eva had finished off 6 uncommon zombies, and now her strings were cutting through the neck of 7th and 8th. While Lena seemed to have become a storm, each of her strikes would kill an undead. Still, there are hundreds of them, and thousands are gathering behind us, not to mention the biggest danger, for whom we have come to kill, had yet to cast a single spell. Hun. I had just thought that when I heard a faint sound, and a second later saw the thing causing it, a thick white mist. Chill mist, a wide area spell of necromancy domain, quite a powerful spell for people like me. Even with all the protection, it would freeze my soul with that wave if it hit me. Not only me, except for a bare few, everyone would be frozen by it. The wave was fast, and soon it was only a few meters ahead of us. With speed it was coming, and it would not take more than 3 seconds for it to reach us. Thud. I was worrying about it while looking at the undead coming toward me when I heard the faint thud, and warm golden light covered me and moved toward the chill mist. The source of it is obviously the staff of High Mage Blackstone. Focus on killing the undead, leave the lich and its spells to me, said the Grand Mage, and I felt the load on my shoulder lessen. I have been worrying about the lich a lot, but now I don't have to. It feels to know that someone is responsible for that, as if something squishes me like an ant, and I don't want to die. At least not yet. I have died young before. I want to live now and see this wonderful, dangerous world. Hun. I was in my thousands when suddenly, I swung my sword with all my strength and also used the weighted strike, as the danger coming required it. Clang! My rapier clashed again with the bone bolt released by the skeletal beast, crushing it to pieces while giving a huge shock to my arm that I had nearly let go of it. The skeletons coming toward me had been destroyed by spells of mages a few moments ago, and I thought I would get a rest of few seconds, but I was an idiot to think that, and an even bigger idiot to lose focus. I was very lucky this time that I was able to sense the attack, and to my great luck, I was able to defend myself against the attack. It was so cool that, if I were not fighting a battle of life and death, I would have danced in joy for doing something that I had only heard of. The bone beast had reached closest to me and leaped with its sharp claws and mouth, which was open enough to fit my head inside and crush it. It bears similarity to the wolf, but is not. It is made from different bones belonging to many races and beasts, optimal for killing. This design is quite common due to its efficiency and the fear induced by those burning eyes. I calmly looked at the bone beast before I moved, or should I say, ducked down with my sword above and remained there. I only needed to stay in the position for a second before it reached close to me, and I acted. I swung my sword toward the beast with all my strength and the power of weighted strike. Kata. It only took a fraction of a second for my sword to hit its face, and the enchanted runes across my rapier lighted up and began to cut through it. A second later, my rapier came out from the other side while the pieces of bones fell around me. The moment I did, I got up and moved forward 5 steps to the right before swinging my sword to the left. 3 undead come at me, 2 zombies and 1 skeleton, all of them uncommon. Pacheg. I decapitated the zombie in a single strike and immediately moved back to dodge the attack of the skeleton and zombie. Rip. I was able to dodge the attack of the zombie, but the bone spear of the skeleton had torn through the protection and pierced an inch into my stomach. If not for the armor, it would have gone to the other, tearing a hole through my body. Still, the wound was nothing to scoff at, and pain made my eyes go red, but I did not focus on it and moved toward the enemy while hoping the mass healing spell covering me would at least stop the bleeding. Sub. As I moved toward the 2 undead, I felt all the hair on my body stand up, only to see hundreds of gray bolts appearing in the air before coming down at us at speed faster than the bullet. It was the attack I couldn't dodge, so I did not even focus on it and moved toward the enemies against which I could do something. Dub. It is a good thing I did not focus on the bolts, as the shields appeared above us and bore the shower of deathly bolts. It took me 7 seconds to finish 2 of them before moving toward another group of undead coming toward me. And this time, it was bigger, with 3 zombies and 2 skeletons, all uncommon. While moving toward them, I was able to glance at something and couldn't help but close my eyes for a second. A human died, there was a big wound across her chest, and she was not moving. Seeing how no mage moved to heal her, it is clear she is dead. She is the first, as more would die. I began to fight against the 5 undead, never going too far from the line and always returning to it when I was finished. But it started to get harder as more undead began to attack us. The injuries across my body also began to pile up. The 5 undead gave me 2 injuries, one big as the spear wound from the skeleton. I was glad that there was a healing aura. It was not powerful enough to heal the wounds, but it was powerful enough to stop the bleeding and become worse as I moved. But as like defensive armor, it was getting weaker the more it was used. I hoped the mages would recharge them, or I would be in big trouble. Not only me but others too. Eva, who fights from a distance with her strings, also has a couple of injuries across her. One that is quite close to her chest. If it had been slightly above, her life would have been threatened. Minute passed and things became bad. I saw 2 more humans dying, and these are the ones I could. There may more that I might, but I truly hope not. Things are bad now, but they will become worse soon. A large number of skeletons have gathered outside the grove, over 1,000 from what I could see, and they will pour in soon. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel there was no surviving it. But even these thoughts did not stop me from fighting. I was fighting when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The knight, the woman Fanya, and Captain Julian, all 3 fighting abominable zombies, had suddenly cut them. The knight cut the 3 zombies he was fighting in a single motion, the same done by Captain Julian and the women. It is clear the attack had been coordinated. As they killed the zombies, a powerful fiery blast came out from behind and killed tens of zombies and skeletons in a single strike. It made the way, which was likely the attack's real purpose, seeing how 3 of them moved into the way that was just made by the attack. High Mage Blackstone is also moving with them as he disappears and appears beside them, and casts a spell that increases their speed so much that all I am able to see is blue as they move through the zombies. I had been worried that they had forgotten our real target, but I guess they had not. Now I just wish they would kill the Lich, as it is the only way we would survive. These fucking vermins, I will kill them all. I cursed when that monkey bastard killed his precious death guard. He had 12 of them, but now 2 are dead. He had spent countless resources, many attempts, and most importantly, expensive bodies to create them, and now 2 are lying dead. He wanted to curse his luck to get this island. Knight Commander is here, and on top of that, a high mage, which Intel had said is a scholar mage. Fuck the bastard who said Blackstone is scholar mage. He might not be a full-fledged battle mage, but the bastard had enough experience to provide support and take a shot at him whenever he showed even the slightest weakness. These 2 are targeting him insistently while that fucking warrior and the ranger are taking out his death guards. He wanted to kill them all but couldn't do it despite trying hard, as the bastards were working together efficiently and had high levels. Now there was only one option that had remained, calling back his special zombies and skeletons while leaving the clutter of humans to the general undead. He really doesn't want to do that. He has a limited number of specials, and seeing the power of these 4, he will need to sacrifice nearly all of them, but there is no other choice. If he did not do that, then they would kill his precious death guards, but he had no other choice, as the bastards were coming close to threatening his life. So be it, it said, and ordered the special undead toward him. Now he had to kill these bastards. Only through this would he be able to recoup his losses and make some fortune. A few seconds passed, and he realized he had made a great mistake. They were waiting for it, baiting him to do that. "I will kill you," he shouted in rage, and attacked the knight with the withering lance as he came at him. The wretched old mage seemed to be waiting for him to pull his forces toward him, the moment his special move away from human and general zombies. The old bastard made his move. Boom, boom, boom. He sent tens of huge fireballs crashing toward his special undead, and sent an even bigger barrage toward the common undead, right in the center of the group as they moved to the humans. The hell broke loose the moment undead poured into the grove. They are over thousands of them, and they only took a few seconds to break through our line formation. I, along with Eva, a mage, and 2 others, separated from the rest of the group, and am now fighting against the zombies, which are coming to us in all directions. It is a nightmare. The only good thing I could talk about it was that all powerful zombies and skeletons had left, leaving us with the tide of common zombies, which had been attacked by the High Mage Blackstone's powerful spell. Despite him destroying half of their numbers, the huge tide came and enveloped us. Their numbers are high enough that we could not kill them all, even if we drink all potions we have. Padsheg cog padsheg. My rapier cut through the 2 zombies, and the skeletons before moving back to cut another zombie. And skeleton and move again, without stopping to kill another undead, while taking the step forward with the rest. The consecutive strike skill had finally shown its power. Before, I could only maintain it for 6 strikes at most, but now I had just finished the 19th and swung the 20th. At each strike, the power and speed would faintly increase. It is not much increase if I was only able to achieve 4 to 5 strikes, but going further, the power increases by a lot. After 12 strikes, the speed had doubled from around a 2% 3% increase. It became 5%. With every strike, it might not seem much, but it is huge, especially with the enemies I am fighting. My rapier is constantly moving without stopping, even when my hand is tired and hurts like hell with all the injuries. I have to continue. I am the weakest in my group, and if I do not do my part, I will die. So no matter the tiredness I am feeling or the injuries I am accumulating, I have to continue to fight and kill with every strike till we cut our way through this undead. It is what we are trying to do. We are trying to cut through it because remaining in it is good as dying. We cannot kill these numbers. Escaping is the only choice, and I am sure the other people are doing the same. We are ordered to do it by the High Mage right after that powerful attack. It will stretch the undead as they try to chase us around, thinning their numbers. With it, Lich won't be able to use them to overwhelm, and it won't pull them out of us, for risk of us joining the fight against it. While we might not be as strong as the 4, we could create a nuisance with enough support. There have been many incidents of the weak killing the strong with numbers and teamwork. Rip. Another rusted sword of a skeleton slashed through my stomach, widening the gruesome wound that was already there. There was no interference. The armor and healing aura I had long been disappeared, and the mage in our group did not have healing or armor spells. It was quite a surprise that I was still standing and fighting through the sheer number of injuries I have in my body. If I had been on Earth, half of them would have sent me to the emergency room. My condition is precarious, and I am only fighting through the force of will alone. Soon the 24th strike was over. My sword moved for the 25th. As it did, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. Feeling the 10% increase, it made my sword so fast that even I couldn't see it properly. Faster than it was when I had all those buffs earlier, that I felt the muscles of my hands strain to their limit, but I did not care. Padsheg cog padsheg. The speed and power are helping me kill more undead, giving them fewer chances to overwhelm me. This will have consequences, but I will worry about them after I survive. Remus, drink the potions, said Eva behind me. And I simply opened my mouth, and second later, 2 bottles appeared connected to silver strings and poured themselves into my mouth. Gulp. I gulped down the potion without stopping the attacks. Stopping even for a second will be the death of me. The healing potion and the stamina potion reached my stomach and transformed into the cool energy that began to spread inside me. But just as it began, a burning pain shot through my body. The only reason I did not scream was because I didn't want to seem like a weakling to the people around me. The burn had begun, I said to myself. And I was not really surprised. One could not infinitely drink the potion. There is a limit, and when one reaches the limit, one feels the burn, and it is more painful than I had ever thought it would be. It is my 4th healing and stamina potion, and also my last one. If I drink further, the potions will poison me. Instead of helping me, they will kill me, and it will not be pretty. The burn had begun, and the pain was not a worse thing about it. The worst thing was that the potions would not work with the efficacy as they had before. Still, I am quite grateful for myself, even in the weakened power. I could feel the healing potion stopping my injuries and stamina potion, filling me the strength. With their help, I kept killing as we cut through the endless undead. There did not seem to be any end of them. Maybe they were endless, or they seemed to like it because of the very low light. Half of the mage lights have disappeared, and what had remained are barely providing enough light to fight. Sub. We are close, just 20 more meters, and we will be out, said the mage with eyes gloving before launching another barrage of mana bolts. It is the only spell that the mage in our group is using, likely because it is the most efficient spell. Each bolt will kill the undead. It does not cost as much mana as other spells. His words filled my tired heart with newfound spirit, and I began to hack the undead with greater intensity. I finished the 36th strike and moved my sword to the 37th when suddenly, I gritted my teeth and broke the skill before activating again, but now it had much less speed and power. I had done it intentionally because, if I had not, then the strained muscles of my hand would snap instantly, making it useless. I was only able to continue this far because the healing potion continually to heal my strained muscles. But an increase in power at the 37th strike would have been above its limit. If I survive this, then I am going to spend a good amount of attribute points on strength and vitality. With my strikes becoming weaker and slower, attacks on me increased. I am quite grateful for the mage's help, who would release the mana bolts whenever the undead got too close to injuring me. Time passed. Every few seconds we would take a step, and soon we had crossed half of the distance. Now only 10 meters remained. We continued with our killing, using every bit of our strength. I too gave my all, using all 3 of my skills to their maximum efficiency, especially the consecutive strikes, which I began to take at the 30th strike at each cycle, breaking the skill and starting again. This is truly a broken skill when one thinks about it, as it will constantly increase power. Unfortunately, it is useful only for dumb enemies like the undead, who can't properly respond with all the power they have. The intelligent enemies did not let such skill continue for long. They found a way to break it before it became too powerful. One would need to be very talented and experienced to bring the cycle to the 12th strike against the intelligent enemy. Rip! The blade of a zombie struck squarely on my chest, giving me a bone-deep injury and blood-curdling pain. We are close, said the mage, and I felt like I had seen the light. The injury was the gravest one I had received till now. It had reached dangerously close to my heart. A few more inches more, and it would have had me. Still, the injury is bad, and I am losing blood through it, which is making me weak with every breath I take. If this continues, then I won't be able to fight for longer. Thankfully, we are quite close. Just a meter or 2 before we are out. We will not lose undead, but the pressure on us will be much lesser. Padsheg cog padsheg. I cut through one undead after another. It became a kind of instinct that, before I realized it, there was no undead in front of me to kill. We are out, Eva shouted loudly while her string moved to cut a couple of undead coming from behind. As I had said, the undead wouldn't stop chasing us, but now coming from all directions, they will only come from one direction. You are a quite injured young man, let me bandage you, said a beefy man, and bandage appeared in his hand, which he applied around my chest at a very fast speed, while Eva, the mage and short man, handled the undead. The beefy man seemed to have skills related to it, as he not only wrapped the bandage around my chest at an incredibly fast speed, but was also able to stop bleeding from every injury the bandage had wrapped. He also seemed to know where I was injured the most, as he wrapped the bandage around my stomach and left leg in a quick fashion. It is quite bad that Jorge does not know any healing spell, but I am sure you would be able to hold on till the help arrives, he said and tapped on my shoulder, and immediately I felt a third of my weakness disappear. The mage gave him a look, but let him wrap the bandages around his injuries. After the mage, he moved to the short man, then Eva, and lastly, himself before joining the battle. A few minutes passed, and we finally walked out of the grove. With the large group of undead chasing us and weakness filling every part of my body, I could barely kill an undead with each attack, but despite that, there was a smile on my face. For the first time, I felt that I could survive. The mage, not long ago, had revealed that he knew a spell that could hide the life signature. We are planning to hide in the far corner of the island, so even if they are unsuccessful in killing the Lich, we will have a chance to survive, at least better than those hiding in the bunker. The Lich wouldn't be here long. Namdar would know what happened if it hadn't already, and help will come, and it might be already on its way. So there's quite a high chance that we might survive if we hide in the far corner of the island. Hun. A few more seconds passed when suddenly, the mage looked to the left, and his expression changed suddenly to that horror. I opened my mouth to ask when through the corner of my eyes, I saw a blurring figure coming out of the grove. It was blurry, but a faint outline of it could be seen, and understanding what it was, a shock couldn't help but appear on my face, but it transformed into horror seeing coming toward us. Lih is coming toward me directly. Bam, bam, bam. The barrage of thunder lances came at me, while at the same time, Knight and two others attacked me from three sides. The bastards have killed all my death guards and special zombies, and now attacking me insistently, not giving me even a single chance to attack. The only thing I could do was cast multiple bone shields to defend and chill domain to slow them down, but both of them were barely working. The old bastard Blackstone was attacking me in a mad flurry of powerful spells, and had cast protection on the two warriors, which warded off the most adverse effect of my chill domain. As for the knight, the bastard does not need any protection. His aura is more than capable of doing that. If I hate anyone here most after Blackstone, then it is the knight, but I would also love to get my hands on his body. If I get it, I will be able to make a very powerful zombie knight, if lucky, then a death knight. It will make me very powerful. I had 4 zombie knights once upon a time. Those were my golden years. If not for the incident in the Grim Valley, I would have still had them, and these bastards wouldn't have been able to force me to this degree. Bam. Another thunder lance crashed against his bone. And to my shock, the lance with its 30% power intact pierced through the bone and stuck me before I could act to defend against it. Zimum. A buzzing sound rang out as the defensive layer covering my body nearly collapsed. It would have completely collapsed if the power of the thunder lance had even been slightly stronger. I looked at the grinning face of the old bastard and then at myself and came to a realization. I need to run away. I couldn't stay here anymore. They would get me eventually, and the price of that would be huge if I ended up losing this body on which I had spent a fortune. I wouldn't be able to afford another one of this level. I cast more bone shields and filled them with greater power than before. Earlier I had been careful about conserving mana, but now there is no need to worry about it, as I am going to escape. There will be some punishment, but it will be much less painful than losing this body. The old bastard seemed to have caught what I was planning to do as the grin on his face vanished, and his expression turned serious. It is trying to run away, shouted Blackstone and shot even more powerful thunder lances at him. As the knight heard it, the aura around him thickened that even he began to feel a slight suppression, while the other two burst out with their full power and came at him, but my shields moved, stopping them in their tracks. Still, I was quite surprised to see their power. They were hiding quite a lot and would have gotten me if I had continued fighting. Thankfully, I am escaping. I did not waste any time, and immediately a scroll appeared in my hand, and the eyes of Blackstone widened in shock. Scroll of teleportation. My life-saving measure had cost me a lot, but it was worth it. Nothing is more important than surviving. Next time we meet, I will fucking kill you all. I swore vengeance and unfurled the scroll, ready to teleport out of this wretched island. Hun. But to my utter shock, nothing happened. The shining scroll suddenly frizzled and furled itself back, seeing that shock couldn't help but appear on my face before I turned to the bastard Blackstone. I could sense what that bastard had done. Disruption. He cast the disruption and successfully disrupted the teleportation spell. The spell scrolls are easier to disrupt than the spell cast by the person. You wretched bastard. I cursed loudly at Blackstone with all the rage in my heart and unfurled the scroll again. It lit again, but a second later it fizzled out like the last time. Since you have come here, you better stay lich, said Blackstone with a grin. I am a lich, you can't kill me, I said back. I could not kill you, but I could destroy this precious body of yours. I am sure it will give you quite a backlash, replied Blackstone with mirthful eyes. You can only dream, I said, and activated the Ring of Greater Haste and moved at a speed that surprised even Blackstone. Follow it, shouted Blackstone and cast haste on himself and others to chase after him. Greedy bastard, I cursed. He might have tried to hide it, but he could see the greed in the old man's eyes. Given how the old bastard fought and the arsenal of spells he had, he could have run away easily. I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him, but he stayed, and the reason is me. The bastard is after my wealth. While I am not carrying all his wealth since I am a lich, I am still carrying a fortune, including my body. Blackstone wants it all, but he will not have it. As soon as I create enough distance between them and me, I will activate the teleportation scroll. Boom, boom, boom. Blackstone is throwing spell after spell at me, but with greater haste, I am dodging the most. While those I could not dodge, I am defending with my bone shields. With each step, the distance between them widened, and in a minute, I would be able to activate the scroll without any problem. Soon I was out of the grove, and to my surprise, I saw a group of humans in front of me, fighting a small group of undead. I did not change my course to avoid humans. I did not want to do something that would make them catch up to me. So, I directly moved toward humans. They froze seeing me coming toward them. Especially the young human, who was in my direct way. To my surprise, he took less than a moment to come out of shock and swung his sword toward me. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I love it when weakling shows the spirit. It is always fun to crush with absolute force. Especially now, when I had failed to kill any one of those bastards, crushing him will make me feel good. Bone scythe. I cast, and a long bone scythe appeared in front of me and shot toward the young human, whose eyes widened in horror again, but his sword did not stop. The lich was coming toward me. Now he cast a scythe of bone. He could feel the sharpness of the scythe and knew it would cut him. Into two. Remus, I heard Eva screaming my name. It should have been louder, but I could only faintly hear it for some reason, likely because I am watching the scythe of death coming to reap my life. It filled me with horror, but I did not stop my attack, and instead pushed my rapier with every bit of the strength and skill I had, and also activated the enchantment of the rapier at its full power, which I hadn't done till now. There was no need to. It was able to cut everything with low power, and I also didn't want to spend all power of the enchantment, as they are very expensive to service. Now I did not care about that. It did not take even a second for the scythe to reach me and move past my rapier. I wanted my rapier to clash against it, but it easily avoided it and came toward me, while the leech appeared directly in front of me, while my sword moved toward its heart. It did not seem to be worried about that, and I wouldn't have been if I had been in its place, given the difference of power between us. Even if my sword hit it, I don't think it would be able to do anything to it, but I have to try. If I am dying, then I want to die, giving my all against the enemy. Finally, the scythe reached me. I felt it touch the button of my bloody shirt. Time seemed to slow down for me that moment, as I saw the scythe cleanly cutting through the button before touching my skin. Crack. I braced for the pain and death that would come, but instead I heard a cracking sound and the blue layer of energy covered me. As it did, the bone scythe turned to powder. It shocked me, but it also shocked the lich who had appeared very in front of me, and my sword, which was now covered in blue energy like my body, is less than an inch away from its heart. Its eyes widened in shock, and it tried to stop itself, but its speed was too fast to stop immediately. The tip of my sword touched its pale skin, which I found covered in a thin layer of gray energy, which my sword pierced without any problem before burrowing in its heart. Pudge! A sound rang as the sword pierced through its heart. It was more like it was skewing itself into my rapier with sheer momentum. Bastard! It cursed at me with rageful eyes, and I saw a huge black bolt coming from its staff and hitting me, but like a scythe, it also turned into dust the moment it hit the blue layer of energy covering me. The layer became immediately paler as it happened. Kachi! I could see the light in its eyes, and its staff began to glow again, and I thought I would truly die when an arrow pierced through the skull of the lich from behind. At the same time, I saw a great sword piercing through its chest, sliding across my sword, and a silvery flash coming and cutting its head cleanly. Bang! As it happened, the body of the lich crashed into me hard, giving me a glimpse of 3 people behind, who dealt the final blow to the lich. Thank you, Father. I thanked my father as I crashed toward the ground. It was because of him I had survived. The talisman artifact I had taken out from his dead body had saved me. The talisman had not activated when the assassin had decapitated him, but it did when the lich's attack hit me, which also gave me the opportunity to bury my sword inside him. I have survived. I did not think I would, but I did, and it made me very happy as there are still many things I have to do before embracing death, hun. I fell on the ground, but to my surprise, I had not felt the hard ground I was expecting. Instead, got a very soft cushion made of aura. We have finished the lich. And who would have thought it would be because of the young man, said the knight, whose aura gently laid me on the ground. I wanted to open my mouth to thank him, but it wouldn't open despite my tries. Easy there, young Silver, you are very injured. It will be better if you do not make any movement, said High Mage Blackstone, and he looked at me for a moment before turning to Fanya and Captain Julian. Bring out the healers. Young Silver and others needed them as soon as possible, he ordered. They nodded and immediately disappeared. Fanya went back to the grove while Captain Julian went toward the manor. There are 2 healers came with us to face the undead while others remained in a bunker. As for the undead, they fell down like their strings had been cut. They could not operate without a lich controlling them, and once we took out the lich, they fell dead. High Mage Blackstone turned to me, not toward me, but to the body of the lich beside me. He looked, and soon the staff and other things from the lich flew toward him before disappearing. The lich must have some good things. Edson, handle everything while I remove the blockers from the island, said the High Mage and disappeared, while Knight walked a few steps and sat on the boulder while I fell unconscious, unable to hold against overpowering tiredness. I woke up with a feeling of coolness all over my body. When my eyes fluttered open, I saw a faint green light covering me. There were also a lot of people lying beside me, including Lena and others. I felt quite relieved when I saw both Lena and Dan breathing. They had not died. Though they are unconscious, and like me, a healing spell is covering them. Remus, how are you feeling? Asked Eva, who was sitting not far away from me. Better than before, I said slowly. Don't worry, in a few days you will be good as new, she replied. To that, I could only smile. My injuries are not healed, but they have stabilized enough that I won't die. Though, I will need a more powerful healing spell to heal them quickly, and also a few days of rest before I can think about lifting a weapon. I was watching everything in silence when suddenly, the gazes shifted, and the High Mage Blackstone had appeared. I was able to establish contact with Namdar. They were on their way to rescue, but I had told them we had already dealt with the undead. He said with a hint of mockery and anger. He is not the only one feeling these emotions, but everyone. It is the city's responsibility to protect us. The island comes under its protection. Over 100 people have died, including 8 that came to fight with against Lich, and some are in very critical condition that without the healing spell of mages, they wouldn't survive. Nobody spoke, and I once again fell into sleep, watching the bright moon above me. I don't know how long I had slept, but I was woken up by a warm feeling around my body. When I opened my eyes, I saw there were a lot more people around me, many of them unknown, with my whole body covered in a holy white glow. Looking at the priest in front of me casting the spell, true relief couldn't flood my heart. Now I am sure nothing will happen to me, not only because the people from Namdar have arrived, but also because I could feel the power of priests' healing spells, which had finally given me some energy. While mages cast healing spells, it is truly the domain of priests. The divine spells are much better at healing than those powered by mana. As the spell healed me, I looked around and immediately my eyes targeted on a handsome man in his early 30s with gray hair. He is talking to High Mage Blackstone and Knight. Arthur Salazar, son of Helena Salazar, a powerful high mage in his own right. All 3 children of Grand Mage Salazar are high mages. The middle one is said to be very close to becoming Great Mage. He talked to them for a few minutes before turning to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't tell you how proud I am to be seeing sons and daughters of Namdar repelling the Lich and killing all the undead. Namdar is proud of you, he said with a smile. Fucking bastard, I cursed at him, and I am sure everyone. Forget him apologizing for not rescuing us. He recused himself of the responsibility and took the credit in the name of Namdar. I wish I could curse at him openly, but it is not wise. Even High Mage Blackstone didn't dare to do that. It could be clearly seen in his forced smile as he talked to Arthur Salazar. Your critical injuries have become non-lethal, but potion burn had damaged you internally. You will need to rest for a few weeks to recover from that. said the priest as he put down his staff. But suddenly, a surprise appeared in his eyes when he looked at my eyes but did not see anything. "Thank you," I said, to which he smiled. "It is my duty, Mr. Silver," he said, and walked away toward other patients while I slowly got up and sat by a small rock. I was looking around when I saw a man coming toward me with a worried expression on his face. "Remus, thank God you are fine. I was worried sick when you joined them to kill the Lich," said Locke worriedly. "I have survived, didn't I said back, to which he nodded, and his expression turned a little strange as he leaned closer. "I hear that you are the one who killed the Lich. Is it true?" he asked softly, to which I shook my head. "No, I had just aided a little. Most of the work had been done by the four," I replied. Locke's expression turned normal as he nodded. "If it had been a live being, then I might kill it with my attack, but it is a Lich, an undead. Destroying the heart is not enough. If it weren't for the knight and others, then Lich would have definitely killed me with its third spell. Everyone, since your condition has been stabilized, it is time to leave," said Artis Salazar a few minutes later, and people came and started putting us on the stretcher. I might be able to get up, but I am in no condition to walk. So I let the medics lift me into a stretcher and to the ship. The undead had destroyed our ship. The yacht may be saved if the House Santos acts fast. There was a new ship on the pier, and even from a distance I could tell it was big. The medics were fast, and we reached the ship within a few minutes, and as I had expected, it was big. They walked into the ramp and took me directly into the infirmary and placed me into the bed. Not the general bed, but the one that is covered in privacy curtains from all sides. "If you need anything, call us by the bell," said the medic, motioning toward the small bell and leaving before I could even say thank you. Even on the ship, where the space is limited, there is always extra space for the privileged. I was not able to stay awake for long. The sleep I was fighting took me into its embrace again. Warrior level 5. Warrior level 6. Warrior level 7. Skill gained Surefoot. These are words I saw in front of me as I became conscious again. I have gained 3 levels and the skill. It is not a bit surprising to me. I have fought a battle of life and death. I would have been surprised if I did not level up this much. Though the skill had surprised me, not because it was bad, it was very good. Most importantly, it is a passive skill, which is a huge boon considering the kind of skill it is. The skill will keep my feet in balance all the time, and with it, stumbling would become very hard. It will help me tremendously in battle, where footwork is extremely important. If I had this skill earlier, I would have gotten injured much less in fighting against the undead. Class: Soutner Merchant LV, 8 Lawyer LV. 7. Warrior LV 7. Charisma 10. Intelligence 10. Vitality, Strength, Skills, Trusty Presence, Worthy Goods, Contract, Shop Open, Consecutive Strikes, Quick Steps, Fast Reading, Price is Right, Weighted Strike, Lawful Suggestions, Surefoot, Attribute Points. Now my warrior class had reached the same level as the lawyer class, and I had more skills in it than in the lawyer class. My skills are quite good. Some are common, but some are uncommon and rare. Sure, the foot is a rare skill, and usually acrobats and dancers get this, but warriors also get it, and I am really happy to get it. It will help me a lot, especially with it being a passive skill. Now I just want to heal and begin to practice again. I have learned a lot in the battle, but I understood there is huge space for improvement. I planned to improve as much as I could, squeezing every drop of benefit I could from the natural fighting talent that I had inherited. From old Remus, thud, I collapsed on the cracked deck, not having the energy to even stand, while the people around me cheered. The battle had taken everything I had and more, but I survived. 3 sinking ships of undead is proof of that. "We will live stone, not just fight," said John while sitting beside him, with bandages covering every part of his body. For more than a year since the Lich King started his invasion, I had been fighting since then. I had fought hundreds of battles, so much that he lost count. I looked at the island where he was born and fought and lost everything till there was nothing more left to give. And still, he felt sad about leaving. There was no choice, either escape or turn into undead. John said, reading what I was thinking. He did not say anything, as his friend was right. It was morning as I walked onto the deck of the ship and saw the majestic city of Namdar getting closer to me with every breath. I am feeling weak, but I want the morning light to fall on my body, as I had not thought I would be alive to see this day a few hours ago. There were a couple of people on the deck looking at the city coming closer. I did not disturb them and picked my spot to enjoy the beautiful morning. A few minutes passed in silence when I heard the steps behind me, only to see Eva appearing beside me. Like me, she is also pale and weak, but the signs of injuries are much less on her than mine. Most of her injuries had been healed by the spells. The ones that remained would heal on their own in a few days. Even in such a state, she looked beautiful that I couldn't help but stare at her for a moment longer than it is polite. "I did not think I would survive to see this morning," she said, softly looking ahead into the sea. "Me too," I replied, and for a minute there was silence. "How long will you be in Namdar?" she asked. "Till I recover," I replied. "To be honest, I want to go back to Greltheven as soon as possible, but I will not till I am back in fighting condition again. This world is dangerous, and I don't want to move anywhere till I am completely recovered. Until then, Carla will handle everything." "Do visit me before you leave," she said. "I will. I have a few things to buy and will be visiting your store." "I hope you will give me a discount," I said, to which she smiled. "Don't worry, I will give you a discount," she said with a smile. I wanted to ask her about her level. I am very sure she has got a level up and even skill, but it is not polite, even rude. The battle was dangerous enough that everyone, without a doubt, had leveled up. Even the knight and high mage might have leveled up. We were watching the city getting closer in comfortable silence when the sudden change occurred. The skies around Namdar began to turn dark rapidly in a few seconds. All the clouds turned dark, making it look like it was evening rather than the morning. I was just looking at the darkened clouds when the lightning began to flash in them, and strong winds appeared around me. So strong that I had to grip the railing tightly with my weak hands. It felt very dangerous that I wanted to burrow back into the infirmary. "She is angry," said Eva beside me. I did not have to ask who she was talking about. I had heard that once mages reach the level of Grand Mage, their emotions begin to affect the element they control. And since Helena Salazar is a storm mage, she controls water, wind, and lightning, and all of them are acting dangerously. I watched the lightning in the clouds getting stronger and stronger, all it moved toward the tower before bathing it fully. Gasp! A gasp of shock couldn't help but come out of my mouth when I saw the lightning covering the whole tower. I was watching it when suddenly, the lightning covering the tower began to move up till it disappeared above clouds, where the tip of the tower is. Crackle! I was just wondering what happened to all that lightning when I heard a crackle, and saw a massive bolt of lightning tearing through the sky toward the west. "Where do you think it went?" I asked. "I think you could guess," she replied, and I smiled. "It is really a no-brainer." As the bolt shot out, the clouds began to clear again. And by the time we appeared in front of the port, the sky had become blue again, with sunny light bathing our bodies. "The port seemed to have a lot more security than before," I said, more to myself than her. There seemed to be a lot more security boats. Not only that, but I also even saw a lot more beasts with riders patrolling the skies, not to mention a lot more boats in the port than before that it is neatly packed. "The captains are scared. It will take a few days before the traffic returns to normal," she said, and I nodded at that. I did not ask about the undead. I understand enough politics and war that I know that the undead attack was just testing. Vrisalud had no intention to attack Empire, at least not yet. It will first try to conquer the whole of Mayhurst Island before it turns its eyes toward the Empire. The real question is what Empire will do. Will it send more aid or attack with the Imperial Navy, or will it do nothing other than make a token gesture to sate the people's anger? The one thing is clear, with all her anger and power, Helena Salazar would not go and attack Vrisalud as she did to Raylanport. The most she could do was send a bolt of lightning, which she had done a few minutes ago. The Lich King is extremely powerful. The Whispers even said that it is very close to the realm of Archmage, which makes it a dangerous enemy that even Helena Salazar wouldn't take alone. As the ship moved the port, people began to come out. Dan and Lena had also come out, and before walking to the deck, I had gone to meet them. Their condition is better than me. They will be able to recover in a week without any further help from the healing spell. Soon the ship docked at the port, and to my surprise, I saw thousands of people waiting there. Politics, muttered Eva softly as Arthur Salazar flew out of the ship and stood in the air, facing the thousands of people who had gathered in front of the ship, as if aware it was where the ship would stop. They probably are. The undead had attacked us, but the sons and daughters of Namdar had fought them bravely. We have killed, leaving not a single undead alive, including the Lich, said Arthur Salazar to the crowd. He is really a bastard, I cursed at him again. All the work done by us, but he is saying like he was part of it, and this thing is, he never explicitly said it but implied it heavily, as look at him with the forced smile on my face. Even Knight and High Mage are smiling as they stand on the deck of the ships. In a few days, the Warden will personally commemorate every soul fought against the abominable undead, he said, and the cheers rang out from the crow. He smiled widely and waved before landing gently on the ship and turning to us. Once again, I thank you for your bravery against the undead. Namdar will not forget it, he said, and Eva beside me secretly rolled her eyes at that. Soon they put up a ramp, and people began to walk out of the ship. The first ones were on stretchers. There were some injured to such a degree that even cleric spells weren't able to heal them enough to walk. Soon it was my turn. I walked with Eva with my guards behind me. Their condition was better than mine, but they were still in no state to do a protection duty. Mom, Remus. As we reached down, people called. My cousin Gerald had come to me, and with him was his hot wife. She looked even more beautiful than the last time I had seen her, but I was more focused on two people who had come for Eva. It is a man and a woman. The man is in his early 30s, and quite good-looking, while the woman is in her late 20s, beautiful as her mother. Thank God, Remus, you are fine. When I got the news of the undead attack, I thought something bad had happened to you, said Gerald, and came to hug me but stopped midway, seeing my condition. Gerald, I am fine, I said to him before turning to his wife. Selena, nice to see you again. You are radiant as ever, I greeted. I am glad to see you alive, Remus, but I am still angry at you for coming to our house, she said glaringly. To that I just smiled and walked with them. Though not before waving goodbye to Eva, she waved back before turning to her children. Stefan, go to the church and tell them Remus is injured, said Gerald to one of his guards. He nodded and rode away on his horse while I sat in the carriage with them. You can drop to the manor, I will be fine there, I said, but immediately Selin glared. You are coming to our house, and I will not hear no, she said, and I opened my mouth to refuse, but seeing the expression on her face, I closed my mouth. That brought a smile to her face. The rest of the went smoothly, and soon the carriage pulled into a huge palatial manor, which was even bigger and more magnificent than the one I had been living. We got out of the carriage and walked toward the building. Do you need a wheelchair, Remus? I asked Gerald. There is no need, I said with a smile. Soon we reached the door of the mansion, and I looked at two blue golems guarding both sides. They bowed to Gerald and Selena. These are very expensive. Even if I sold everything I have, I wouldn't be able to afford one, even the lowest level golems, and these ones are now low level. Have you ever used them? I asked, looking at golems. Once 3 years ago when the thieves came, replied Selena as we entered. As much as security, they also act as a status symbol, as very few can afford them. Mommy, Daddy. We had just entered inside when a young child of 4 came running with 2 maids following behind her, but soon stopped. Rose, meet Uncle Remus. He is going to live with us for a few days, said Gerald, and I gave him a look before turning to the child. I had met her several times before, but she was too little to remember me. Hello, Rose, it's nice to see you again. I said. I would have crouched to shake her little hand, but I could not with my current condition. Hello, Uncle Remus, she said nervously before moving close to her mother. Come, Rose, let us show Uncle Remus his suit so he can rest, said Gerald, and we took the elevator to the top floor, and soon we were in the suit, which is far better than in the Silver Manor. Remus, you rest. Soon the cleric will come for your treatment, said Selena. Thank you, I said, to which she smiled. We are family, she replied, and left with Gerald and her daughter while I lay on the bed, falling asleep in a couple of seconds. Knock, knock. A knock woke me up. When I looked at the clock, I saw it hadn't been an hour since I had slept. Come in, I said, And a moment later, the door opened with Selina and Gerald coming inside, and with them, a tall raven-haired woman wearing a priestly robe. I couldn't help but feel surprised, but I shouldn't be, given tons of money the House of Silver donated to these people. Your Grace, I greeted the Bishop of Sea Gold Church. It is very clear to tell her rank with her robe and brooch she is wearing. She is not a common priest but a bishop, a level 30+ cleric, and in her hand is a blue staff, wholly made of crystals. I could feel the divinity emanating from it. Mr. Remus, don't strain yourself. It is not good for your current state. She said. I nodded and relaxed, and a moment later, an aqua-blue light shone from her staff on my body, and immediately a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. It seemed like you had fought quite a lot of undead, Mr. Silver, she said, surprising Gerald and Selin. To them, I had received injuries running away from the undead, and I had not corrected their assumption, though they would have come to know about it by the evening. There was no choice, I replied, to which she nodded. Please lay down, so I can cast Lord's blessing on you, she said, and I laid down on the bed. For a few seconds, there was only silence before her staff lit up, and a thick beam of energy came at me. As it touched me, it expanded around me, and soon I found myself in a blue sphere of energy, or rather a pearl. This would be enough to heal all your injuries, Mr. Remus, but do take a rest for a day or two before doing anything heavy, she said as she put her stuff down. A common priest couldn't be compared to bishops. They are powerful, and they do not make the home visits within an hour of asking unless you donate an insane amount of money to their churches. House of Silver does, and so do the other big houses. These are obvious benefits to it, such as this. Thank you, I said, feeling myself healing rapidly, which was also making me extremely sleepy. It is my duty, Mr. Remus, she said, and left the room with Gerald and Selin while I closed my eyes and swept into a deep sleep. Bastard, you had a much bigger hand in killing the Lich. You deserve far more than the 400,000 Imperials, cursed Gerald as he watched the carriage of Mage Raoul leaving the compound. The man was a student of High Mage Blackstone. He had come to give me the share of the loot from the necromancer. 400,000 Imperial, which is equal to 40 million crowns. A huge amount for me, but far too less than I deserve, especially considering what I had lost in killing the Lich. The toll and body of Lich are worth a huge amount of money, at least 2 to 3 million Imperials, but they have handed me the pesky 40 million crowns. Still, it is much better than I had expected. To be honest, I had not thought I would get anything. They have not only given me, but also to everyone who fought at the last charge, and also to the guards who have died in the undead attack. There was also a different fund that surviving merchants had created. House Silver had also contributed. It will go to all the guards, especially to those who died. Money will not bring back those who died, but it will set their families for life if they use the money wisely. For this reason, the mercenaries love to work for merchants, especially for the big houses. As long as you protect them with everything you have, you will always be rewarded. These 40 million may be less than what I deserve, but it will help me tremendously at this stage. I could add things in the establishment which I have shelved for later, and now I might be able to buy the jewelry and accessories I want with this huge budget. Let's have breakfast, I said to Gerald. This is what I am preparing before Raoul arrived with the money. Soon an hour passed, and it was time to leave. You could stay a few more days, you know, said Selina. To that I smiled. I have stayed more than I had wanted. This is my 4th day in their house, and while it was fun, I would like to return to the other manor. I have to do things and bring people that I could not bring here. Thank you for your hospitality, Gerald and Selina, I said to them, and walked out of the manor, and soon I was in the carriage with Dan, who could not seem to stop smiling. You seemed quite happy today, I said, to which he grinned. I have finally got the money to buy a thing for which I have been saving for years, he said, with a smile that he is barely controlling. If you are planning to buy it here, you can take tomorrow off, I said to him. He seemed a little surprised by that before the smile on his face became bigger. I will be grateful, Master Silver, he said. I smiled. It took about an hour before we stopped at a place that had Charles written in the huge golden letter. It is a big opulent building with wares showing through the glass that only a few could afford. This is Eva's boutique. It is more like a mall given how big it is. I walked while Dan and the other guard followed behind me, while the rest remained with the carriage. Seeing what I faced on Santos's private island made Gerald feel guilty, feeling it has been his responsibility to protect me since I have come to his city, and now I have 8 guards protecting me. And I am not complaining. Soon I walked through the silver glass doors and entered the store. What an amazing store is. Everything is premium and expensive. I was inside when a woman dressed in staff uniform appeared in front of me. I was a little surprised seeing her because she was clearly a half-elf. There was no hiding, one could tell by a single look. Those radiant hair, slightly pointed ears, an angular face, all signs led to her being a half-elf. "Mr. Silver," she said as she stopped before me. "Yes," I said questioningly. "Miss Eva had asked me to take you to her when you come," she said. "Lead the way," I said. She turned and led me toward wherever Eva was. She was close by, talking to women and the man I surprisingly knew. "Remus, you have come," said Eva as she saw me coming. "Eva," I said before turning to a middle-aged man. "Mr. Denny's, it's been a while," I greeted the middle-aged and nodded to the woman, Eva's daughter. She looked like a copy of her mother with those same sapphire eyes, golden blonde hair, and diamond-shaped face. "Yes, since that day," he said, referring to my father's funeral. "I didn't get a chance to introduce you to that day. Remus, this is my daughter, Kara," Eva introduced. "It's nice to meet you. Eva had said many things about you," I said as I shook her hand. "Same," she said with a reserved smile. We talked for a few minutes before Eva turned to Kara. "Dear, take Denny's to the office and sign those documents," Eva said. "Yes, mother," she said, and took Denny's away while Eva turned to me. "So what do you want to buy? A suit? Shoes? We have very excellent designs. I suggest the one by our designer. It will look very good on you at the warden's ball," she said, but I smiled. "I will need that, but I need other things first," I said, to which she arched her brow. "We will first start with jewelry," I said. "We do have some excellent studs and even rings of Varamian style," she said. This time she is joking. It is clear even when she tries to keep her expressions straight. "Women's jewelry, Eva," I said flatly, "for your girlfriend." She asked with a faint tease. "No, for my business," I replied, and a faint surprise appeared on her face before the radiant smile replaced it. "Jewelry is what we are famous for," she said. And we began to walk. "What type of jeweler do you need, for how many people, and what is your budget?" she asked as she led me. "I need jewelry that could be worn by the 100 girls through changeable sets," I informed. "And your budget?" she asked. 150,000 imperials, I replied. "It is enough budget," she said with a smile, and we stepped into the elevator before getting out at the 3rd floor, which was glittering jewelry. The whole 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor is dedicated to jewelry. Every type of jewelry can be found here: gold, gemmed, and even magical metals. Jewelry is what Charles is most famous for. And I could see why. You will need every type of jewelry from chokers to anklets, and all of them need to work with each other, every way you pair them, she said softly. "Yes, this is what I want. I want each piece of jewelry to work with others. While 15 million crowns may seem much, it is barely enough." Soon we appeared in front of the huge counter, which had thousands of pieces of jewelry around it. "We will start with this Rona's necklace, Synthar earrings, and Alden bands," she said, and the women behind the counter immediately placed them in front, and another woman in her mid-20s appeared and stood respectfully at a distance. "The jewelry is made of agon metal, a purple-color malleable metal, which has finely cut sapphires, and yours gems are placed. They definitely have an elvish hint in them, especially the earrings." "Jenny, be a dear and try this," she said, and immediately Eva put jewelry on the woman. She was so fast that she did not take even a minute. The way she put it, there is obviously skill involved. "What do you think?" asked Eva as I began to look at the girl, who was obviously a model. The way she is standing and changing her positions gracefully lets me give a look at every angle. I looked at them carefully, seeing how finely cut gems shone with every movement she made. It highlighted her, accented the beauty she already has. "They looked very good on her," I said, to which Eva smiled. "Yes, they do, and we are going to change the bands and necklace," she said, and called for the other jewelry, which immediately appeared on the counter, and she tried it on the model. "Now?" she asked. "Just as good," I said. The 2 pieces she called out were made of gold and nothing else, and looked very good with the gemmed necklace. In the next few minutes, She took out more than 20 pieces of jewelry and tried on models of different color and complexions, giving me a complete look. "So which one do you like?" she asked, motioning toward the jewelry that had piled up on the counter. "All of them," I said after a moment of contemplation, and she did not seem a one bit surprised. For the next 3 hours, she showed me all kinds of jewelry, and nearly everything she showed, I brought it, except for 11 pieces that I did not think would suit the girls of the establishment. I have every kind of jewelry, from necklaces and earrings to uncommon diadems and cameos. I even brought some whose names I could not remember. I could already imagine the huge effect it would bring on the girls. "I think we are finished with jewelry," said Eva. To that I nodded with a little forced smile. I think I have gone quite over budget. Even if she gave me a good discount, it would still be above the budget. When the time comes, I might need to shelf some of my purchases, which I don't want to do, but will be forced to. "I hope you have a good collection of accessories," I said to Eva, to which she smiled. "That you do not need to worry about," she said, and walked toward the elevator. The elevator stopped, and we walked out of the 5th floor, which was filled with dresses of all kinds, wonderful dresses. Some are even crafted from magical material. Those are real expensive things that only a high-level person could create. "As you can see, we have a huge collection of dresses," she said, motioning toward the small dresses to long gowns. "Dresses I have, I only need accessories," I replied. Even on the stage of the big city, Elise's designs did not pale at all, and that couldn't help me with a smile. "We will start with shoes then," she said. And we went to the huge shoe section, where I found those Cinderella shoes, made of glasses and gems. I couldn't resist and brought a few pairs of them. I love to see how Carla looks in them. I had made Eva wear those, and she looked ravishing in those red ruby shoes. There are all kinds of shoes, from stilettos to flat heels to boots. I had only focused on a few types of them, and despite that, I had needed nearly 2 hours to buy 220 pairs of shoes. After that, we went to belts, and then perfume and other sections, till I found everything I needed. "I don't think I will be able to afford all that I had brought," I said to her. "Don't worry, I will give you a big discount," she said, and led me to the men's section. I have also done some shopping for myself, which took longer than I had thought, as I had to give the measurements for the tailored suits. I had also brought a few pairs of shoes and accessories like cufflinks, brooches, and perfume. Appearance is important. It is how people look at you, and it helps a lot in making a first impression. I did not hesitate on it and brought what I liked. Click. Eva opened the door, and we walked inside the hall, where everything I had brought had already been assembled. "So how much is it going to cost me?" I asked, looking at a small store worth of stuff, very expensive stuff. 200,000 imperials, she said. "That is 20,000 crowns, as much as I needed to make the changes in the establishment." But hearing the number, a relief appeared on my face instead of surprise. "Thank you," I said to her, to which she smiled. According to my calculations, she had given me a discount of 5 million, which is far bigger than I had thought she would give me. "You are a friend, Remus," she said simply. To that I nodded and paid the bill before walking out of the room with her. "Once again, thank you not only for the discount but also for your time. I am really grateful you personally helping me," I said. This time she did not say anything, only smiled. After one last hug, I walked out of the store. I have shopped a lot today, but the shopping has yet to be finished. There are many more things that I have to buy. Soon, the carriage rolled into the indentured market. I was not planning to come here, but since I had come across the huge money, I might as well check things out. The market is huge but clean, and I did not see people in chains. They were in good condition, talking, smiling, or silently sitting. It is not a slave market. Slavery is forbidden in the empire. The emperor had even greater hate for it than people of other races. Helena Salazar is also very strict with such matters, and due to it, the city of Namdar had a vibrant indentured market. Here you can get any type of person, from a fighter to a cook to whore. Many people intentionally sell themselves to indenture and get the hefty money they need to pay their debts. Some were forced into it as they couldn't pay their debts. There's also a third way, which is bad, a kind of a gray area where they capture people, especially in war, and force them to sign an indenture contract. It is bad business, but it is common. Thankfully, with all its flaws, Empire does not do it. They will kill you. but they will not sell you to slavery or force you to sign indenture contracts. Soon the carriage stopped in front of a huge square building, with a huge board of cents indentures sticking on it. I stepped out of the carriage and walked inside through the open wooden doors. "Welcome, customer. What kind of people do you need? The cent indentures have them all," said the beautiful woman by the door. She is very practiced in it. It will happen if you speak the same line thousands of times throughout the day. "Can you call where a cent, please?" I said to the woman. The smile on her face slipped for a second before it came back on. "You are?" she asked. "Remus Silver," I replied, and her eyes immediately went to my eyes. "I will inform Mr. Waris of your presence. Please wait." "Here," she said, and led me toward the waiting area before walking out, while her place immediately took by another beautiful woman. I looked around and saw men and women talking to the people standing in the shop uniform. Beside each of them had the name of their class and a broad range of their levels. Here the name does not matter. What matters are your class, levels, and skills. On these three factors, the price of the contract is calculated. Most people here are humans with different colors and complexions, but I have spotted a few orc blood and half-elf, and even a few that looked like giant blood and dwarf blood. It is sometimes hard to tell in their cases as humans. Sometimes could be tall and short. Though if one studies them carefully, one could still verify them with racial features, especially in giant-blooded humans. The elder races, like the giant, have distinct features and could be in those humans who possess their blood. I was looking around when the beautiful woman returned, and with her came a smiling, bald, middle-aged man. "Remus, do you have any idea how happy you have made me coming to my shop?" he said, and took me in a bear hug before I could say anything. It was uncomfortable, but I reciprocated and turned him with a smile. "I hope this happiness will show in a discount," I said shamelessly. "My friend, you don't have to worry about the discount. If you asked me to give you the goods for free, I would do it. There is nothing more important than my life," he replied as he patted my shoulder, surprising those who heard it. "That won't be necessary," I said. "So what kind of people do you need?" he asked. "The one I deal in," I replied. To that nodded. "Third floor then," he said, and we walked toward the stairs. There was an elevator, but we took the stairs. "As you can see, we sell the kind of indenture contract. You name it and we will have it," he said. "Currently I only need whores, but I need something more. I will definitely come to you," I replied. "Good, you will not be disappointed with our goods," he said. A few seconds later, we walked inside the third floor, and it too filled with people, with many people looking at them, talking to them. Soon, we have walked into a huge hall which had been guarded by 4 people. Walking inside, I saw a little different scenery. Here, all the indentured people were all women, and those who were looking at them were nearly all men. Only 2 women were among them. The women are human, with different colors and complexions. I could even spot those from Eris Island. The ones with faint pink skin. On Earth, we did not have humans of this complexion. I looked at hundreds of women, standing or sitting on the stool, wearing sheer black dresses, which gave a glimpse of what was inside but did not show it all. As I read the notes beside them, all of them had notes beside them, which had their class and level range. They have come in prostitute classes, like prostitute, whore, harlot, and others. Here are indentured prostitutes between level 10. Level 19. "We have higher level ones in the next hall," he said and looked at me. "Here is fine," I said. "Those who are level 20 and above cost at least 4 times what the contract these women would cost. But this is not the only reason me choosing the lower level ones when it seemed to choose higher level ones to benefit me. It will not, as I wouldn't be able to meld them according to my needs. The classes changed and advanced according to their host's condition. The lower the level they had, the better chance I would have. With this theory, I should be taking the contract of those below level 10, but that is a different condition. As I will need girls to run my business, and since it is a high-class brothel I am running, they need to be at least level 15. Though I am planning to buy some contracts of lower level ones, level 5 below, to train them the way I needed from the beginning. So when they enter the business, they will have an advanced prostitute class and uncommon and rare skills. As I had said, I have big plans, and the only thing I need is time and money. We walked toward the woman close to the door. She was from continental Zenid like us, a northern to specific with her features. This is Sadhu, level 13, class whore. She had 15 years in the business. He informed while using a privacy skill. He specified her level, while information reads she is between level 11 to level 14. It is always good when people think they owe you a big favor, they go the mile to be nice to you, and he did owe me a favor. I had played a big part in killing the Lich while he and others hid in the bunker. "Where are you from?" I asked. "The kingdom of Sandar." She replied in a faintly accented voice. As I asked her question, I used my worthy goods. This skill is used to select the girls, but I never had a chance to use it on the girls. As a first time, I had got the girls with the establishment, and the second time, I had brought them remotely when they arrived. I saw no need to use it on them. Though that does not mean I have not used this skill. This skill may be used only for the girls, but I am using it on everything I buy for the establishment, from the liquor to make up instruments. I had even used it when I went to Valentina to discuss the construction of the mansion. At first, there was not any response other than a headache, but now there is a faint feeling. Earlier, it had helped me a lot in selecting the dress accessories for the girls. Now, its response is not faint at all. It gives the result that I do not need to focus completely to read. The feeling I am getting from her is on the positive side, but I am not going to make a decision on the response of the skill alone. I still believe in my judgment more than the power of the skill. "Do you have any other classes beside whore?" I asked, and she looked at Warris, who nodded. "Yes, Patcher," she replied in a faintly accented voice, sounding slightly embarrassed. "In a clothing type, right?" I asked, to which she nodded. "Do you have any hobbies, play any instrument, know any language other than common?" I asked. The question seemed to have surprised her but also surprised Warris. He might have thought I would ask the common questions, like what type of skills she has and the sexual position she knows. "I do not have a hobby and never played any instrument," she said with a shake of her head, "but I know Sanda languages. It is my mother tongue." She added, "Thank you for your answers," I said to her and walked away before turning to Warris. "Do you have a list of her skills?" I asked softly. He nodded, and a page appeared in his hand magically. I took the page from his hand, which contained all information about the woman, including 4 skills she had, 3 from whore class and 1 from patcher class. Skills: whore class, sometimes I fake it night long, erect again. Patcher class, fix patches. All 3 of her skills in whore class are common. Nearly every whore has 1 or 2 of those skills. I read all the information front and back of the page. It not only contains information about her class skills and age, but also background information like where they are born and which brothels they have served before. Even the reason for their indenture. These people keep thorough information which helps, as problematic people can create reputational damage, which transforms into economic damage. It took me a few seconds to read through all before handing him back the page, which disappeared. He took it. I stopped in front of the second, younger than the last woman, who looked to be in her mid-20s with shoulder-length brown hair. She was standing with bored eyes. Even when we appeared in front of her, her expression had not changed. "This is Georgia, level 15, class broad, with 9 years of experience, and like us is the citizen of the empire," he informed. "Do you have any hobby, know any language, play any instrument?" I asked, and could see faint interest lighting up in her bored eyes. "I do not know any language other than the one we speak in the empire, same with the instrument. Though I have a hobby, carving. I have got the class about it," she said while looking at Warris, who nodded, and once again a page appeared in his hand which he handed to me. "Skills: broad, all-nighter, touch of erection, pleasure scratches. Carver, sharp nails became soft. So you can carve both wood and stone?" I asked, to which she nodded without change in expression. "Thank you for your answers, Georgia," I said and walked ahead, one by one. Roman 2 asked the girls questions while reading their information from the pages. Soon I finished 32 girls, all of them native of Zenid, mostly from the Empire, before finally different came. Kina, level 15, secondary class strumpet, 26 years of experience and is from Herald Continent, said Rona and handed me the page. Something had come up, so Warris had to leave. He left Rona in his place. She is the same beautiful woman who greeted me by the door. I looked at the woman in front of me. She was a plain-looking woman in her late 30s. She had medium height and brown skin, common to the Herald Continent, with black eyes and black hair. Those black eyes of hers had quite a pull that would attract anyone who looked at them. Those eyes reminded me of my grandmother. That woman was something else, and I miss her. Remembering her, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face with sadness. The woman looked at me, and for a moment, I felt like she could see through me what I was feeling, and it felt intrusive that I looked away for a moment and cleared my emotions. "Where are you from in Herald?" I asked. "City of Isma," she replied, and a small smile couldn't help but appear on my face. "Mare's Mons," I said, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on her face. "Mare's Sands," she replied, the greeting after a moment of silence. "It is Akari, the language spoken in Herald. My mother was Herald Continent and taught me the language, among other things." "Do you have any hobby, play any instrument?" I asked while reading her information, which surprised me. "No," replied with clear words. "Mind telling me your primary class?" I asked. Strumpet is not her base class, something else that is not mentioned here. There were 6 more girls who did not have prostitution type classes, but they were written. People like Weris had skills that see through your classes and the skills of people whose contracts they sell. Only in some cases, they could not see through. Like the person being higher level than them, the class being more advanced than theirs, artifacts, there are many others for that. "No," she replied simply. "My skills are also proving no answers as it is completely blank, which I had the first time, as there are always some answers." "Thank you for your answers, Kina," I said with a smile and moved toward the girl next to her, who was also from Herald. One by one, I went through all the girls, asking repeated questions and reading their information. Soon, I finished with all the women in the hall, including the 3 from Eris Island. They were boring, and unless I wanted them for my own novelty, I wouldn't be buying their contracts. "Has anyone caught your interest, Mr. Remus?" asked Rona, coming a little closer to me than it is normal. "A few, but I want to check out a few more women before I give you the final list," I said. "You want to check level 20 and above?" she asked, to which I shook my head. "Level 5 below," I replied. It surprised her. But she led me toward it. 1.5 hours later, we returned to the first floor and went to Weris's office. "Have you selected the women?" he asked. "Yes," I replied, and Rona beside me gave him the list of 21. He seemed faintly surprised by my choice. "Since you are my dear friend, with whom I had experienced life and death moment, I will give you a good discount," he said. "I appreciate it," I said with a smile. Though unlike me, he had not fought against the undead. He hid behind the guards, and when the bunker opened, one of the first people to enter was inside. "I will charge 300 imperials for women of level 5 and below, 500 imperials for women level 10 to level 14. And 600 imperials for women level 15 to level 19, he said. "Yes," I said. "It is a good discount. I have gotten a discount of around 10%, 15%. It may not be as big as what Eva had given me, but still big. The money I have saved here will help me buy different things." I have brought a total of 21 indentured contracts, 7 women below level 5, 8 below level 15, and 6 below level 20. All of them cost me 9,700 imperials, about 1,000,000 crowns. Visit my store if you need any people in the future. "Remus," he said as he walked me out of the store. "Of course," I replied before walking toward my carriage. "Carla, welcome to the Velvet Garden, ladies," I said as the 16 women came out of the carriages. Remus had brought a contract of 21 women, but only 16 had stayed, while 5 had chosen freedom. It is the greatest mistake that the women who have left have made. Here they could have earned beyond their imagination. For freedom, they would have gotten it in 5 years, with enough money to live the rest of their lives with relative luxury. I turned to the women line in front of me, of which 11 would work after their training, while 5 would only learn. The 5 girls are young. Even the oldest of them would require 1.5 years to join the business. A huge time to learn that I couldn't feel faintly jealous of the opportunity they would have. "Follow me, and if possible, don't make any sounds. If you have any questions, speak slowly," I said to them and walked toward the door. Soon she reached it and nodded at Benton and Nina guarding the door before leading the girls inside. The Velvet Garden is different from the other brothels. Here, we do not sell just sex but desires, and for it, you all need to leave. I suddenly stopped when I noticed a Heraldin woman stopping at the doorway, with shock on her face. "Miss Kina, are you fine?" I asked the plain-looking woman. The woman did not seem to have heard me, and I opened my mouth to ask her again when her expression turned normal. I am fine, just surprised how different it is from the other brothels, she said, and joined the group quickly. Carla did not believe it completely, but she could not ask her either. So, she will keep an eye on her, as nothing should jeopardize what she and others have. They have finally got something meaningful people in their wretched lives, and I will not lose it. Kina. As I was saying, the Velvet Garden is different from others. Legacy is definitely the beginning of the legacy consolidation, I am sensing. Saying I was shocked would be an understatement. She had not expected this from her new brothel, one that is barely 2 months old. Something drastic had happened for it to begin. She could clearly feel how every brick of it was absorbing emotion and desires. She had never felt such dense emotions and desires from any brothel or thing she had ever been to, and never expected she would come across it. Such things are extremely rare, she had only heard about them. I could see the signature of the kind in it. But her kind did not start the process. It is all owners and women of this place whose spirit lit up the spark and began the process. If her kind could create something like this, then they wouldn't be the outcasts. Their class would have been the strongest in the world. Though it is without a doubt that her kind had helped, and this wouldn't have happened without that initial push. One cannot get a legacy by trying it, they just happen with some luck and favor. But the most important factor is still the person, the owner of this place, whose thoughts and work made it happen work. She did not expect a low merchant could create it, as usually those who have the legacies are at level 30 or level 40 above. It is likely because the process had begun much earlier, and by the time legacy was created, they are a high level. The people who spark the legacy are no ordinary people, they always reach high levels. The process had just begun, and the place was only absorbing about 1% of the emotions and desires emanating from the people. But with passing time, it would increase till emotions and desire drenched every particle of it. When that happens, the legacy will be formed. I don't think he had even noticed what was happening to his place. Such things are very hard to sense, and she had only sensed it because of her class. She is shocked by what she has found. More than that, she is ecstatic. This is a source of her power. If she could harness the emotions and desires it is absorbing, then she would be able to achieve the feats above her level, and not mention the level she would gain through it. The only regret is that she could not touch this power, not without permission. She tried it. But as the elders had said, without the formal permission of the owner, she wouldn't be able to touch it. Still, it did not dim her spirit. After decades of darkness, hope had finally lit up in her heart. They would pay for what they have done to her people. She had to be careful. She would watch and listen before making her move, and no mistake would be allowed. Now she can't wait for him to return. Soutenur Merchant LV, 9. I stopped midway, adjusting my suit in front of the mirror as the text appeared. It surprised me so much that I froze for a few seconds. I did not think I would level up in my base class here. Something must happen in the establishment. The only thing that happened was the girls reached the Grelthaven. I had received Carla's message an hour ago. The girls had reached the establishment, and she had given them the tour and forms to fill out. She will have the data sorted, and when I go back I will assign them the teachers. I might even need to bring a few. I can afford it. I still have 10 million for the 40 million, and also the 10 million I had brought from Grelthaven for shopping. These 20 million will go back to add a few more things to the establishment. I have already written to Valentina, and will have a meeting with her the day I return to Grelthaven, which would be 2.5 days later, as we are leaving tomorrow morning. As for the attribute point I got with this level up, I added it to the vitality. The undead attack has told me I need to invest some good points in strength and vitality. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV, 9. Lawyer LV, 7. Warrior LV, 7. Charisma, 10. Intelligence, 10. Vitality, Strength, Skills, Trusty Presence, Worthy Goods, Contract, Shop Open, Consecutive Strikes, Quick Steps, Fast Reading, Price is Right, Weighted Strike, Lawful Suggestions, Sure Foot. Attribute Points. The moment I added the attribute points to vitality, I felt warm all over my body, and a moan couldn't help but escape from my mouth. The feeling had only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared, but the change it had brought in a matter of seconds is noticeable. I checked for a few more seconds before turning to the mirror and adjusting my suit till it was perfect. It is simply black and white, with impeccable cuts. And sewed with Venus spider threads, that is a magical material. It had cost me a lot, but when I looked at myself in the mirror, I saw money well spent. Seeing everything was perfect, I walked out, only to see Roth coming toward me. Master Silver, Master Gerald, and Madame Selina had arrived, he informed. Thank you, Roth, I said, and walked toward the elevator with him. Today is my last day in the Namdar, and also the day of the ball that the warden is throwing at her tower. It is a rare opportunity. I couldn't help but be excited about it. One could not easily be invited into the tower. Much less see her. She usually stays in the tower. And people do not see her in public for months or even a year. Most of the things are handled by her children and officials. Soon I reached the ground floor and found Gerald and Selina sitting there. Both of them looked good. Especially Selina, with that shimmering purple dress, she looked even more beautiful than she usually looked. Wow, you looked really handsome in this suit. If I had not been married to your cousin, I would definitely hit on you, she said, stumping me on my spot. Don't joke. Selina, you will give a poor guy a heart attack, said Gerald, looking at my stumped face. Sorry, she said, putting her hands in the air. Let's go, we don't want to be late to the party, I said, and the three of us walked out of the mansion. I was stumped by the words, but vivid images appeared in my mind by those words. Those are bad thoughts, and I shouldn't be thinking about those thoughts, especially about relatives. It seemed like sexual frustration was getting into my head, and I needed to do something about it. Soon we reached the carriage. It was black, with small flags of House Silver attached to it on both sides. Its carriage is great. One of best I had ever sat in. Nearly it is enchanted. I could not feel even the slightest bump. It feels more like I am flying rather than riding. That's how good this carriage is. The coming years will be challenging with Vrisalud's ambition, said Gerald, and it immediately made my expression serious. Everything will depend on succession. The smoother it goes, the greater it will be for the Empire, replied Selina. The Mayhurst Island is as close to the Namdar as it is close to Zenid. Once the Emperor is dead, it will definitely move its slimy claws toward the island, as the attacking continent is a lot more complicated. It is under the aegis of Archmage. The Lich will think 100 times before attacking any part of the continent with the purpose of conquering. The Namdar is different. It is an island despite it being technically part of Zenid. Before, there was hope that it would keep its slimy claws to Mayhurst, but this attack showed otherwise. I hope the island resists it, I said. The Lich King had launched a war on the whole island and had already swallowed one kingdom and a second kingdom by half. The others are resisting, especially the orcs, and I think the Empire should provide them with more resources than it is already providing. Have you heard what Emperor had planned to do about this attack? I asked. Other than him saying the insult will be paid threefold, there was no other response, he replied. I feared he might just make a token gesture and let it go, said Selina worriedly, and she had the right to be worried. Namdar is their home. If Lich Kind conquers the whole of Mayhurst Island, then one of the first places he would look to conquer would be Namdar. Namdar is strong, but Vrisalud is stronger, and every day its army is getting stronger as it gets more and more bodies. Necromancers and liches love the war as they gain bodies in it. While they lose bodies, they gain even stronger back. As war makes them and their enemies level up, and then they kill those enemies, getting hands on their strong bodies. Vrisalud had swallowed Brerod, captured their general, and turned him into undead, and now that undead general was fighting the war against Dekas. We shouldn't think about these things and make ourselves worried further, especially not today, said Gerald. Today is the day of joy, and we should enjoy it. We will worry about the nasty things tomorrow, he added a moment later. It put a smile on both of our faces, and we changed to lighter topics. Before we knew it, we reached the storm tower. And the carriage stopped. I knew it was amazing seeing from afar, but only seeing it close could I really understand, I said as I looked at the storm tower. It is beyond words. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but get impressed by it, said Selina in wonder. It is huge, bigger than even the tallest building on the earth. I could feel its might and sheer power coming from it. I did not forget how the tower had called the lightning from the surroundings, bathing in it, before sending a giant bolt of lightning toward Vrysila. It was the first time I had seen such mighty magic. The magic tower not only shows the might of the mage, but also projects their power. It is a magical tool from which mages can cast spells they could not cast with their power. Not to mention the force of powerful mages, as it also acts as an academy. Thousands of mages work and study here. It is a place where any mage desire to practice, as it provides all the tools and resources they need for their advancements. I looked at the tower for more than a minute before we went toward the gates of the tower, the biggest gates I had ever seen, even bigger than those of the castles. "Welcome to Storm Tower, Mr. Silver, Madam Silver." Master Silver greeted Arthur Salazar at the door of the hall. He was not alone. Beside him was a woman about the same age and with similar facial features. She is Sonia Salazar, the oldest of Helena Salazar, and like her brother, she is also a high mage. "Thank you for the invitation, High Mage Arthur, High Mage Sonia." We greeted and stepped inside the huge hall, which was the biggest I had ever seen. It is not just big but well decorated with pieces of art that I could not afford even a single with all my wealth. Still, the biggest attraction of all is a huge chandelier, which is crafted from the element of air, water, and lightning. It looked amazing as it was dangerous, and many people seemed to have avoided going below it, considering it was floating in the air. Nothing was tethering it, and that crackling purple lightning looked quite dangerous. It is a sign of Helena Salazar's power and a very dangerous object. If it fell down, it would kill 90% of people, as barely a few had the power to resist it. "Such a dense mana. This is really heaven for the mages," said Selena as she stepped inside. I did not feel much other than a faint current, which seemed to be in very air and made all the hair on my body stand up. I could not sense mana, but Selena could, as she is a mage. It might be hard to believe, but she had adventured for a few years before marrying Gerald. According to my father, she is above level 10 and below level 20. House provide her special grant to presume her mage studies, as they want to foster a mage talent. There were barely any mages in the family. The Silvers did not have much magical talent and always tried to foster those who had it, no matter how small it was. We have a lot of mages on our service, but it is always great to have some in the family, for this same reason. Old Remus had been provided the best teachers when he showed a talent for a warrior. The family does foster just mages, but anything that provides them with an offensive edge. Father didn't like it, but he still provided every resource needed, as he knew how important to have powerhouses in the family. The hall is without a doubt huge, but the crowd is also great, and it did not look crowded at all given its sheer size. Every type of person can be seen here. I have already spotted a few like High Mage Blackstone, Count Morris, Thomas Bale, and many others. "Gerald, it had been quite a while," said a man in his mid-30s as he came toward us, pretty-looking women who seemed quite angry for some. But as she turned to us, a smile appeared on her face. "Since Hanson's hunt," Gerald replied as he shook the man's hand before he turned to me. "You must be Remus. I heard you have killed the Lich," he said, looking me seriously, to which I shook my hand. "I only aided a little. The ones who killed were High Mage Blackstone, Knight Anders, and others," I replied with a smile. "You Silvers always humble," he said, and I felt anger from him despite his smiling. He talked for a few minutes before leaving with his wife. "That man is a bastard, ready to stab you in the back if he sees enough profit in doing that," said Gerald under a cloud of privacy skill. We met a couple more people, from nobles to merchants to powerhouses. Gerald seemed to know many people. It is not surprising, considering he handles all the business of the House of Silver in Namdar, and is one of the people who might take over the House of Silver one day. Knight Marshal Tant, Commander Adsan, Knight Commander Yara, greeted Gerald as we appeared in front of a trio of knights, wearing their shiny armor with the emblem of the Black Sun in the center. Of the three, one is an older man who looks to be in his 60s with gray hair and gray eyes, and the other is a blue woman in her 40s. She is petite and looks quite delicate, but I have no doubt she could split me into without me knowing how. She is Knight Commander, the same as Idsan beside her. "Silver," the old man said in a heavy voice before turning to Idsan. "Is he the one?" asked the old man, glancing toward me. Yes, Marshal, he said, and the old man turned to look at me carefully. His gaze felt heavy. I felt like there was a huge weight on my body. He might be using skills or not. I could not tell, given the difference in level between us. He is a knight marshal, second to the grand marshal. A level 40+ powerhouse, much stronger than warriors of the same level. In pure combat class, nobody is more powerful than the knights. Young man, you are good. It is quite a regret that you have chosen to be a merchant, said the old man. Thank you for the praise, Knight Marshal, I said politely. He just nodded and remained quiet for the rest of the conversation. A few minutes later, we moved to different people that Gerald knew. I saw a few familiar people like Locke and Eva, who had brought her son and daughter with her. We were just talking with one of a friend of Gerald's when I felt a small shock running through me, and all the hair on my body stood up. The hall quieted in an instant. At the same time, the elements in the chandelier began to merge and formed a storm which came to the ground spinning wildly, terrifying yellow lightning crackling in it. It scared me and scared a lot of people. Some even took a step back. While it is dangerous enough to kill people, it would not. If she couldn't control this small storm, then she wouldn't be a grand mage of her name. The storm spun on the ground, faster and faster. The clothes on our bodies began to flap, and soon we began to feel the pull till some people took a step toward it. Boom! Suddenly the storm exploded, sending wind, water, and lightning around, which pushed nearly all the people back but did not hurt anyone. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence, said the voice before the person revealed itself. I saw a woman in her mid-50s with medium height, and plain face standing wearing a plain gray gown, standing in the center of the hall. There is nothing remarkable about her. She looked like a common person that one would forget after a single look till they looked into her eyes. Those eyes held the power of a storm, and just one look at them would make their knees go weak. The undead had attacked, tainted our island with their filthy presence. They thought we would quail in, and they will harvest our bodies for their foul purpose without any resistance, she said, in a voice faint as drizzle, but everyone heard it. But we did not. We fought like raging storm we are. And killed them till not a single one of them had remained, she raged. And a wave came out from her voice that spread, forcing quite a lot of people to take a step back. We have shown them, and will show them again if they dare to cast their filthy eyes toward our islands and the Empire, she said, and people clapped. She is even better than her son. Things are far worse than she is saying. Even now, they have not released a complete detail, but Gerald found out that more than 15 islands had been attacked, and only 3 were able to fight back. We and the other 2 islands were able to defend against it, but only we were the only ones who defeated the Lech, while the other 2 had simply made it retreat. Today, we will mourn those who have lost and commend those who had shown exceptional bravery against the enemy, she said, and the list appeared of 100 names in the air. As I read it, a frown couldn't help but appear on my face. The list was not complete. It shows prominent names like Santos and not of the guards and other staff. I couldn't help but get a little angry at what I saw. Even on Mita's island, over 100 died, and in the whole attack, probably thousands have died. But she is only showing only 100. The same is happening with the newspaper. She is controlling the news not for the general masses, but for prominent people too. And no one can do anything. She is too powerful. High Mage Blackstone, Knight Commander Edson, called Arter, and both of them stepped forward and appeared in front of her. For your commendable bravery against the undead, I award you with the Medal of Lightning. She said 2 medals floated in front of her, which she pinned them their chest as they kneeled in front of her. Fania Sand, Julian Pierce, Remus Silver, Winston Black. He begins to call out the names. I am quite surprised. My name is being called. Like Dan and others, I have already received the letter of commendation 2 days ago. 11 names called out, and 11 of us walked toward the Helena Salazar. All 10 of them were pure warriors or mages. Only I alone was a merchant, and I got quiet looks about, but I had remained calm and stood as I was required to. For your courage against our enemies, I award you with the Medal of Rain, she said, and 11 medals materialized in the air, and she began to pin them on our chest, and soon it was my turn. She really looked normal, but one look at her eyes, and people will see the terrifying monster she is. She finished and turned to the person next to me. They were from the other 2 islands. From what I had heard, they had lost a lot more people than us. On one island, only those who fought had survived, while the rest had been killed by the undead. "Rise," she said, and all of us stood up and walked back to our place. There were no more commendations, which couldn't help but make me a little guilty, considering Eva and others had done a lot more than me. But all they got was a letter of commendation, which had been sent to them, not given publicly like this. "It looked nice on you," said Eva as we danced. "I do not deserve it. You all did much more than me but did not get any recognition." I replied. "Stop it," she said with a glare. "You deserve it more than most. Without you the lich would have escaped," she said. I wanted to open my mouth to refute, but seeing her expressions, I decided not to say anything about it and change the subject to a lighter topic. The party had lasted past midnight before the guests started leaving. I left with Gerald and Selena, and with their insistence, I spent my last night in their home. Tomorrow I will leave for Grelthaven. The ship began to move off the port. I waved at Gerald and Selena, who had come to drop me off before they disappeared from the view. "Namdar," I said as I looked at the city, which was getting away every second. The trip was supposed to be uneventful, and the only exciting thing about it was supposed to be negotiations turned out to be much more. We have lost a lot of people. From a team of 13, we have reduced to 8. 3 lawyers and 2 merchants have died, not to mention the 7 guards. Too many losses, but I am grateful that I have survived. I have fought for my survival and lost something precious, but I also gained something. I looked at the sword at my waist. I had given it for servicing and just got back in the morning from the storm tower. The enchanters there serviced in 2 days. Outside, it would have taken a week or more anywhere else. The letter of commendation provided me with a discount on the services offered by the storm tower, not to mention the medal offered an even bigger discount, but I did not get a chance to use it. Though I am happy I serviced my sword, it was running at 50% efficiency with the wear and tear of its ruins, and after using it in battle, its efficiency reduced even more. Now it is at 98% efficiency. I would be able to use it in a lot of battles before needing to service it again. I hope I do not need to do that even, but given my luck and the nature of this world, I would need to service it again sooner rather than later. I was looking ahead when I heard footsteps behind me, only to see Locke coming toward me with a glare in his eyes and scratches on his face, and the one responsible cute black kitty with silvery eyes. "You have got yourself quite a pet," I commented, looking at the small, cute monster in his hand. The cub of the silver eyes panther looks cute, but when it becomes big, it is quite deadly. Despite being small, it is hard to control. It has scratched Locke's face and hands and left him glaring. "Our anniversary is in 2 weeks, and I wanted to give my wife the gift," he said, glaring at the cub but not really angry. "It is not an easy beast to control," I commented, motioning my hands toward it. "I will hire a trainer," he replied and looked at me, and when I did not move my hands away, he gave the monster to me. Rower. It growled cutely and wanted to scratch me, but I had avoided its claw expertly and picked up the monster before I started scratching it, while being surprised by the strength this small cub had. It is not an animal but a monster. It struggled for a few seconds before calming down and started to enjoy the scratches with a contented smile on its face. It couldn't help but surprise Locke. "You are a man of many talents, Remus," he said, but I just smiled. I grew up among the animals, with my dad being a trainer, and while he mostly trained dogs, we had a cat. They are untrainable. The one we had was quite beast. Other than my sister, it would scratch anyone. So I had quite years of practice, and this one, despite being a monster, is quite gentle, seeing how quickly it had calmed. I have wanted a pet here. I have always had one since I was a child, but here I did not have time. Since I took over the body, I have always been busy, but one day when it would become less busy, I would take a pet. There are wonderful monsters in this world, and I have a mental list of which I want. This cute little thing in my hand is also on the list." "You got lucky, Locke. This little kitty is very calm," I said as I handed him back the sleeping kitty. He nodded and gently took it from my hand and walked back inside the ship, while I remained watching as the morning turned to the afternoon. We have left late in the morning, and it would take us nearly 2 days to reach home, and I am quite excited. I have hundreds of things to do, meeting Valentina, working on the plans, and hiring, among many things. I hope the journey goes smoothly, and it will, and this time the thieves won't raid. There is nothing insanely expensive on the ship like the thing Santos had brought, The captain had explicitly forbidden it this time. Thankfully, I have sent all things I had brought to the Greltheven already. The things of the first day shopping, like jewelry, accessories, and girls, have already reached the city. The rest will be there by evening. I stayed on the deck for some more time before I went back to my cabin, with Dan following behind me. Ever since he brought that enchanted sword, the smile did not seem to leave his face. He was very happy getting it, and he was not the only one. Many guards who survived the last charge had received a huge bounty share. Many brought things like enchanted weapons and other things. Soon I was back in the cabin and picked up the book that I had finished reading. It is about incursion, the greatest threat to this world. They appear every few thousand years and they destroy the world. More than 50% of people die and kingdoms and empires turn to dust. It had been 2,300 years since the last incursion, and people say this would be the century that incursion will occur. They always said this every century, but still, I really hope it did not. I read for a few hours before beginning to work. With extra money, I could add a few more things. And I am selecting which one to add. It is quite a struggle since there are a lot of things. There are literally thousands. I would need an unending amount of money to add all in one. I will do it. Soon a day had passed and night came, and in a few hours we reached Inam. A wonderful city, the pearl of wasteland, but it pales in comparison to Namdar. Even its mage towers are small. Inam does not have a grand mage, though it did have great mages, a couple of them, some independent and some in the service of its governor. We have only one great mage, the bodyguard of Count Darrow. He is Prince's man and left him here with his uncle to protect his precious city, and I am glad. After the incident with Midas, I knew how important the mages are, especially powerful mages. When I earn enough money, I will keep at least one as my bodyguard. The morning came, and it was Locke's birthday. He was going to throw a big party today, but we got delayed. Captain had offered to stop the ship so that we could celebrate in any city on the way, but Locke had declined, wanting to get back into the city as soon as possible. If I had been in his place, I would have done the same after experiencing everything. The place I want to go to first is home. In just a few months, the Greltheven has become home. Soon the night came and we celebrated Locke's birthday. Thankfully, there was enough booze for that, and I had even given him my present which I had brought in Namdar. By the time the first rays of dawn appeared in the sky, we finally saw the Greltheven. It is a tiny dot which is getting bigger by the minute. In a few minutes, the whole city appeared in front of us, and while it was small compared to all the cities I had seen, its sight had filled my heart with joy. "Finally home," said Locke. "Home," I replied. And in a few minutes, the ship docked at the port, and to my surprise I saw Damon Hart there, along with Soren Arin, and a few others from Merchant Guild waiting. "It is a pleasure to be traveling with you, gentlemen," said Captain Angus. "Thank you, Captain," I said, and walked down the ramp with Locke and others. Once again, it stuck how many people we have lost, and also question arose in my heart about the positions that will open with the death of Vice Guildmaster Santos and 2 sub-guild heads. I will not be considered for the Santos position. And I am intelligent enough to not even think about that. I only hope it is someone good or someone I have a good relationship with, like Soren Arin. It will help me a lot if that happens. "Welcome back, you all. I am very happy to see you all returning safe and sound," said Damon Hart with a smile. "Thank you, Guildmaster," we said, and he nodded with a smile before his expression turned a little sadder. "It is quite regretful that we had lost John and 2 sub-guild heads. Their presence would be missed," he said with a shake of his hand. "It is fortunate you all have survived, and you, Remus. I heard you have killed the Lich," he said as he turned to me, and this time it was my turn to shake my head. "I only ate it a little. It is Captain Julian and others who killed the Lich," I said, turning toward Captain Julian not far away from me, who had changed his whole gear. "It is the city's great fortune that we have people like Captain Pierce," he said before he turned to us. "Tomorrow the Merchant Guild is throwing a party for the success of this trip and to commemorate you all for your bravery," he said. He seemed so happy when he spoke the first sentence. "It is to be happy about. We have signed far more contracts we had thoughts, and they are on favorable terms." "Thank you, Guildmaster," said Locke. "You all must be tired now. Go rest, we will talk about business tomorrow," he said, looking at Locke, me, and others. The carriage walked through the gates of the mansion and stopped. I walked out and saw there were no carriages in the parking aside from ours. All the patrons had left. Usually, the establishment gets emptied within half an hour of dawn. I looked around, and the mansion looked the same as before I left 11 days ago. The pink fog is still covering the large area where the construction is happening. I walked through the fog and saw people still working. As Carla had said, they were working day and night to finish the job on time, and now it will be going to be even harder with added requirements within the same deadline. I am quite surprised by the sheer progress they have made. It gives me confidence that they will be able to finish it in time. I watched for a while before I stepped out of the mist and walked toward the door when I found Carla coming out of it. "You said you are coming in the afternoon," said Carla angrily. "I did not want to trouble you since you were working," I said with a smile and could see her anger melting a little, but not all. "Still, you should have informed me," she said, still angry. "I know I would not get out of it unless I apologized." "I am sorry." I apologized and saw all the anger in her eyes melting away. "The papers had said you fought and killed the Lih," she asked. "No, I only aided a little. It was others who killed it," I replied. "More than 100th time." "You shouldn't have taken the risk," she said in a low, worried tone. "There was no other choice," I said with a shake of my head. We stayed standing in silence for a few seconds before we walked in when I stopped, seeing her following me. "Go and sleep, Carla. The work will be there after you wake up," I said to her. "I am fine," she said. "Go take a rest, Carla," I said forcefully. She had been awake the whole night, usually. This is when she sleeps for 2 hours, and 2 hours in the afternoon, which is enough for her to operate at 100% with the aid of her skills. "Fine," she said after a moment of silence, and walked toward the basement to sleep while I looked around the hall, which I had seen empty in a long time. Usually, there is always someone occupying it for lessons or business. It looked the same but felt slightly different. Something seemed to have changed about it, but I couldn't put my thought into it. I shook my head and walked upstairs. I did not directly go to my office, instead went to my room, where I had freshened up and showered. When I came out of it, there was breakfast waiting for me. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I quickly ate breakfast and walked back into my office. "It feels good to be back," I said as I sat down on the chair before picking up the first file, which had the earnings report for all 11 nights. Every line I read put a smile on my face. I was literally grinning by the time I had read the last page. "The earning is good, very good, every day. We are earning 500,000 crowns. It made me extremely happy. Once the construction is finished, and we open again with new changes and more girls, it will double. I am quite confident about it, especially now with the 40 million crowns." After I finished with the file, I opened another one. This one was about the new girls. It seemed like Carla not only collected the data, but also compiled it, giving me a clear view of their information. I also filled in the empty spots about their levels and skills from the information I have got from the bill. It took me some time to read it. When I did, I was very happy with the new girls, even more than before. This group of girls is the most diverse, not only from the place they have come from but also in talents, which is the most important thing. Though among them one is odd. She does not seem to have any talents or interests, given how she had left those places blank. Click. I was reading the different files when the door clicked open, and Carla walked inside. She is wearing a low-cut red dress that gives a tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage, but more tantalizing are those juicy red lips. I still haven't forgotten the kiss. It might have lasted for a second, but it had left a deep impression on me. "You're looking beautiful," I said before I could stop myself, and it also seemed to stump her for a moment before a small, genuine smile appeared on her face. "Thank you," she said with flushed cheeks before she sat down in front of me. For more than a minute, nobody spoke. I opened my mouth a couple of times to speak up, but words did not seem to come out of my mouth. "How are the new girls?" I asked finally. "Good, some of them are very talented," she replied, but in the end her expression turned a little weird. "What is it?" I asked, and after a few seconds she did not speak. "Kina, she is a little strange," she said finally. She did not seem to have filled the interest and hobby block. I said, "I am not talking about that," she replied, shaking her head. "Then what?" I asked, and she took a breath. She sometimes stared at one place too long and would roam around the property, caressing the walls strangely. "It all feels quite weird," she replied, clearly confused. "Maybe it is her thing," I said. People behave strangely. Sometimes there is a reason behind it, and sometimes there is not. It might even be related to her primary class, which she isn't willing to disclose. "What should we do?" asked Carla, to which I shook my head. "Nothing, she is not doing anything bad or dangerous," I replied, and Carla opened her mouth to say something but closed it a moment later. She also seemed to understand that it is unfair to do something to people just because they are acting strange. Still, we need to keep an eye on her, and Carla seemed to be doing that job well. Though she needs to select the interest section or learn something other basic skills if she wants to work in the establishment, I added. "Should I call her?" Carla asked. "Yes," I replied. "All the girls have chosen their interests. We have hired teachers for them. If Miss Kina wishes to work for the establishment, she will need to learn more besides basic skills. If she already has the skill, then she needs to tell us. I have a vision for the establishment, and if they don't wish to work according to it, then they will have to leave." Click. Carla got up from the seat and opened the door, but she did not walk out. "Jill, dear, go and tell Kina that Master Silver is asking for her," she said, and closed the door. "You have got yourself an assistant," I said. To which she smiled a little guiltily. "I had needed the help, the work had become too much," she said, and looked at me hesitantly. "I was going to suggest it, and also wanted to talk about something related to that," I said. "What is it?" she asked, with her expression becoming serious, feeling it might be something serious, and it was. "The work had become too much for you, being my assistant and madam at the same time. You are barely getting any sleep or even having time to attend the classes you desired to," I said, and she did not say anything, wanting to finish what I am saying. "I want you to become my assistant full-time and hand over the responsibility of being madam to someone else," I finished and looked at her. "It is quite a decision, and others might even think of demotion, but it is not." I could see how stressful it had become for Carla. With all the responsibilities, with the changes that would appear a month later, the stress would be even greater. With her focusing on one responsibility, she will have time to do her job better and also be able to focus on herself. She will be superior to the madam, with the only authority above being me. For a couple of seconds, her expression remained unreadable before a sigh came out of her mouth, and a small smile appeared on her lips. "Thank you, it had really become too much for me," she said, and hearing that, a smile appeared on my face too. For a moment, I thought she might get angry. This is the reason why I like Carla so much. She is quite open about her abilities. If I had not said it to her, she would have come to me within a few days or weeks, when it would have become unbearable for me. "Suggest a few names. I will interview them, and they needed to be from the original girls," I said. "I trust them more. I have watched every aspect of their growth and am more familiar with them, and know there are some capable women among them who will be able to handle the responsibility exemplarily as Carla." Knock knock. "I have two girls in mind. They are M." She was about to say the name when the knock rang out on the door. Carla got up and opened the door, and Kina walked in, looking completely different than she had been when I saw her first time in Namdar. Now she is wearing a black dress that suits her and wearing expertly done makeup that accentuates her eyes, her greatest feature. She does not look plain anymore. "You have called for me, Mr. Silver." "Kina, take a seat," I said, offering her the seat. She sat on her while never taking her eyes off which seemed to have held strange joy in them which was not there before, and seeing me, it seemed to have intensified. It felt a little strange, but I shook off the feeling and turned my expression serious. "Kina, you have left the interest block empty. You are required to fill it," I said to her. "I do not have any interests, Mr. Silver," she replied simply, without changing her expression. "Not even a hobby?" I asked, to which she shook her head, and I sighed disappointedly. "Then we have a problem, Kina. You need to select one field of interest. If you not, then you will have to serve your contract another way, or I might even release you of it," I said, and for the first time I saw a spark of fear in her eyes. It was intense, but it disappeared just as it had appeared, making me doubt myself whether I had imagined it myself. "Herbology, I have an interest in herbology. I had learned it little when I was young before going into the current profession," she said finally. So she did have an interest, I thought. "I will see if I can arrange a teacher for you to learn that," I said with a smile. "Herbology is a field of medicine, and it takes years to study, even if she has basic knowledge." "I do not mind. I am playing a long game." As long as any woman of the establishment had an interest, I was willing to pay to foster it, even if it takes years for them to gain the expertise. I watched through the window as the familiar carriage of Valentina entered the establishment before she came out of it with the chief architect Davidson. She did not walk toward the door and instead went to see the progress of construction. Knowing it might take some time, I focused on the work, the list of new requirements I have. Most of them are not major but complicated and time-consuming. I hope she will be able to do it within a time. Click. It was about 15 minutes when the door of my office opened, and Carla walked inside, bringing Valentina and Davidson. "I heard you had quite an adventure in Namdar," said Valentina as she entered inside. "Yes, it was quite an episode," I replied as I offered her and Davidson the seat. "You even killed a lich," she said, to which I just rolled my eyes. "No, I did not. I only aided. It was others who killed it," I said. I had read the papers, and for the past few days, the same news had been running, printing that Captain Julian and I had killed the lich. It had wonderfully omitted the mention of the other three. "It is all politics. Count Darrow wanted to make the citizen of the new city feel proud and increase his popularity. It wouldn't take him long to send us to the gallows for a small mistake if it benefited him. So you want to make further changes," she said, with all the smiles on her face disappearing and her expression becoming all serious. "Yes," I said. She did not say anything and just spread the sheet on the table, and soon the projection of the mansion appeared. Not of the current mansion, but what it will become few weeks. "What are the changes?" she asked. "Most of them are small, better enchantment and higher quality aesthetics in the rooms. Some require a little more work, like expanding the make room further and turning it into a studio. A couple of small buildings in back, a slight expansion. And a few other things," I said with a smile despite her serious expression. "And you want me to do it all by the existing deadline?" she asked slowly. The way she asked had kind of scared me, but I nodded. "It is going to cost you a lot, Remus. If you don't want that, give me another month, and you will only need to pay less than half," she said, to which I shook my head. "It would cost me more if I extend the deadline by the month." "No, I want it all within the existing deadline," I said, and she sighed. "Let's go over them then," she said, and we started. "The biggest expense of the changes is enchantment. They are expensive. I am adding more of them and replacing earlier ones with advanced ones. These enchantments will turn the establishment even more amazing." After that, we moved to small changes like the expansion of the makeup room. It needs to be big, with space for hundreds of dresses, jewelry, accessories, and other things, and also sufficient room for makeup and change. I have a vision, and I am describing it to Valentina, and she is making it appear in front of me. "Perfect," I said as I watched the studio's projection. It looked really amazing. And seeing Valentina's work would be even more amazing with the reality. With it done, we moved toward the different things. It took nearly 2 hours to state all the changes and a few more minutes to sign the agreement and make the payment. I watched Valentina's carriage leave through the window and the payment slip in front of me. I had more than 20 million in my pocket, and now I have less than one. I would have saved a few if I could wait, but I did not want to. It would have been a loss instead of a saving. I want it to be finished by the deadline. Soon the carriage disappeared, and I focused back on my work. The girls left one by one for the makeup room, till only 2 have remained, Margaret and Ine. "What do you want to talk to us about, Carla?" asked Ine as she sat down beside Margaret. "Opportunity," I replied, and I could see their eyes lighting up brighter than the light above. "What opportunity?" they asked in unison before looking at each other, smiling. They won't be smiling at each other after hearing my words. Just thinking about it makes me smile brighter. Handling everything is too much for me. And so I decided to fully focus on being an assistant to Master Silver. "All the responsibilities of Madam will be handled by a different person," I said, and could see their eyes becoming sound in surprise before blazing like the sun. "I have referred both of your names to Master Silver, and you both have an interview tomorrow," I informed, and immediately saw cogs in their minds spinning as they looked at each other. In a matter of seconds, they turned competitors from friends. "Both of you want to apply it, right?" I asked. "The money won't be good as you earn now or what you will earn in the future after the changes, as it will be a fixed salary, not the percentage," she added. "Money is a big factor, especially for Margaret." Yes, I want to apply, said Margaret, while Ine beside her nodded. As for money, I am sure you are earning more than us right now, without even counting percentage. I have seen how patrons fawn at you and shower you with gifts, said Ina with narrowed eyes. She is right. Even without the percentage I get from the establishment, I earn more from the gifts. I truly did not think I would get them, as I am not sleeping with them as these girls are, but those people did not seem to mind it. Remus said it was a chase they were after, and the more they thought they couldn't get you, the more they would try for it. Well, I am not sleeping with any of the patrons. As for the gifts, I will take them. Which whore would refuse the gifts? The next morning, I woke up early and freshened up before walking out of the mansion. The workers are still working, and there seem to be more of them. A few days ago, another batch of people came from the mainland branches, and she is diverting some of them here. I only spent a few minutes looking around before I went to my usual spot and began the yoga as I was doing before leaving for Namdar. It was my first time doing physical activity since the battle. While I had healed fully within 3 days, I decided to take the rest, not just physically but also mentally. The battle was tiring. It had been barely a few minutes since I finished when I heard the familiar footsteps and saw Instructor David coming toward me. Killing a lich, you made this instructor proud, Remus, he said as he put down his real sword and took out the practice sword. Instructor David, please. You know better than to believe the bullshit in the paper, I said. And I picked up my new practice rapier. This one looked the same as my enchanted sword and was exactly of the same side and weight, but it was a practice sword. I ordered it in Namdar. I met Dan yesterday. He told me what happened, and while you may not have killed it, you have aided greatly in killing it. Not to mention the fight you had put up against the undead. Even experienced fighters cower in those conditions, he said as he stood in front of him. There was no choice. I replied with the same answer I have given so many times. It's good you understand it. Do not let the glory of the single get in your head, he said with a smile before suddenly coming at me like a viper, with speed faster than he had used against me before. I reacted far faster than I would have before I fought against the undead. I moved with the greatest speed my quick steps could provide me, and balance was given by sure foot, and swung my rapier with the combination of consecutive strikes and weighted strikes. I am meeting offense with the most powerful attack I had ever made, clang. His sword clashed against my mine hard, that even with increased strength and hard grip, I had nearly thrown it away. It was not the only thing he did. He had sent a powerful shock that numbed me. If that was all not enough, he attacked again without giving me even a second of rest. I had to push through the numbness and move my sword to defend myself. I defended it, albeit barely, before getting numbing shock again, and this time when the attack came, I dodged. If it had been only a quick steps, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it with all numbness, but sure foot had helped me keep the perfect balance. The victory was short-lived, as the next moment his sword hit me hard at my back, with blinding pain that I just wanted to collapse. But another attack came, and I knew I have to defend myself. Given Instructor David's habit, this one would give me even greater pain if I did not dodge or defend. Time passed, and I continued fighting him without stopping as the instructor pushed me with every attack. He did not hold back against me. Whenever his sword hit me, I would get a nasty surprise. Finally, 3 hours passed, and he finished with the last attack, which always made me collapse to the ground. This time I did not. Battle is the best teacher, especially the one that fought with life on the line, in less than 3 hours. It had taught you so much I wasn't able to in weeks, he said, and all I could do was smile. Though he is right, it has taught me so much. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to fight against the instructor as I did today. The amplifier and balance are good skills. Train them till they become your second nature. They will be a tremendous asset if you are able to do that, he advised. I will, I replied. He gave me a few more tips before leaving while I rested for a few minutes before slowly making my way toward my room. Margox, take a seat, I said to her as she came inside for the interview. Thank you, Master Silver, she replied nervously. Don't be nervous. I will only ask you a few simple questions and it will be over within an hour, I said with a smile. Hearing that, she relaxed a little. So, can you tell me a little about yourself? I started with a classic question. It is a very important and frustrating question, but it also gives a lot of insight into the person and the question every interviewer asks. I have taken hundreds of interviews, both for my firm and the clients, and I would always start with this question. She seemed a little surprised by the question but soon smoothened her expressions, though she did not immediately answer. I had entered the business when I was 16 and have nearly 30 years of experience. In my life, I have been in 7 brothels, including this, and above level 20 in my base class, she replied measuredly. Why do you want the job? I asked another classic question. This time she did not wait to answer. She seemed very clear about why she wanted the job, and her answer was satisfactory. I then asked her about her strength and weaknesses before, starting on a targeted question about the job she was being interviewed for while taking notes of her answers. 45 minutes later, I finished with all my questions. Thank you for your time, Margox. Carla will inform you of my decision, I said. It is my pleasure, Master Silver, she said as she got up before walking out of the office, and a few seconds later Ina walked inside. Take a seat, Ina, I said to the confident woman. Unlike Margox, she did not seem nervous. There was even a small, confident smile on her face. Thank you, Master Silver, she said and sat down. A few seconds later, I began the interview, and I have to say, she is one heck of a confident woman and also quite charming. They are great qualities for any kind of leader. I asked her the same question I had asked Margox and received answers for all of them. Her answers are quite different than Margox, but right. Both of them are different, might even say the opposite in some views, but are perfect for the job I am interviewing them for. Thank you for your time, Ine. Carla will let you know of my decision soon, I said. She nodded and walked out of the office. So, asked Carla. She had been present, but as I had asked her, she did not speak any words and only observed. Both of them are very good. If we had 2 positions, I would have hired both of them, I said. But there is only one position and you can only choose one, she said, and I smiled. It's Margox, I said, and I could see a surprise appearing on her face. I thought you would choose Ine, she said. Ine is very good, and I might even say more capable, but I would need someone grounded. For that, Margox is the best choice, I replied. I will inform her, she said and got up. A few minutes later, Margox signed the new contract. She will start today, first. She will learn from Carla before taking over the responsibilities of the madam. After Margox left, I had worked for some time before walking out of my office, as it was time for me to leave for the Merchant Guild. There is a meeting, and I am also excited, especially about the work, as now I will definitely be able to read those truly desirable contracts. Soon I reached the Merchant Guild, and directly went to the office of Damon Hart. Mr. Silver, Guildmaster is waiting for you inside, the receptionist said before I could say anything. I nodded and walked toward the door, which began to open, and when I went inside, I found it was filled with people. Guildmaster Hart, Vice Guildmasters, I greeted. Aside from them, I saw a few familiar people like Rip, Locke, and others. Remus, you have come at the right time, he said, and asked me to take the seat. Thank you, Guildmaster, I said down. We have received the missive from Count Darrow a few minutes ago. He selected the successor of John Santos, he said smilingly, but I could see the smile was not reaching his eyes. Who is it? I asked while casting a glance at the sub-guildmasters in the room, since they were here. It must be someone from the room. It is Locke Hercule. He will also head the legal department, he said, and a surprise appeared on my face before I stopped myself from smiling too widely. It was the best outcome I could hope for. I may only know Locke for a few minutes, but with an incident in Namdar, we share a good rapport. Locke becoming a vice guildmaster would help me tremendously, especially compared to John Santos. God rest his soul. Congratulations, Vice Guildmaster Hercule, I said, to which he smiled and seemed very happy that he could barely contain it in his eyes. If I had been in his place, I would have smiled too. The trip to the Namdar had been an immense success. In less than 10 days, the goods coming and going for Namdar had increased by 100%, and it is increasing daily. We had estimated that by the end of the month, it will definitely increase by 300%, said Damon Smith, sounding quite happy. I am too happy, as it not only affects the city and him, but also me. My business is dependent on rich merchants. Namdar is huge, but we need to sign the contracts with all the cities. Whether it is big or small, We need to increase the trade, he said, and we all nodded. Everybody here understood that, given the city's position, we might not be here for a decade. So, we need to make as much profit as we can so when the time comes to run away, we will have our bags filled with money. I hope that day never happens. I have come to love the city, but me hoping does not change the facts. Things are going to get dangerous in the future, and I need to prepare and become ready to face any kind of danger that will appear. Our first plan is signing more comprehensive bilateral contracts with the cities, as we did with Namdar. We will first begin to cities around us like Deerpond and others before moving to the cities of Meldhorn, he said, and we begin devising the best way to approach that. As Namdar had been easy because the one controlling it was powerful and did not have a conflicting interest. It is different when it comes to cities of Renwell region and the Empire. Every city in Renwell region, aside from Deerpond and Dusthorn Fortress, is controlled by a loyalist of different princes. Even the Lord Deerpond and commander of Dusthorn Fortress have views and ambitions that do not align with Grelthaven. We will have to navigate through all this. It will be fun and exciting, and I am happy to be involved. In the past, I did not get a chance to be invited to such meetings, but now I do, and getting to know many things that I did not before about the leaders of the different surrounding cities. It was 4 when the meeting ended. It would have lasted longer if not for the party that the guild was hosting today. Vice Guildmaster Locke, it sounds nice, I said as I walked out with Locke. It is, isn't it? He said, grinningly before his expression turned serious. It is a great position, but keeping it won't be easy. He said and looked at me. If the hints I caught were right, then I could understand what he was implying. You survived undead, sailing through this wouldn't be any problem, I said neutrally. I hope you will help me, Remus. I barely have any legal knowledge, and now I am handling the whole legal department, he said with his eyes becoming desperate for a moment. I will do my best, I said. I want to stay away from guild politics, but that wouldn't be possible. So, I will help him as much as I can without angering others and compromising my interests. I will count on you, he said, and I just smiled. Soon we were out and went to our own carriages, sitting in my carriage. I picked up the bundle of contracts and began to read through them. First time since I have become a legal advisor, I have gotten permission to take the confidential contracts home. While they are not important as others we have discussed, it is a step. I knew you would be here, I said as I looked at Anna sitting under a tree. Seeing me, she had wiped her tears away, but it was clear by her face that she was crying. It is her spot in the huge garden, it is well hidden. And unless one is by the tree, one will not see who is sitting under it. Carla, I really wanted that job, she said as I sat beside her. Since coming here, I dared to dream, and when you told me about it yesterday, I had really dreamed about it and thought I would get it, she said with tears filling her eyes. I know, honey, but we all have to face disappointment sometime, even in a place like this. I consoled and hugged my friend. She might seem confident and strong, and she is, but she is also fragile. I am happy for Margox. I know she will do a great job, said Anna after some time. She will, and you will also get the opportunity in the future, I said, and she turned toward me from my chest. What do you think this is the end? I asked with a laugh. This is just the beginning. I could not tell you much, but I will advise you to gain as many skills as possible. As the opportunity will come, and it will come sooner than you might expect, she said. They stayed under the tree for a few more minutes before walking inside. Anna needed to prepare for opening, and so was she, as Remus could return anytime. This had come for you, said Carla as I sat in my chair and handed me a package, which had 2 letters in it. I looked at them. My eyes immediately lighted up when I saw the seal of the House of Silver, and not of the common member, but of the leader of the house. I immediately tore apart the envelope and took the letter. And immediately a smile appeared on my face, a handwritten letter. Not typed, grandfather only does it when it is important or shows he is pleased, reading the letter. I know he is pleased. He congratulated me for aiding in killing the Lich. Unlike many people who would say I killed the Lich, even when they truly do not believe it. The old man is wise, he would rarely make any decision without getting all the facts first. I finished the letter before opening another letter, which contained the gift he had sent. I am quite curious about that, and when I took it out of the envelope and saw what it was, a smile on my face couldn't help but brighten up. I would have been great if I had this before taking the loan, I thought, but soon shook my head. This is too precious but also very risky. This thing should be used wisely, and no matter how much I want to use it right now, when I am making the changes, I will not. I am sure there will come a time when I will need to use it. And I will wait until then. I watched the carriages leave one after another, leaving behind only me and Carla in front of the manor, which was slowly being engulfed in a pink mist. I watched till the whole manor got covered in the pink mist before walking inside. The first thing I saw was a huge manor. In little more than a month, the manor's size had increased by 3 times. Only 10 days had remained till the deadline, and I closed the establishment. Earlier, the closing was supposed to be for the week, but with the new requirement, it had turned to 10 days. It will make me lose around 6 million crowns, but I will manage. From today, the people from the Nielsen Guild will break walls and connect the old and new mansion while making changes inside and outside. It will look amazing when it is finished, said Carla beside me. Yes, it will, I said, looking at it proudly. Earlier, it was too small. Now, with its size increasing, it has become capable of serving 4 times more clients than before. Before we had only 28 rooms for the business. Now there are 102, and from the data I have collected, I know every 10 rooms are enough for 16 clients. As not all go for sex. Around 30% to 35% never use the rooms, they just talk to girls, eat, drink, and leave with happy smiles on their faces. So with this, the establishment could easily have around 150 girls working. I have 119 girls, but only 91 will work, as the rest are underage. I could have brought more girls, and I had enough money to buy the contracts, but I did not till these new girls got familiar with the business. I don't want to flood the establishment with girls who are unfamiliar with my way of business. It will affect the experience I want to sell, which I will not let happen. So I will let the new girls get familiar with the business before bringing new girls, which wouldn't take long after the establishment opened. I was watching people working when the gates opened, and the carriage came inside. A minute later, 2 men and 1 woman came out of the carriage. Have all your people left? Asked Valentina. Yes, just a few minutes ago, I replied. To that, she nodded and turned to 3 people who looked to be in their late 30s to 50s. You 3 can begin, she said. They nodded and walked inside. Enchanters, I asked. Yes, these 3 specialize in illusionary enchantment, she said. Do you want any more changes? It would be easier now than later, she asked. No, I do not need any big changes. Your people were good enough to adjust a few things when I asked them, I replied. Not all things I decided looked good, so I would look around every day and ask to change or modify the things I did not like. I will continue to do it till it is finished. We talked for a few minutes before going inside, where hundreds of people were working. More people have come in the morning, and more will come by evening. They only have 10 days and they have to finish a lot of work, especially inside the original manor, which has been unchanged till now. How was your trip to the Riverbell? Asked Valentina about the trip from which I had returned yesterday. Great, we have signed a lot of agreements, I replied with a smile. Ever since Locke had taken over, I have made 2 trips, both of which were not longer than 2 days considering I had gone to Deer Pond and Riverbell, both cities on the banks of Trollmouth River. Good, I feared it would be a disaster like Deer Pond, she said with an obvious hint of mirth, while my expression stiffened for a moment. As she said, it was a disaster, as we had not signed even a single comprehensive trade document. Those bastards want to plow us, asking for things that are beyond reasonable, like barely any tax on their goods and services, while not even reducing even a quarter of the tax they placed on our goods and services. So we decided not to sign any agreement. The Deer Pond may be a big city, but we held a greater advantage due to being a getaway to merchant cities. They will come around eventually. Still, the failure of his first big task since taking the mantle of the Vice Guild Master had made Locke nearly cry. If not for the success of the Riverbell, Locke would have literally cried. These Riverbell trip agreements were crafted by me with the old man and Rip, which is why I had leveled up in my lawyer class. I am now a level 8 lawyer, just 2 more levels away from level 10. If I reach it, then I will have an attribute point through them. Usually only a base class gives you the attribute point, but there is an exception. At each milestone, which is at level 10, level 20 and level 30, the secondary classes give the attribute points. Though, getting the secondary classes for attribute points is a very bad decision. It will harm instead of help. Both of my secondary classes had a purpose. They were not taken randomly for the purpose of extra attribute points at a milestone. We stopped and watched people breaking another wall connecting old manor and new. It was the last wall of the hall. Now, I could clearly see how big the new hall was going to be. It will be quite big, said Valentina. Yes, it will be, I said with a smile. I wanted this big. With it, I would be able to do many things which I couldn't do before. Just thinking about it made my whole face light up. Valentina stayed for about an hour and looked at all the progress before she left, while I stayed around for an hour before leaving for the guild. Since Locke took over, the pressure on me has increased a lot. I am working more than I had planned to, but it is also rewarding. The connections I am making with important people are simply amazing. As we are not the only ones going around the city signing agreement, others are also coming. I am present in every one of these negotiations. Even those with guildmaster and vice guildmasters are allowed. It is even helping me advertise my business too. Soirees after meetings. Currently my establishment is running full, but 10 days later it will suddenly expand, and I will need those clients. I hope it will run full as it has been doing since the first day. I am trying my all for that, which is why I had spent 1.5 million crowns for the beauty treatments that girls are going to have for the 7 days. Margox, I am glad all of you slept well, I said to the girls lined up in front of me. It was not just girls, but Carla and I had also slept for more than 14 hours. I can't remember the last time I had slept for so long. It was the requirement. Manager Havel had said all of them needed 12 hours of sleep. He had his people use their skills and spells to make us sleep, and the effect was visible. Every face looked rested, and while Master Silver strictly asked the girls to sleep for at least 5 hours, they did, but in the past few weeks they have become little tens. It is the new girls. They have made some girls feel little pressure, thinking their earnings might be affected due to them. Silly girls. The new girls will not affect their earnings at all. With all the new changes, their earnings will increase further. From today, you all need to relax and listen to every instruction that Havel and his people told you. If you face any difficulty, you come to me, Carla or Udo here, I said. The girls nodded, and I turned to the middle-aged man who was impeccably groomed with glowing skin that I couldn't help but feel jealous about it. Master Havel, you can begin, I said to the middle-aged man. Thank you, Margox, he said, and turned to his people who were standing around the hall. All right, everyone. Take the girls to stations and start working on them. They are our first clients. I do not want to hear any complaints about their experience in our place, he said, and his people moved, ushering the girls to the different rooms. He and his people looked at the girls yesterday and decided on the treatments they would need for the next 7 days. Clove, take Madame Margox and Madame Carla for their treatments, he said, and a woman who looked to be in her early 30s led us toward the hallway. We are in the new spa that hasn't been officially opened. Its opening day is in 2 weeks, but everything is ready. Master Silver had booked for a whole week. It was very expensive. Carla had told me that the establishment had paid 1.5 million crowns for the whole week of treatment, and she said the owner had given them a big discount. It will give these people a chance to familiarize themselves with new places. To me, it was extremely expensive and unnecessary, but what I knew, I had never been to the spa in my whole life. My clients mentioned it many times with stress and happiness. Stress because it is expensive and happy because of how their wives would look after its treatment, and they wish they would look the same a month later. Despite my reservation, I couldn't help but feel excited and nervous about it at the same time. I looked at Carla and wished I could be like her. She was walking confidently like she owned the place. Ladies, we will start with the sauna. The sauna room is special. It is made of sangal wood from magic reason and has oil of vera and him roses, said Clove, and took us into the changing room, where we took off all our clothes and wrapped the towels around our bodies before walking into the sauna. It is hot, said Carla as she removed the towel and sat down. I did the same, albeit with a little embarrassment. Getting naked every day in front of other people does not make the embarrassment go away. Relax, Margox, you are acting too tense, said Carla, seeing expressions. It all feels a little overwhelming, I said with a voice barely audible. Yes, it is too much, but you should embrace it instead of resisting it. She spoke as she comfortably rested her back. I nodded and took a deep breath to relax, taking the aromatic steamy air inside, which began to relax me. I sat more comfortably on a wooden bench, which was only slightly warm, and looked at a large glass window with a view of a huge garden. This spa is huge and capable of serving over 300 people at the same time. It also had a huge garden. Seeing it, I couldn't help but think about my daughter. Ellie loved the park when she was little. I used to plead and beg madams for small breaks to take my daughter to the park. The smile on her face was worth all the pain I had to go through for that little time with my daughter. Thinking of Ellie? Asked Carla. Yes, I replied as I wiped my eyes. You should go meet her. I don't think Master Remus will decline your leave, she said. I will, but not now, I replied. I missed my daughter very much. But I couldn't go to meet her yet. I had so much to do here, prove my worth, before going to meet my daughter. Most of my worries had already disappeared. I was extremely worried about the academy fees. I was only able to pay half of the fees because everyone had helped, and now I had paid the other half in fees for the next year just a few days ago. I am nearly empty now, but I am not worried. The money will soon come. Half an hour had passed, and they were staying for another half an hour. Clove said they should come out within half an hour if their vitality were below 10. If it is above 10, then they could stay for an hour or more. I had 13 points in vitality and similar charm, but a little less in strength and intelligence. Charm is very important to me, and vitality slows aging, which had become very important, as those who looked above mortal 50 couldn't get more clients. It makes me a little worried about Della and others. When I came here, I planned to use all my points of future level in vitality, but after hearing Master Silver, I only used 1 attribute point from my 3 level ups to vitality, while the other 2 went to charm and intelligence each, which had been a wise choice given my new responsibility. The rest 45 passed quickly in comfortable silence before they got up and wiped themselves towels before getting out. A few minutes later, they were ushered into the most unconformable bath in my entire life. The day passed before I knew it as I went through one treatment after another. While all were comfortable, the result was visible. I looked good and felt so relaxed mentally and physically I had never felt before, and this was just the first day. There were 6 more days where I would get many more of these wonderful treatments. Experiencing the spa, I had already decided that one day I would bring my daughter to a place like this. She deserves it. Keep calm, be rational as you always are, said Locke as the carriage moved out of the Merchant Guild. Usually I say these words to Locke, but this time he is saying that to me. Today is a big day and I am nervous. For the first time, I am going to the briefing at the City Lord's mansion. Usually it is Damon Hart, Locke, and the old man Oakley goes there, but Damon Hart is out of the city, so Locke is taking me with him. Don't worry too much, Remus. As long as you answered all the queries of Count Darrow, you will be fine, said the old man, who was also sweating in fear. From what I had heard, Count Darrow is not an easy man. I had met him 2 days after I returned from the Namdar, where he awarded us medals. It was quite an event that stayed in the papers for a few days. Finally, the carriage walked inside the huge City Lord's mansion, and a minute later, we walked out of it. As I stepped out of the carriage, all the nervousness and hesitation had vanished from my face. It was not the first time I was meeting important people. While I am nervous, I am perfectly capable of hiding it well. Even Locke and the old man Oakley seemed surprised by it, but they did not say anything. The City Lord's mansion is the biggest in the whole city. It is grand with guards everywhere. As we walked toward the door, I felt a couple of powerful gazes looking at me. As we reached the door, I found there was already someone waiting for us. Vice Guild Master Hercule, Mr. Silver, Mr. Oakley, follow me please, said the man in butler suit and led us inside. He is not the main butler, that is an old man. This one is his early 40s, likely the assistant butler. The mansion is huge, but decorated a little gaudily. I heard Count Darrow liked these types of showy pieces. Not all of them are bad. Some are actually good, but most of them are just shining pieces that look good to the eyes. Please wait, Lord Count will grace you with his presence soon, he said, showing us our seats on a white stone table. He did not leave, just stayed by the side with his back straight. Quite an unconformable position, if you ask me, but I am sure he has skills like perfect poise or something like it, which helps him. We had to wait for over 10 minutes in silence before Count Darrow made an entrance. He is a man of medium height and a mousy face that would have had some handsomeness in his youth. He is not alone. Beside him is a young man in his mid-20s and a man in his early 50s. The young man is his younger son Lancel, and unlike his father, he is tall with deep blue eyes and long gray hair, which makes him look even more handsome. If the rumors were right, then Count Darrow would hand over the city to his younger son and return to his territory, but there are years for that to happen, a decade or more even. "My lords," we greeted the father and son with a bow. "At ease," he said, and took the head seat while his son and advisor sat on his left and right, while we sat opposite him. "You have done great. Hercule, I have looked through all the contracts you have signed with Riverbell, and they are great." He praised. "Thank you, Lord Count," said Locke. He smiled, but soon Count's expression turned serious. "Though I would have preferred if we had not lowered the taxes on the crystals so much, we, too, mine them," he said, and looked at Locke pointedly, instantly making him sweat. "Why, yes, we do, but Riverbell does it in much higher quantity, and since the refinery opens in a month, it would be wise if we have a bigger source of it," he replied with a little stumble. Locke is a great businessman, but a little weak in policy, and while I am advising him, it will take some time before he becomes good enough for his current post. "Yes, but we produce more than 4 times than we would be able to refine, so there are no questions of getting more crystals from other cities," he said, and Locke opened his mouth, but no answer seemed to come out. So he looked at me, like he did every time when he faced a problem during the negotiations. "You are right, Lord Count, we produce more than we would be able to refine, but refined crystals are strategic resources. So even if there is an abundance of them, we should at least have the capacity to fulfill our need and the need of surrounding cities in case of disruptions of supply lines," I said, while using lawful suggestions. "I had read your letter, Silver. You were saying we should increase the capacity of the crystal refinery we are building," he said, talking about the letter I had sent him 2 weeks ago. "Building a refinery is a waste of money. We could not break even with it," added Lancel, his son, before I could even reply. "Yes, it is a loss-making business, my lord, but a strategic one in which the city should invest, as coming years won't be easy," I said. And silence descended. The refined crystals are the lifeblood of this magical civilization. They are used everywhere, from magic lamps to enchantments to cannon balls. If the supply of them had stopped, it would make the whole city stop. "Your proposal does say some fair points. I will think about it," said Count Darrow, and I could see Locke taking a sigh of relief, but it was only for a few seconds. At the next second, Count turned to him and began asking questions, and Locke answered. I would only open my mouth when Locke asked for it. Otherwise, I would remain silent, even when I think I could explain much better than him. People have an ego, and I don't want to undermine that, so I will only speak when he asks. I had done this from our first negotiations, since Locke took over the position of Vice Guildmaster. The meeting had lasted over 1.5 hours, and it was stressful, not only for Locke but also me and Old Man Oakley. "These meetings are the reason why I want to resign sometimes," said Locke as we sat back into the carriage. "You loved it too much to resign from it," I said back. To which he grinned. "Yes, I really liked the responsibility and the things I am learning," he said. Soon we reached the Merchant Guild and got out of the carriage. Oakley went inside the guild while Locke turned to me. "Thank you once again, Remus. Without you, the meeting would have been very difficult," he thanked. "You are doing good. In a few months you won't even need my help," I said, to which he smiled. I talked to him for a few minutes before sitting in the carriage, and 15 minutes later, carriages had walked into the gates of the establishment. Now the mist is not covering the building, but the whole plot, hiding everything that is happening inside. This is the 4th day of me closing the establishment, and they have made enormous progress. Normal workers have almost disappeared, and now only artisans, enchanters, and people of other specialized classes have remained. The big work had been completed, and now only delicate ones had remained. I saw people working in complete focus, and I did not disturb them. Though I had asked to change some things I didn't like, those were very minute, and they did that immediately. I stayed there for 2 hours before leaving for my house. I am not staying in my house all day, as most of my time passed between the guild and the establishment, which I would visit 3 times a day. I already visited morning and afternoon just now and will come again at night. Soon the carriage stepped inside the gates of my small house, and I went inside. Jill, had anything come for me? I asked the young girl who was sitting on the desk outside of my office. Yes, these 3 letters have come for you, Master Silver, she said, and handed me the letters. Thank you, I said, and took the letters before walking inside. Since Carla is in the spa, Jill is my assistant and receptionist, and a young girl is good. Carla had wanted to stay, but I had asked her to stay in the spa not only to get treatments, but also to keep an eye on everything. While Margox is good, there are a lot of girls and poaching always happens. No other than 2 girls have left, but many have been approached, including Carla and Margox, and their offer is becoming irresistible by the day. They have copied my way of business and saw some success in it, and now they want my girls. It is not just brothels of the city that are poaching them, but also from outside, as far as Namdar and Meldhorn of merchant cities. It won't be long before their offers become irresistible to some. There is not much I could do about it. Poaching is common, and it won't be stopped. The only thing I could do about it did not suffer loss, and I have taken the measure against it. Click. I was working when the door opened, and Jill walked. Master Silver Udo had arrived, she informed me. Send him in, I said with a smile. 3 months are over, and I have to renegotiate his employment contract. I have prepared a sweet deal for him, I have to, as I did not want to lose him. The girls are not the only ones who have been approached, he has also been approached. Udo, take a seat, I said to the beautiful man as he entered my office. Thank you, Remus, he said and sat down. How are the girls doing? I asked. Great, rejuvenating treatments of spa making them beautiful every day, he replied with a smile. I had not gone to meet them. I had given that responsibility to him and Carla. So your contract, I said, coming directly to the point when I saw he didn't have anything to add about the spa. I want you to triple my salary, I deserve it. He said directly, and looking into his eyes, I know he would not take a crown less. My expression did not change upon hearing that, and I slowly slid the contract toward him. Then you will not have any problem with this, I said. He took the contract in his hand and began to read it, and within seconds, a surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. He was asking for 3 times of his current salary, but I have quadrupled it. He is important, and I don't want to lose him, and as for the salary I am giving him, he totally deserves it. He is high level. Level 30 plus, such people are extremely hard to find. Thank you, he said a little emotionally, and to that I smiled. I guess you are satisfied with your contract? I asked, to which he nodded. Yes, except for one small thing, everything is perfect, he said. That one small thing is for which we negotiated for over 10 minutes. It is the duration of his contract. I wanted it 1 year long, and he wasn't willing to go over 3 months. It took a while before we finally decided on the 6 months. I have to say, he is very intelligent, knows the business will keep growing, and shorter contracts give him a better chance of getting a higher salary. I do not mind it. I know as long as I keep paying him what he deserves, he will not leave. Kina. Good, just like that, I said with a moan as a skilled oily hand massaged across my body. I had never thought the massage would feel so heavenly, 100 times better than the orgasm I sometimes get if I am lucky enough. I was kind of angry when I was brought here with the rest. It had disturbed my plans, but now I have no regret. I am feeling the joy I had not felt in years. I continued to enjoy the massage as I planned for the future. There are several things I need to do, but one is most important. It is to tap into emotions and desires absorbed by the building, but I am unsuccessful in that, not even able to harness even a speck. So I am doing the next best thing, leaving my marks in the building, which will make it very easy for me to harness the power when I finally get permission. It is her great fortune that she has come to the place where the legacy is forming, and on top of that, construction is going on, which allowed her to place her marks inside the building itself. She knows she is being watched, but she is used to it. With her spells, most of what she does is cloaked. Still, she needed to be careful, extremely, especially about not creating any animosity with the owner. She needs to win him over, and she will. She is in no rush, given his ambitions. He will need her help sooner or later. Till then, she needs to do what she is doing, leave her marks, and aid in the consolidation of her legacy. She could do very little about it, but sometimes a little is more than enough. Yes, there, apply a little more force there, I said when those wonderful hands reached my lower back. The good woman followed her instructions, and audible moans released from her mouth. If this continues, she will have an orgasm again. She had few in the past few days and would like it a lot if she could have another. Not because it will give her pleasure. It will also charge her spell, which is her bag on the shelf. My way is of lust and pleasure derived from it. As long as lust is directed at me or from me, I will be able to harness it. It is the same with pleasure. Thanks to the old woman who is teaching her, she was able to get her hands on a few things wanted and created the spell, which is charging through the power she is harnessing through her emotions. It will take a lot of lust and pleasure from my clients and me to charge it, but when it does, I will have a spell that will increase my attraction. I need the spell. I have seen how much money those girls make, and she needs that. Only that way, she will be able to afford the material for the new spells. They are not cheap, especially when that old woman also keeps her commission. I had created a lot of little spells this past month, spending all my savings of years. It was not much when compared to what these girls are earning, but it took me years to save that much. The spell I am charging will help me with my weakness, which is my plain face. With it, I will be able to attract clients, and once they sit at my table, I will be confident enough in my abilities to keep them there. It will not be easy to charge it. It is quite a big spell and requires a lot of lust and pleasure. If I am lucky, it will be finished charging in a few weeks, but if not, then it might take a month or more. Till then, I will be on my own. Margox. I did not know how many times her body had been scrubbed with the different oils and salts. It had happened more than 10 times in the past 5 days, that the wonderful fragrances of those things had seeped so deep in me that I would be smelling them for months. These 5 days are really amazing. They would go through one treatment after another. Most of them would be amazing, while some would be unconformable and painful, but the result of them is visible. It has been visible since day one, and every day the effects are getting better and better. 2.5 hours passed, and my body was washed of salt and essential oils. The next treatment is 2 hours later, till then I am free. Wearing the comfortable clothes of the spa, I walked through the huge building, looking at the beautiful garden, which couldn't help but make me feel serene. The garden is huge and more beautiful than we have around the establishment. Havel had me that the garden was designed by a high-leveled landscape architect, and that many of the plants there were magical and required special care. I was walking through the building when I saw Havel coming toward her. "Madam Margox, I hope you and your girls are enjoying your stay in our spa," said Havel, to which I smiled. "It had been the most relaxing time of my life, Havel," I replied. "Good, I don't want to disappoint the most beautiful clients I have ever served," he said, placing his hands on his heart. "Don't joke, Havel. I am sure you would have served women more beautiful than us," I said. It did feel good to hear a compliment, especially from the man who was so snotty at our first meeting before he mellowed in. I talked to him for a few minutes. It was mostly business, as he told me the kind of treatment the girls and I would be going through in the past 2 days. 5 days had passed too quickly. Tomorrow would be the last day, and after that we will leave the spa. I am going to enjoy these 2 days. With that, though, I walked ahead, and soon I began to hear the gaggle of voices, from laughs to screams. As she walked out of the tall bushes, she saw the girls where she had expected them. 20-some girls play in the water. They are swimming, jumping, and throwing at each other like little girls. Even an old woman like Della is playing with young girls of 18 and 19, catching them and throwing them in water, with childlike joy on her face. Seeing the joy on their faces, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. In their line of work, it is hard to find joy, much less such pure joy, and for it, I couldn't help but feel grateful. These girls deserve this and more. I did not join them. I couldn't. It is important that I maintain a distance between us. A few months ago, I was a little angry as Carla for keeping an intentional distance between us despite us being old friends, and now I understand the reason. I am their superior, and while I am a friend and always will be, it is important for me to keep my distance, or I will not be able to do the job to the best of my abilities. I watched them for a few minutes, and was happy to see the girls of all three batches bonding well. There was not much friction between the girls of the first batch and the second, as we had come from the same place and had known each other for years, but it was not the same with the new girls Master Silver had brought from the Namdar. They looked different and talked differently. Some girls were cold at them at first, especially those of the first batch, thinking their earnings might be affected by them. A lot of it had changed right now, though there are some reservations in their heart, not as before. They need to be together. They do not need to be friendly, but they need to be civil and treat each other with the respect that they would like others to have for them. Master Silver is very clear about that. 2 hours passed, and it was time for another treatment. I was walking toward the place of treatment when I saw Andrea coming toward it from the other direction. "Mud bath?" she asked, and I nodded, and we both walked toward Hall 17. "Ladies, welcome to Varadian Hall, ladies," greeted Rona. She was a Sakarian woman with smooth black skin. Looking at her smooth skin without any embellishment and facial features, I think she might have some elf blood in her. "It will be a mud bath and will be more effective if you get completely naked for it," she instructed. I nodded and removed my dress, which was easy to remove. They are made for this purpose, as more than half of the spa treatments require you to get naked. Soon both of us were naked. "Now step into the mud tubs gently," she asked, and we walked toward 2 mud tubs side by side. The mud, to my surprise, was white and felt slightly warm as my leg had touched it. This is Varadian mud. It is made from soil coming from Varad extreme magic region, along with dust of magical crystals and few other things. The energies of mud will suck the deepest toxins in your body and release the suppressed vibrancy, informed Rona in a gentle voice. It will be warm and might turn a little unconformable as energies seep inside you, but don't get alarmed by it, she added. With both of my feet inside, I slowly sat down while the mud covered me. Rona, on her part, covered my ears with soft buds as I sat and attached a pipe-like instrument to my nose, which made me shudder a little, but I bore it. As you have guessed, you will have to completely immerse yourself in the mud for the greatest benefits. If you felt it unbearable, you can take your face out of it, she advised. To be honest, I do not like my face in the mud, but I will not let my fear get away into obtaining the greatest benefits from this treatment that Master Silver had paid so much money for. So, I bit down my fear and completely submerged my face inside the warm mud. Within a second, everything became dark, and she panicked but quickly began to take a deep breath from her nose, and within a minute, the panic receded. It did not disappear, it just receded. To stop her thoughts from straying away toward panic, she focused on the process like she usually does. She felt warm in the tub, and as the second passed, this warm feeling became hot, and that began to make her unconformable, but it was bearable. The temperature stabilized at the end of the minute, and seeing that it couldn't make her feel relieved. If it had continued to get hotter, she might have needed to get out of it before it became uncomfortable. I focused on heat and how it affects my body. It might seem boring, but it is not. As I focused enough, I could feel that the heat, which seemed to be spread same every part of my body, was not. It is faintly hotter toward my chest and crotch while less toward my breasts and ass. Hun. Time passed as I continued to feel heat interacting with my body when suddenly, that invisible head changed colors. It surprised me, and I felt I began to imagine a thing, but even after taking a deep breath, it did not change. Am I hallucinating? I asked myself. There were some treatments that made some girls hallucinate, but they were warned about it before. Rona did not, and since I was inside the mud, I could not ask. I could move my head out of the mud to ask that, but I did want that, as I did not think I could control my panic again, which was threatening to burst out. So I did what I was doing. I focused on what I was feeling, seeing to be correct. For the first few minutes, the misty colors remained blurry, but soon they began to clear slowly till I was able to see their misty forms. It became clear, and I began to see mists of every color, but the most common was a mist of red color. This red mist gathered all the multicolored mist in the tub and pushed into the body. There they would clash against a pudgy dry gray wall, burning it little by little at every try. I don't know whether it was a hallucination or something else, but I kept watching, and as time passed, things became clear and clear that I could even begin to feel elements of the multicolor mist. Attribute unlocked, mana. I was focused on the multicolor mist when my mind buzzed, and text appeared in front of me that nearly made me open my eyes and mouth in shock. Saying I am shocked would be a gross understatement. I had never truly thought I had it. Even when my daughter informed me about her mage talent gleefully about a year ago. I was born to peasants. My family had no magic talent. Hell, not even a single person in my village had it. So when my daughter informed me about a year ago, I automatically assumed it was from her father, whoever that may be. Magic talent is rare. Only 1 in 1,000 people have it. She has it, but she does not dare to believe it. So she did the only thing she could verify that this was reality and not some dream. Class Harlot 21. Painter LV 4. Charisma 13. Intelligence. Vitality 13. Strength. Mana. Skills. Night long. Sometimes I fake it. Breath of erection. Charmed walk. Cloths open. He liked them aged. Sultry tongue. Attention to colors. Deft hands. Attribute points. It is not a dream. I thought and felt extremely happy, not because I had unlocked the mage talent, but because I was the one who gave my daughter her most cherished gift. I gave her that, I repeated as tears flowed out of my closed eyes. My daughter sounded very happy in her letters when she informed me of her mage talent. She was even happier when I sent her the extra money along with second-year fees for magic-related classes. Those classes are expensive, and it is the reason why I desperately wanted the job of madam. I did not want my daughter to just attend a few mage classes but enroll in the whole program. But it is very expensive, not to mention the tools and resources that require to study it, which cost even more than the course. I want to save enough for my daughter to afford the mage course and all the other costs that come with it. I did not know whether I could do it, but I would try my all to save every penny I earned. Once she becomes a mage, even of the lowest level, she will never go hungry in her life and will always have the respect of the people. I want my daughter to have the best life, and becoming a mage will give her that. As for the talent I unlocked, it will remain there gathering dust, as I would need a spellcaster class to use it or learn at least one spell that will give me class. Learning a spell is not easy, even if I somehow get it. My daughter had said there are whole theories behind it that one needs to understand before learning to cast a spell. I understood my situation, and it did not make me too sad, knowing I would not be able to cast a spell, despite having a talent for it. It will be enough for me if I can make her daughter achieve that. The first rays of dawn had barely started piercing through the clouds when the carriage reached the establishment. The guards immediately opened the gates seeing the carriage, and the carriage walked inside, through the pink mist, and stopped immediately as we crossed the mist, as I had told the driver a minute ago. I stepped out of the carriage and saw the mansion in all its glory, and it looked beautiful and big. It had become 3 times bigger and wider, with pastel pink and white painting which made look so enchanting that I got enamored by it. It looked much better than the old color. I love it and would continue with the color scheme. Even after future changes, it might even be a signature of the establishment. Many things have changed. The first one would notice that there is no fountain anymore. Instead, there is a statue of a beautiful woman with classic imperial features gazing ahead with longing eyes. I had to remove the fountain because it did not suit the new mansion and looked pale in front of it. I wanted to replace it with another fountain, but when Valentina showed me the statue on a tour of her warehouses, I had instantly changed my mind and asked for it. I looked at it for a moment before walking toward it. With the paved road, which had been widened twice its original size, more carriages could now come in and park without creating traffic. Soon I reached the statue, more than 3 times taller than me, with its stand. I admired it for a few seconds before walking ahead, reaching the white and pink steps of the mansion, before stopping in front of its white door with beautiful spirit carvings. It is elvish and completely custom-made by the level 30+ artisan. It cost me a lot, but seeing beautiful carvings of spirits dancing was worth it. I admired it before pushing it open, and the view of the hall had appeared in front of me, seeing it. A big smile lit up on my face. I saw a huge hall, bathing in the beautiful lights with a huge crystalline chandelier, a light from which would fall on pink and white walls with a lining of gold, making them look more beautiful. The aesthetic is different from this world, but it looks amazing. On the right side of the hall, there is a dedicated white stage, which is big enough for large and small performances. Directly in front of me was a bar, which had become even longer and bigger. With thousands of wine bottles, the centerpieces cost hundreds of thousands of crowns per bottle. This is the price at which I had brought them from Namdar, and here, I will sell them at a much greater price. The hall is big, but it is filled with beautiful tables and chairs, like all things in the hall. The furniture, too, is new, and they adjust beautifully with the hall, increasing its beauty of it. When you chose the colors, I had felt they would be bad, but they looked surprisingly beautiful, unlike I have seen before, said Valentina as she walked toward me. She had been here since the last night. There were a few things that needed her help. Do you think it will be liked? I asked her. Definitely, she said with confidence, and that brought a smile to my face. I walked through the hall with Valentina, feeling that strange feeling I had been getting from the mansion since the day I had returned from the Namdar. It is slowly getting stronger. I don't know what it is, nor have I discussed it with anyone, not even with Carla. I feel like it is imagination from my mind. If not, then others might also have sensed it. I did not think about it further and continued to admire the hall, looking for any flaws, as I could still be able to fix them since I had today and tomorrow before the establishment opened, but I did not see any. I was looking at the hall when I saw Udo and Elise entering the hall from the other side, and behind Dan and two guards. Has the studio been set up? I asked Udo. Yes, the studio is ready, he replied, and I smiled. He, along with Elise, had been here since last night, setting up the studio. It was huge work since there were over 100 dresses and a large number of accessories like shoes, not to mention expensive jewelry. It is why I had hired the guards. In the next 2 hours, I looked through every part of the mansion, and the more I looked, the more impressed I became. This time I had spent a lot, 52 million on building alone, 8 of which I had yet to pay to Valentina. I will have 2 weeks to pay for that. If I calculate everything, then everything had cost me 81 million and some change, which is double what I had planned to spend 1.5 months ago. I wouldn't have been able to do all that if not for that 40 million crowns from a share of Lich's loot. It is far less than I deserve. But I am happy it helped me at the right time. The manor had changed fully. It had an extra floor, expanded from all sides, but the biggest expansion had happened underground. I had not only expanded further but created another floor below. Last time, I was not able to provide many amenities to girls and felt like I was caging them in the basement with little freedom. But now, the basement has transformed fully with many amenities. Finally, after looking through everything, I reached a new office which is now on a floor higher. This new office is bigger than my old office, and everything is new and amazing. The table is like the door, carved from a level 30+ artisan from the Empire, grand but with a simple design. The chairs, like the table, are also white and very comfortable to sit on. The tables and chairs in Carla's office are made by the same artisan, but it is a different design that she chose. Her office is beside mine. Only a glass wall separates us, but there is a glass door connecting both offices. The best thing about the new office is the window. It is big and gives the full look of the entrance. I had moved and removed some trees, and now I got a complete view from the entrance to the statue. Unfortunately, couldn't be opened for fear of the rogue. I wanted it that way. If they want to come inside, they will have to break the window, which is stronger than the wall itself. Jill sent a message to Carla to bring girls directly here. I said to the young girl. She is good, quiet as a mouse, without any presence that one might forget she is there. She is also quite good at her job. Yes, Master Silver, she said and walked out of the office while I sat comfortably on my chair, thinking about the reactions. The girls will have a changed mansion. Margox, I am glad we are going back directly to the establishment rather than the temporary resident, said Ina as the carriage rolled out of the Crystal Spa's estate. I did not say anything and just looked out of the window. So much had changed in these 7.5 days they had been in the spa. The change that had occurred in them was shocking, looking at my skin, which was glowing with a vibrancy like never before, that I get enchanted every time I look at myself in the mirror. Everyone had changed in this past week. Especially me, not only physically but also magically, with the unlocking of the mana attribute. I had not told anyone about it, and I don't know if I would. Time passed in silence before the carriage had reached the establishment, and its gates opened, which were bigger with a more elaborate design than the old ones. The carriage entered through the gate and passed through the mist before stopping a few seconds later. And it was first to get out before Carla, Lola, and Della stepped out of the carriage. When I got out at last, I saw all three of them looking at the manor with their eyes wide, even Carla, who had already known about it. When I looked at it, I also froze away for a couple of seconds. The beauty of it had shocked me as I stared at it. But I controlled my emotions and turned back toward the carriages coming from behind, and girls stepping out of them and having the same expression that I had a second ago. I looked at each girl carefully, checked their names with the diary in my hand, and was relieved that everyone was present. The girls are getting approached by the poachers left and right. Some of them have even sneaked inside the spa. "Let's go inside," I said and led them toward the mansion. Gasp, gasp, gasp. She stepped through the doors, and a second later, she began to hear multiple gasps behind. In their shock, they stopped, blocking the way for the girls behind them. If I did not have the responsibility, I would have also let myself be swept into the shock. "Girls, don't block each other's way," I said and brought the girls inside. "Careful, don't damage anything," she warned as everything looked so delicate, she feared they might break it. She is not the only one. The girls, too, are feeling the same as they carefully look at things inside the hall. "It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen," said Della, and I couldn't help but nod. "It is really beautiful." "Let's check out the studio first," said Carla a minute later, and she seemed strangely excited about it. Seeing that, she followed Carla with a few other girls. Soon she reached there and stopped before entering, as Yudo was standing in front of the loosely closed door. "No touching," he said, simply pressing his hands back, opened the door, and immediately stepped inside before stopping too suddenly, making the girls behind a crash on her lightly. She quickly moved ahead and let the girls, who too stopped and had loud gasps coming out of their mouths. The makeup room they had before now seemed like a clay hut compared to the studio right now. Carla had told her Master Silver had brought amazing things from Namdar, and she imagined those things, but even in her wildest imagination, she had not expected what she was seeing right now. The racks were filled with custom dresses with their names, and hundreds of shining shoes were placed on the revolving racks, along with belts, scarves, and other accessories of every size and design. The one that attracted the most was in the center. It is a cylindrical rack made of crystal, and inside it is shining jewelry. From necklaces to bands to chokers and earrings, there are some she couldn't even name. "Are these things for us?" asked Doll in shock. "Technically, it all belongs to the establishment, but yes, you will be wearing these things," said Yudo from behind, and I didn't even glare at him this time for his stickler ways. I stayed in the studio for more than 10 minutes before I walked out of it. I wouldn't have done it if Carla hadn't pulled me out. After looking at the studio, I walked the stairs with Carla to check out the rooms where the girls would do the business. "Don't you think the common rooms are too little?" she asked Carla. Like most things, they too have shocked me. Even the common rooms are much better than rooms from before, and there are 3 types of room above it. The establishment has 4 types of rooms: common, crystal, ruby, and diamond. The common and crystals are the same size rooms, but crystal rooms have much better interiors. The ruby rooms are bigger than the crystal rooms, with an even better interior and outside view. The final diamond rooms looked like they belonged to some nobles. She nearly fainted looking at them. "There are only 9 of them." "Remus is always right about these things," said Carla as they began to climb down. "Only 20% of all rooms are common rooms, 30% are crystal rooms, a little over 40% are ruby, and 9 are diamond rooms." It all seemed the opposite to me. The cheapest should be the most in number, and since the common rooms are free, they should be the most, as people wouldn't want to pay for a room when they are having it free. As for what Master Silver is charging for the other 3 types of rooms, she did not know, and Carla said Master Silver hadn't decided on that yet. They had just reached the first floor when a young blue-haired girl came running toward them excitedly. "Sister Carla, Sister Margox, you should see our residence. It is like a dream," said Vana, nearly shouting in excitement. "Calm down, Vana, you might break something in your excitement," I said. It seemed to affect the young girl as she took a deep breath to calm herself. "She is Vana. a girl who turned 18 a few days before she came here with Della and others. Master Silver had offered her time to decide whether she wanted to join the business, but she refused. She wanted to work, and not that I could blame given the allure of huge earnings. They left the girl to check out other things and walked inside through the door of the basement, and a few seconds later, what she saw had widened my eyes yet again. Before, there used to be a common hall at the base of the steps, but now there is not. Instead, there is an open space and stairs that lead to the floor below. In front of me were two hallways, both of which had a beautiful plate with residence written on it. And in the center of both hallways was a big hall with common hall written on the big place in beautiful letters. They walked toward the common hall before pushing open its door and saw a hall filled with chairs and couches of different styles. All of them looked comfortable that could sit and chat for a long time. It is big enough that more than 50 people could easily sit there, but no one is sitting there. They did not stay there for more than a minute before walking toward the left hallway, where both sides had rooms. And each room would have a small plate with names beautifully written on it. The first room had Lola and Della written on it. In her old brothel, she had shared a room with both of them, especially Della, who she will always be grateful for helping out with Ellie in those difficult times. The room was not big, but it was not small either. It had beds on both sides, tables by them to work on, and cupboards to keep their clothes and things. Both beds and cupboards are bigger than their last rooms had, and looked more comfortable and species. There is also a separation curtain in between for privacy. They looked for a few seconds before walking away, looking at nameplates in each room till they reached the end, where there was a single door against the wall that had my name on it and Madam written below it. "Click. Open it," said Carla, seeing me nervously staring at the door. I took a deep breath and opened the door and walked inside what was supposed to be a living room. It was slightly bigger than girls' rooms, with beautiful sofas and tables in the middle. 8 to 10 people could easily sit in it. The living room had two doors. One was at the end of the room and one was at the left. I walked toward the one that was at the end and opened the door, and it turned out of the bedroom with a bathroom attached to it. I looked at the room carefully, taking every detail without saying a word. After taking a look at it, I returned to the living room and opened the door at the left, and what I saw made tears drip from her eyes. "You deserve it," said Carla as she placed her hands on my shoulder. "It is an office, a small one with a beautiful blue desk and 4 chairs, 1 for her and 3 for the guests." "Try sitting on the chair, Madame Margox," said Carla. I hesitated for a moment before walking toward the chair behind the table and sitting on it slowly. The comfortable chair pressed against me as I sat. It was comfortable without a doubt, but I liked the feeling of the responsibility that this office was giving me. In my life, I had never thought I would reach such a position of responsibility and get my own office. They stayed in the office for nearly 10 minutes before walking out. I didn't want to, but there were things to look at. I will have time to enjoy the office. It is mine after all. Soon, they were in front of the common hall and went to the right hallway. The right hallway also seemed to have 50 rooms, capable of housing 100 people, just like the left hallway. It seemed like we won't have to worry about space, even if another 100 girls come, I said, to which Carla nodded. "Remus planned to do that after the new girls get acquainted with the work," she replied. I could see how she took his name directly. I don't know if the deed happened yet. She had asked Carla many times indirectly, but she remained mum. It is a wise decision. The system of Master Remus is a little hard to get one's head around it, I said, and really hoped Master Silver would wait before bringing the new girls. Not only because it is wise, but also because the pressure on me will increase, and I want to learn to handle these girls first before the new ones appear. I pushed those and walk ahead before stopping, as I looked at the door with only a single nameplate. "Those above level 20 plus will have a personal room," said Carla, seeing my surprise. "The first one belongs to Ine. That girl, despite being more than a decade younger than her, is on the same level as her, including her and Carla. There are 6 people above level 20, and all of them have their rooms. It will make 1 or 2 who are hiding their level reveal it. Personal space is a luxury these girls never had and want zealously, and it will happen in a few hours. I am quite excited, as I have my guesses about who has reached level 20, but it has not been revealed yet. In a few months, a lot of these rooms are going to get filled. I said, to which Carla smiled brightly. It did not need to be said how fast they were leveling up since coming here. I myself had leveled up 3 times in these past 3 months. It is not just her but all the girls. In few months we will level up further. Many girls close to level 20 will reach it, and if they reveal their level, they will get a private room. At the end of the hallway there is a suite. When they open it, they find it is exactly the same as hers, but with different furniture. The girls are going to fight to nails for this place, said Carla, and she couldn't help smiling. It is true, but she does not know what one will have to achieve to get it, and even Carla isn't willing to explain. They went back toward the common hall and began to climb down. That is the place where they heard the most sounds, and it was loud. The floor is nearly empty, despite having amazing new rooms, so there must be something down below to keep them there and hear such excited sounds. My God, I said as I came down. It was not just me, but even Carla looked shocked by what she saw. Sister Carla, Sister Margox, there is a freaking pool in there, shouted Gloria as she ran while removing the buttons of her shirt. They followed the teen and soon reached the pool, where she saw it was filled with girls and that there was barely any space in it. Despite that, Gloria threw away her shirt and pants and jumped into the pool. She did even take a shower first. Your days are not going to be easy, said Carla with a big smile on her face while she just massaged her head for the headache that came. It will be hard to control all these girls, as it is not teens playing in the pool, but women like Della are here too. They walked closer to the pool, and some girls quieted down, but they still kept playing. I looked around the pool, which was big enough that 50 people could easily fit in it. There were chairs around it where one could lie, changing room, and a shower stall for a shower before and after the pool, the rule that nobody seemed to be following. She looked around for a few minutes before walking out of the pool area without saying anything. Let them enjoy today. From tomorrow there will be discipline, I said. I will need to create a system where they will be able to use the pool and other things without getting crowded. After walking out of the pool area, they went to a library, where there were over 3,000 books and enough chairs for more than 50 people to sit and read. There are already people there, and unlike those in the people area, they are following the rules. It is completely silent. Aside from the sound of flipping pages, there is no other sound. I nodded at Ina and Lola reading the books and looked around it before going to the game room, and then the art hall, which is divided into different rooms, like the music room, painting, and a few other parts. There is also a residential area of 30 rooms. It is for young girls below 18. They will be living separately from the working girls, which I think is wise. It will reduce the influence of working girls on them and give them greater freedom to make their own decision. It really feels like a dream, I said after they looked through everything. It is a reality, my dear friend, said Carla and hugged her gently. She could feel that the coming days wouldn't be easy, but she couldn't help but feel excited about it. Clap. Okay for the last time, I said as I clapped. The men left their places and walked out of the hall while the girls adjusted their positions from tables to bar. 5 minutes later, they returned and began to mingle with the girls during great music played in the background. We have been doing this for 2 days. From the afternoon of the day, the girls came back from the spa. We practiced with the actors before they went to the spa, but I wanted them to have practice at the new establishment and was quite glad that Valentina had finished 2 days before the deadline, giving me a chance to perform the practice. I sell experience and not sex. And this experience is a choreographed performance to give the patrons the best experience. So the more they practice, the better experience they will be able to provide to the patrons. I want them to practice until no flaw can be seen in their performance and they have reached there. Especially the old girls, who are absolutely perfect, and watching them, the new girls are learning fast. The same had happened with lessons. Those teachers having experience with the old girls were able to teach them better. The new girls were also more fortunate than the old girls, as they had more time to learn than the old girls. They could be said to be more ready than the old girls had been when the establishment had opened for the first time. The practice continued as the hour passed, and everything was going great. They are practicing every scenario, from interactions to conflict, and excelling at everything. I looked at each girl and turned to Margox, who is the most important. For the past month she had been learning from Carla, and today she will take the full reins in her hands, and there will be no Carla to help her. Today, Carla had officially resigned from the responsibilities of the madam. "What do you think?" I asked Carla beside me. "They are doing great. I don't think there will be any problem," she said. "I really hope so," I said. A few minutes passed, and the practice continued before it was time to end it. "Clap." "Finished," I said as I clapped loudly, and a few seconds later, a man in his 50s dressed impeccably walked toward me. "I hope you are satisfied with our performance, Mr. Silver," said the man. "You and your company are best, as always, Keys," I said. Jor Keys, the same man I had hired for the girls' practice the first time. I talked to him for a few minutes before he and his company left, and I turned to the girls who had gathered in the neat lines before me. "Today is most of your all's first day in the establishment, and I wish I could tell you all to enjoy." That brought a laugh from more than half of the girls. Though try to find a little joy. The conversations can be fun, meaningful, and if you don't want to go above that, it is fine. As remember, there is a choice, and that choice is yours and yours only, I said, emphasizing the last line, and to my surprise, some of them had begun to tear up after that. "Thank you, Master Silver. Your words mean a lot to the girls," said Margox emotionally. "Go rest, you all have a big day today," I said, and they began to leave one by one till only Carla and I remained. "You have become quite good in speeches," she said. I did not say anything to that and walked toward my office with her. It is not a big day for the girls, but for me too. A lot of writing on how the establishment would perform today. I hope to earn at least 1,000,000 crowns daily, which will help me pay my dues and departments and plan for the future. There are a lot of plans, and they need money, lots and lots of money. "All right, first 9 get up," I said and stood up. And with me, the 9 girls. I looked at them before walking out of the common room with them, following behind me. Only 2 hours have remained till the opening, and it is time for us to start the preparations. Soon we reached the studio, and once again, it couldn't help but enamor me. I have seen it tens of times, but it still shakes me whenever I see it. "You have come on time," said Yudo as we entered inside and turned to the girls. "Girls, get naked," he said directly, and the 3 old girls who were used to him quickly removed all their clothes one after another. The teen girls who were present to help quickly picked up the clothes and stored them neatly, while to 3 naked girls, robes came flying and wore themselves on the girls' bodies with sashes knotted. It all happened in less than 20 seconds. The 6 new girls took time despite the practice. The moment they did, the robes came flying and wore themselves on them after some struggle. "Good, now sit," he said, and the girls walked toward the 9 seats, which were better than the old 3 seats, with confidence and hesitation on their faces. "Relax, everything is going to be fine," I said as I sat down on a chair in the corner, while 5 beauticians and Yudo moved to work on the girls. At first, when the establishment opened, there was only Yudo, but then we hired Mrs. Rand, Elsa, as she asked me to call her, and 2 weeks ago we hired 3 others. They are about the same level as Elsa and are good, especially when Yudo is guiding them. Like everything in the rooms, the makeup, the instruments, and everything else are also new and of better quality, and their effects are evident as layers of makeup appear on them. "Walk to the platform," Elsa said to Lydia. And she got up from the chair and walked to the small tile platform that had a mirror at every corner and disrobed without saying anything. Elsa appeared beside her and sprayed her body with the delicate instrument, darkening Lydia's pale skin. With her skills and experience, Elsa took seconds to tan Lydia's whole body before Yudo acted and made a minor adjustment with a little brush. But those instantly lighted up her skin with faint glitter, which made her look mesmerizing. "Now for the dress and accessories," he said. And I could see Lydia's eyes lighting up. Everybody was excited to wear beautiful things. Even me. As Yudo said it, the things came flying. The first came the black lingerie. Lydia familiarly moved her hand and feet as they flowed through her before it was time for a dress, a maroon color satin gown. This gown is special, as it is made for her, and I could see the sheer joy on her face as it flowed through her body before fixing itself on her. I nearly gasped seeing the gown, some girls even did. She looked that beautiful in a gown that was crafted for her. No skill or spell compared to the fitting given by the custom dress, the way the gown hugged, and every curve and sloped around her body is amazing. She looked beautiful like she had never looked before, and she was not even completely ready as the jewelry flew toward her. A beautiful amethyst earring fixed on her ears, and an amethyst necklace on her neck completed her before a few puffs of perfume sprayed on her. She looked amazing beyond amazing, and when she looked in the mirror, tears began to flow out of her eyes. "Your makeup may be waterproof, but I would prefer if you did not cry," said Yudo, "since it is waterproof." "Then it would be fine if I cried a river," Lydia shot back. "In a few months, some girls have become good friends with Yudo. Lydia is one of them." After Lydia got off the stage, another girl quickly took her place, and within a few seconds transformed fully. One by one, girls took the stage, and Yudo dressed them, using his telekinetic skill. I couldn't help but notice the range he could move things. It was longer than before. Whether he leveled up or hid the true strength of his abilities or both, I don't know, but it had made things quite fast. 9 minutes and 20 seconds, all the girls had been readied. It would have been even faster if not for the hesitation from the new girls. In a few days, they would get used to it along with new beauticians, making the processes even faster. Exactly after 9 minutes and 40 seconds, another batch of girls came as she had asked them, and Yudo asked them in. One by one, the girls got ready, and by the time 5:20, every girl was ready except for me. "It is your turn, madam," said Yudo. And she gave him a look before she activated cloths open. Immediately, her clothes fell down at her feet, and she became completely naked. But she did not remain naked for more than a second, as the velvet robe flew over and slid her body. The robe is different. While the robes of the girls were red, hers is black with Madam monogrammed on it. "I wish everybody had that skill of yours. It would have made things faster," said Yudo. "Don't worry, sooner or later you will get such skill," I shot back, and he glared before working on me. The other beautician did not touch me, only Yudo. Another privilege of being a madam. "We do not want you to shine like stars the girls are doing. We want you to radiate the authority," said Yudo as he worked on her hair and face at the same time. 6 minutes later he finished, and I got up and walked on the platform once again, activating my skill. As I did, the robe fell, and I was completely naked, and this time it was not going to be for just a second. A brush with a shimmering solution went over my body, faintly adding a shimmer to my skin. It was the same over my body, except for my legs, where it was denser. "Now it is time for you to get ready," he said. And purple lingerie flew over her. She moved her hands and feet. Lingerie appeared on her before a royal purple dress came flying in. It froze me for a moment. The dress is beautiful, and the work on it is amazing. It also has a slit, which is why Yudo focused more on the legs. It is one of her favorites of 9 dresses she had, all of them custom-made, more than any girl except for Carla. Master Silver had said that each girl should have at least 9 custom dresses, and Madam, of 14. Currently, old girls have only 4 custom dresses each and new ones 3. Poor Elise had been working day and night to complete orders, and she will have to do it for a few months more, even with the new employees she is bringing every week. From what I heard in the past 2 days, Master Silver had some great ambitions, and he will bring more girls in a month or 2, which means more work for Elise. Which she is more than happy to do. That girl loves her work too much. The royal purple dress slid over her body, and a moment later the jewelry came. A beautiful diamond necklace, which had a huge diamond, twice her thumbnail, and hundreds of small diamonds around it. It looks beautiful, but it is not the end, as diamond earrings came next, and then the bracelet that looked made of vines, but it was not. It is some precious green metal on which diamonds are embedded beautifully. She was just looking at the diamonds on her when the shoes came, and they were different from the ones worn by the girls. They are high-heeled shoes made of purple crystals, and when she wore them, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. As they were comfortable, totally opposite of what she thought they would be. "Now a few sprinkles of perfume, and you will be ready," said Yudo, and a white crystal bottle came in and sprinkled her with the most beautiful fragrance she had ever smelled in her life. "I have reserved this for you. It suits you well," informed Yudo, and I nodded my thanks as I loved the fragrance. I took a deep breath of the wonderful fragrance and turned toward the mirror. What I saw couldn't help but bring tears to my eyes. She had promised she would not cry as many girls did, but tears came out as I saw myself in the mirror. And all the things I had dreamed and imagined, I had never, ever expected I would look like this. I stayed there looking at the mirror for more than a minute, and for once, Yudo did not open his mouth to quip. It took a while for me to control myself, before I turned from the mirrors to Yudo. "Thank you," I said, and got off the platform and walked out of the room under the envious gazes of the women. I never in her life thought I would be the receiver of those emotions, but I felt happy feeling their envy, as I felt like I had achieved something. "Open the gates," said Margaux right at 6 p.m. while I walked upstairs to my office. By the time I had reached it, the gates finally opened. Carla was already by the window, and I joined her, watching the open gates, but no carriage had come. Usually, there are one or two always waiting and entering inside immediately the moment the door opens. I didn't like the empty gates and felt my thoughts spinning, but I controlled myself and watched the gates. A minute passed and no carriage came, and I was really getting worried, which I shouldn't be since only a minute had passed. Little more than 3 minutes passed when the first carriage came, and unlike the few before that passed by a road, this one came right inside. It had just parked when 2 more carriages turned and entered the gates of the establishment one after another. "See, you were worried for nothing," said Carla as she turned toward me, with her face right in front of mine and barely an inch of difference between us that we could feel each other's breath. The tension was palpable, but nobody took a step, and we turned back to the window to see 4 more carriages coming. In the next half an hour, more than 50 carriages came inside, the fastest they had ever been. It seemed like my advertisement campaign had worked, I said with a smile, looking at all the carriages coming inside. Of course, I had advertised. What sort of businessman would I be if I didn't advertise my business? Though the advertisement is slightly different from common ads, I could not just post pamphlets on the walls. I have done the advertisement in the places like gentlemen's clubs, the places preferred by men exclusively, as currently I am only targeting them. I have not only targeted the Grelthaven, but also neighboring cities of Deer Pond and Riverbell, and even the merchant cities like Owlspring and a few others, and looking at the response, the huge money I had spent on it is worth it. "I have never seen so many people in such a short time," she said. We had closed gates within half an hour of opening, but those were for 45-50 patrons. Now, the number of girls has more than doubled, and as such, patrons will also increase. Less than an hour had passed, and the establishment already had more patrons than it had ever before, and they will only increase. "Do you think Margaux will handle everything well?" I asked. There are few girls who had experience in management, but I chose her on Carla's words, and in the past month she had performed exemplarily. But she had the help of Carla. From today she will be alone and will have to handle everything on her own. "Don't worry, Margaux is extremely capable. She will not give you any chance to complain," said Carla. "I hope so," I said while looking out through the window. It was a 58th minute when the gate closed, and seeing a big bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Closing the gate means only one thing. The establishment is full and can't accept any more patrons. "Let's go down," I said to Carla, and both of us walked out of the office to the ground floor. Click. I opened the door of the tiny room and walked inside before locking the door, sitting on chairs and looking at the whole view of the hall. There is no small window anymore, but a 100-inch painting for which I had to pay quite a lot of money, but seeing its effects, it is worth it. To others in the hall, it is a beautiful painting made by a level 30+ painter, but for us, it is the one-way mirror through which we can see into the hall. It is in the left corner of the hall, which gives near-perfect view of the whole hall. 134 patrons, nearly 3 times as much as before, said Carla looking at the clients. "And only 12 are without the girls," I added. "They are sitting in the bar alone, some of them looking at the girls yearningly, while others seem to be content in watching and drinking expensive liquor. I have noticed some clients come just to drink. They barely talk to girls or any patron. They come, drink, pay a good tip, and leave." "Margaux should have let some more in people closing the gates," I said after some time. "Give her some time to get used to responsibility. It is her first day and she is playing safe," said Carla. To that I smiled. I did not give too many instructions to Margaux. She had quite a lot of freedom to operate, and she was doing quite a good job. She is not just standing by the door but moving around the hall, mingling and flirting with patrons, and instructing the staff. I took out my diary from the pocket of my suit and opened the latch on the modular pad, which became a small table, on which I placed the diary and began to take notes. I spent a lot of time in this place, so I decided to make it comfortable, and it was worth it. I am feeling very happy seeing the huge number of clients. They will bring a lot of money to me, especially since I have hiked the rates. Now, the rates are 500 crowns per hour, not to mention the money I will get from rooms. Only the common room is free, while all 3 grades cost money. I have decided on the rates just this morning. I still think the rates of the rooms too high. Especially of the diamond room, said Carla, seeing a few clients leaving with the girls for the rooms. They are fine, I said. I have thought deeply and done great research before deciding the number of rooms and their rates. The crystal room costs 500 crowns, the ruby room 1,000 crowns, while the diamond costs 3,000, which is 3 times more than ruby rooms and 6 times more than crystal rooms. Carla had said, I should keep the prince of the diamond room to 1,000 and reduce the value of ruby to 700. I did not agree with it. I think my price was perfect. People have money, and as long as I provide them with a good enough service, they will spend it like the water. We stayed and watched for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, the gate had opened 4 times, and it did not remain open for long. Now there are 147 clients, and only 16 are without girls, while others are with girls. Many tables across the hall will have 1 or 2 girls and 2 to 5 men. Today, the group seemed usually high, as normally 80% of tables will only have 1 patron and 1 girl. Now that number had been reduced to 60%. I watched for a few minutes more before getting up. I looked at Carla, who shook her head, so I alone walked out of the room and went to the studio, which looked far more amazing than before, with all the stuff and renovations. When I walked inside, I saw there were 2 women being worked on by the beautician while Yudo watched and instructed. Some of the new beauticians and the girls who were working were surprised to see me, but saw no reaction from either Yudo, Cooper, or the teen girls. They did not say anything while I sat on the corner chair, watching everything and taking notes. Within a minute, the beautician finished with a redhead woman in her early 30s. She is Olga, and she walked out of the chair to the platform where her robe fell, and brush came, fixing any marks on her skin before changing her into new clothes and jewelry. In less than a minute, she was ready and walked out of the room after nodding respectfully at me. I stayed there for half an hour before going back to the small room. How is everything? Asked Carla without looking away from the hall. Perfect, I replied as I sat down on the chair and turned to the hall. Margox, if I didn't have to leave in the very early morning, I would have stayed longer, said the man in his early 40s. It is fine, Mr. Rain. I am sure you will stay longer when you come to the Grelthaven, I said, and the smile on his face became bigger. He is a merchant from Riverbell and comes to Grelthaven every week and always. You can count on that, Madame Margox, he said, and the next moment he placed a check on the table. The extra is for Renee, he said, and walked through the door while I slid the check in table. The majority of clients, being merchants, pay with checks, which are fast and more efficient than coins. We are earning a lot, more than Carla and I had estimated. And it is not just the establishment, but also the girls. The gifts that patrons left for me and the girls also became bigger, just like Master Silver had told me would happen. A minute later, I opened the gates, and they stayed open for 10 minutes before I asked them to close. I am keeping a number of clients between 140 to 150, around 50 more than the girls we have, but that did not seem to be a problem, with many tables having more patrons than girls. Everything went smoothly. The clients drank and ate while having a great time with the girls. I looked around before walking into the hall, talking to patrons and asking them questions. Many of the patrons are regular, but she also recognizes those who have come a few times or never. Master Silver has provided more huge information about the merchants, including their sketches, and since she always been good faces, she did not have a hard time memorizing their faces and names. Mr. Steele, I hope you are having a good time, I said as I walked to the man in his mid-50s, nursing the whiskey in his hand at the bar. How can I have a good time when I am alone, Margox? Though it can change if you join me, he said suggestively, to which I smiled. I wish I could, Mr. Steele, but my responsibilities have changed. I can no longer entertain you, I replied. It is quite sad for people like us that you have become a Madame Margox, he said as he sipped his whiskey. You whore, how dare you to reject me? I had opened my mouth to reply, when I was suddenly stopped by the loud, angry sound that reverberated through the hall. "Excuse me, Mr. Steele," I said, and turned before hearing his reply and walked toward the middle table, where a pot-bellied man in his early 30s gripping Vana's hand tightly. Anger blazed in my heart, but I controlled it as I activated Charm Walk. I do not care about the charm right now, but this skill increases the speed of walking when tried, and that is what I want. "Is there any problem, sir?" I asked politely to the man as I reached the table. The man is drunk and angry that his nostrils and flaring. He is also gripping Vana's hand tightly, and even I look at it, he does not release her hand. "Yes, there is a problem. This whore refused to come with me," he said, nearly shouting, spit flying. I feared my expression cracking as I faced the man. And for a moment, I thought about what the madam at my last brothel had done. She would have slapped Vana and apologized to the man. "It is her choice, sir. You cannot force her to come with you if she does not want to," I said, failing hard to be polite, and this shocked the man. "This is not her old brothel, and she will not hit her girls ever." The man's face reddened, and he got angrier, gripping Vana's hand even more tightly. The teen girl began whimpering. "She is a whore, and since I paid, I could do whatever the hell I can," he said, and tried to pull her to him. But she stopped him by picking Vana's hand, but it was hard, the stronger than he looked. "Yes, she is whore, but she has a choice here, and she clearly does not want to go with you," I said, and the pudgy man got angrier as he finally released Vana's hand and raised it to hit me. I nearly closed my eyes and waited for the stinging pain, but it did not come. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Gates," said the familiar cultured voice. I opened my eyes and saw Master Silver beside me, wearing his impeccable suit and a small smile on his face. Though when I looked at his eyes, I did not see any mirth. Instead, raging anger, as he looked at the pudgy hand stopped midway. "What kind of business are you running, Silver? Your whore had refused to come with me," said the pudgy man angrily. "A business for respectable people, but you obviously do not fit into that category," he said directly, that making the pudgy man shake in rage. "I had not believed it when your cousin had said you had the manners of a gorilla despite looking like a human, but now I could see she was telling the truth. If the earlier insult was bad enough, this one seemed to have hit the nerve. "You bastard!" shouted the pudgy man, and punched Master Silver with all his strength, while Master Silver kept looking at him with that unchanging smile on his face. I opened my mouth to shout the warning when the hand came in between and stopped the punch effortlessly. "Dan Gina, Mr. Gates is obviously heavily intoxicated. Please take him to his carriage," said Master Silver, and two guards quickly picked up the pudgy man and began to carry him away, despite his obvious resistance. "You bastard, I will remember it," he screamed. But Master Silver even looked at him and turned to me. "You did good, and do add to the ban list," he said, saying the last sentence a little loudly and before turning to people watching. "My apologies for the disturbance, gentlemen. I hope the glass argon 16 from the house would be enough to erase this unsavory incident from your memories," he said, and turned to me. "Margok's a glass of argon 16 for everyone," he said to me before taking Vana with him. "Kina, hun." A surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. Not because of the incident, but because the speed of absorption of desires had increased. Instantly, almost doubled. It clearly happened due to the incident. The night had been full of surprises. The first was the rapid charging of my spell, that instead of months and weeks that I had imagined, it would be fully charged within 4 to 5 days. It surprised me, and now I am surprised again, twice in a matter of seconds. The charging of my spell had increased again, and now I am completely sure that this place was helping me. The spell is not harnessing the desire and lust this place is absorbing, but harnessing the one which had been directed at me more efficiently than before, which couldn't help but make her extremely happy. "What happened, Kina? What made you all freeze up?" asked the young man in the middle. "Don't worry, we wouldn't force you like that bull," said the one beside him with the mirth. Hearing their words brought me back to myself, and my eyes turned seductive and my expression suggestive. "It would please me to no end if you did that," I said throatily in my most seductive voice, and it seemed to work, seeing how their expressions changed. I had been entertaining these 3 friends for half an hour, and I planned to bed each of them. The emotions I would harness from them would help me charge the spell faster. Seeing how easily I am getting clients, I might not even need the spell. But I know having more spells ready is always better, not to mention she will get a commission from the rooms on top of her hours. She needs that money. There are a lot of things she needs to buy to create the spell she needs, and taking more patrons to the rooms will help her with that. I am sorry, said Vanna softly as we walked out of the hall. Why, you did nothing wrong, I said to the teen girl who had tears dripping from her eyes. It is the fault of that pig who did not understand the rejection, I added, and that brought a smile to her face. Click. I opened the door of the small restroom beside the studio and was about to close it when Carla entered inside, and it was clear by her eyes how angry she was. There have been some incidents before, but never like this one. People would accept after some complaining, but this one did not. Sit. I sat the teen down and took out the healing gel from the small cupboard before applying it to her hand. That pig had gripped her hand too hard that now there was swelling. Thankfully, the swelling is not big. The healing cream will fix it within a few minutes. While physical damage will take a few minutes to heal, psychological will take time. Rest here or you could rest in your room, I said, to which the teen girl had remained silent, thinking before she looked at me. I want to go back to the hall after this healed, she said, and I opened my mouth to advise against it when I felt a hand on my shoulder and closed my mouth. It is fine if you want to go back, just rest a little. Before that and even get some touch-up in the studio, said Carla. To which the young girl nodded. There is no pressure on you to go back. If you don't want to go back there ever, it is fine too. I am sure we can find other ways for you to serve the contract, I said, but the young woman shook her head. No, I want to work, said Vanna. To that I sighed. It is your choice, I said, and patted her shoulder before walking out of the room. It is so sad that a young woman had to face such a thing, especially on her first day, I said, and sighed as we walked toward the secret rooms. It might be surprising to you, but we prostitutes face this every day. Vanna had to face this many times in the old brothel. Only here she gets the courage to say no, she said, and I nodded. I sometimes forget that the girls have been working since they are 15. Some I have got from Namdar have worked from 14 and one 13. This is the reality of this world. The earth was no better. Powerful people get away from being pedophiles, from priests to billionaires. Soon we reached the hidden room. I opened the door and Carla went inside. I followed and closed the door behind me. I had just turned when I saw Carla face to face, looking at me intensely with those smoldering eyes, and had opened my mouth to speak when I found her lips on mine filled with such passion and hunger that I had never sensed from anyone. It surprised me for a moment, but soon I let go of it with every inhibition I had. I had been holding back against her provocations for weeks. I wanted to take her thousands of times, but I resisted every time, but no more. We began to kiss with enough passion to burn the damn city, without caring that people might see us through the painting. Even with the skills, it is quite hard to see through it. The painting is made by a level 30 painter, and on top of that, the small room had anti-snooping enchantments, making it even harder. Those with level 35 plus, or those with powerful classes and skills at level 30, might be able to do it, but the chances of that happening are very low. I have yet to begin attracting a clientele with such levels and skills in big numbers. So, if one or two were here, they wouldn't be looking here. People come to the establishment to relax, not to snoop. I have often imagined what it would be like to kiss Carla. And whatever I had imagined was 1,000 times paler than what I was experiencing. It was unlike anything I had experienced before. Let's go to a more comfortable place, I said, and opened the door of the small room and walked out with her. Even as we climbed the stairs, we were not able to control ourselves and kissed many times before finally reaching the place. Click. I opened the door of my room and went inside and looked at her. I only needed to look at her for a second and got all the permission I wanted and kissed her as I pushed her against the wall. We began to kiss as if our lives depend on it, not moving our lips away from each other. It was not just lips that moved, but also our hands that moved across each other's body. My hands roamed her across her body before they went inside her dress, and I felt her soft yet firm ass, which I could help but squeeze hard. Ugh. A moan couldn't escape from her mouth as I did that, and she looked at me with passion, hunger, and something else which I did not want to think about it right now. Take me, I could not wait for it anymore, she said hurriedly and moved her hands toward my pants, but I stopped her. "This is our first time, and let's savor it," I said and kissed her, while my hands moved to release the strings of her dress. As I released all the strings, her dress fell down, and I looked at her with nothing but black lingerie. Seeing me looking at her, her cheeks reddened a little, and she became a little self-conscious. "You look beautiful," I said breathlessly, and took her toward the bed before gently pushing her onto it. I quickly removed my clothes till I was only in briefs, and moved on top of her before taking those juicy lips and continued kissing her, before finally moving away from her lips. Ugh. I kissed her delicate nose first, before her cheeks and then her ear, which I had bit gently, drawing out another moan from her sweet mouth. "Please," she said pleadingly. "All in good time, dear," I said and kissed her throat, drawing out another moan, which became even louder as I bit her neck gently. I continued to shower her with kisses from her neck before reaching her collarbone, making her shiver all over before reaching the valley of her breasts. "I have dreamed about them thousands of times," I said, releasing the hook and removing her bra, releasing the most perfect pair of breasts I had ever seen. I looked at them as saliva gathered in my mouth before. Kissing them and taking them in my mouth as I did, a moan couldn't escape from her mouth. She kept moaning as my tongue played with it, while my hand played with another. Her breasts feel amazing, and they taste even better that I can't seem to let go, especially when I continue hearing her sweet moans, which are going higher and higher. "Yes," shouted Carla, and I felt her shuddering. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I played with her breasts even more intensely, biting, kissing, licking. "How was the orgasm?" I asked. "I felt her body calm down best," she replied, with her cheeks flushing. "But I want more," she added. "Soon you will get more," I said, and once again took her breast in my mouth for a last time before descending down, showering kisses across her navel, making her moan and quiver. She is beautiful and deserves to worship, and that is what I am doing. I am worshiping every part of her. Soon I reached for her panties and breathed on them, and could feel her whole body quivering under them. I kissed her panties before taking them out and looking at her wet pussy. It was glisteningly wet and smelling so delicious that I barely stopped my spit from leaking out my mouth. "You are so wet," I said. "Yes, please don't make me wait," she said pleadingly, but I did not listen. I started at those glistering folds for a moment before kissing down. I did kiss her pussy, but above it, while breathing on it as I kissed down, making her squirm, building the anticipation. Soon I reached close to her pussy, but instead of kissing, I kissed her thighs, making her squirm even more. "Please," she begged, and I continued to tease her, building more and more anticipation till it was time. "Since you want it so badly, I will give it to you," I said, bringing my tongue down and licking across her glistering folds, and immediately felt her shudder wildly. "Yes," she shouted in pleasure. She orgasmed instantly while I tasted the most wonderful pussy in my life. It tasted like nectar. Hearing her wild moan, I began to eat her pussy. I started gently before slowly increasing my momentum. I would kiss, lick, and even bite gently while sensing her response. She is like a beautiful instrument, and I want to play her at her best, give her the best pleasure of her life. "Yes, yes, yes," she kept moaning as I licked her, enjoying the waves of unending waves pleasure that I was giving her. In a few minutes, she got up and pressed my head against her pussy while her thighs gripped it from both sides, making me focus on nothing else other than her pleasures. I did not mind it. I was fully focused on her pleasure as I listened to her voice and body as I gave it to her. "Yes." More than 10 minutes passed when she let out the loudest moan and slumped back into bed, and only then I moved my mouth from her pussy. "How are you feeling?" I asked as I appeared beside her, blissed, she said as she opened her eyes. "I hope you are not tired, but there is a lot of that yet to come," I said, and she smiled. "You will have to do much more than that if you want to tire me out with pleasure," she challenged. "By the time I finish, you won't even be able to walk," I said back and took her lips in mine. She did not seem to mind tasting herself on my lips and even loved it, seeing how she was kissing me. We kissed for more than a minute before I pulled back and removed my briefs with one hand, revealing my rock-hard cock. It had become very hard. I had never felt it hard, as it is right now, though it is also true that I never had sex with a woman like Carla. She is an absolute treasure. I positioned my cock at the entrance of her pussy and turned to her, ready. I asked her, and she nodded. Seeing that, I gently drove my cock into her pussy while taking her lips and felt pleasure. I had never experienced it in my life. I could never even describe how I felt. Soon, it went fully inside, and I left it there for a second before I started making love to her gently. Though the gentle movement did not last for long, as a minute later, her lips began to demand more. My movements became faster. Without breaking our lips and eye contact, we held against each other. It was beautiful, and I had never felt like this with anyone, and I wanted it forever. I don't think I will be able to stay from her, even if she wants me to. Time passed as my movements and her hips came in perfect sync. It felt so perfect that it felt like our bodies are made for each other. I am close, I said after some time. Me too. She whispered back. I nodded and took her lips into mine and increased my movements faster. And without saying anything, she also adjusted her movements to mine. I am coming, I said a minute later. Me too, she said, and I released the load inside her as I felt the greatest pleasure of my life. The pleasure lasted for more than a minute before it stopped, and only then I stopped moving and laid beside her. It was amazing, I said when I finally got my breath under control. Yes, it was, and I want more of it, she said directly as she turned to me. You will have it, I said and looked at my cock, which became tighter again. Good, you have recovered quickly. I thought I might need to use my skill to do it, she said, and I smiled. Not yet, I said and brought her top of me. A minute later, she was riding me like a goddess while moaning in pleasure. We continued through a whole night, beyond a human limit, thanks to her skills, which she needed to use after a few rounds, for which I couldn't help but feel grateful as I did not want to stop at all. I don't know how many times we did it through the night, but when we finally stopped, it was well past dawn, and I was so tired that I did not have the energy to even twitch, though there was a satisfied smile, and not only on my face. Carla. When I woke up, there was a notification in front of me. I had leveled up, which genuinely surprised me, as I did not think I had done something that would warrant a level up. Gaining the levels is hard, especially after level 20. It made me happy, but when I noticed when I became even happier, 100 times happier. I pushed the notification and turned to the man beside me and knew what happened last night wasn't a dream at all. I had waited for months for it to happen. At first, I seduced him to secure my job, but within a few days, those thoughts have changed into something I did not dare to think about. I turned to Remus, whose hand was still around my waist, and if I didn't have to work, I would have stayed. Enjoying his presence, I gently removed his hand from my waist and got out of bed. Immediately felt the effect of last night, which couldn't help but bring a smile to my face and make me wet again. Last night's intense, Remus has a far better love than I had imagined. He worshipped my body like no one ever did, kissing every part of me. Just thinking about it sent shivers down my vagina. I collected my clothes and began to wear them one by one while remembering how he had removed them. I wanted to experience that worship again. I had never felt that in my life. All my life, I had been a dispenser for men's lust. They would come to fuck and leave. Even one of those gentle lovers was the same, caring only about their pleasure. From the moment we began, Remus had cared more about my pleasure than his own, the way he did, like a prayer, worshipping the goddess he desired so much. I soon finished wearing my clothes and crouched down, kissing his lips gently, before walking out of the room with my shoes in hand, and I am not feeling any shame at all. I deserve it, and I will have more. Margox. I returned to my office after taking notes of everything, from the kitchen to the bar. Before entering my office, what a night it was. At first, everything went smoothly, but soon that incident came up. It was bad, but with Master Silver's help, we were able to throw that pig out, and now he is banned. Though I am still worried about Master Silver, while he said I did a good job, I will not be able to calm my nerves till he reassures me again. I pushed those thoughts away far as possible and turned to important things in front of her. I needed to make the expense report, and I had 2 hours before I had to present it to Master Silver. I had been doing that alone for more than 2 weeks, without any help for Carla, but today is different. Unlike before, there were more girls now, more rooms, and more patrons who ate and drank more and went to more rooms. It all translated to more work. I did not waste any time and began. Thankfully, I had taken the notes. Those lessons on administration were great, and so were the tips from Carla. I wouldn't be to do this if not for those lessons. Hadn't been a minute since I started when the notification buzzed in my head. Conditions met, class Harlot, class Macquarel. Conditions met, night-long night work. Conditions met, breath of erection, kiss of vigor. Conditions met, sometimes I fake it, fake face. Conditions met, cloths open, get naked. Conditions met, charmed walk plus, he liked them aged plus sultry tongue madam's charm. Class Macquarel LV, 22. Skill gained numeracy. For a few seconds she froze. She thought it was a level up notification, but it turned into something else entirely. As she looked at it, she knew all her skills in the Harlot class had changed. Even the class itself had changed. Her class had advanced. She could feel its weight and know it was a whole grade above the Harlot class she had. As she understood what had happened, a big ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on her face. My skills have become better than before, and 3 have even merged into becoming my most powerful skill. I could feel its power and knew how useful it would be, especially in dealing with incidents like last night. Not only that, she had even gained a skill, numeracy. Carla had such a skill, and I knew how useful it was. Looking at huge advancement, I couldn't help but sigh. I knew my class would change with new responsibilities. And so do the skills, but I did not expect the change would be this big. Even Carla had said not all her skills had changed when she advanced her class, but mine did. I pushed away the notification and opened my interface, where everything was on the neat table. Class Macquarel LV 22. Painter LV 4. Charisma 13. Intelligence, vitality 13. Strength, mana, skills, madam's charm, kiss of vigor, night work, fake face, get naked, attention to colors, deft hands, numeracy, attribute points. Every skill of mine will help me do the job better, and I couldn't help but feel ecstatic getting them. I looked at it all over and over till I knew it was not a dream and only them. My eyes moved to the attribute point. If it had been a week before, I knew where I wanted to use that point, but now I am not sure. My mind is telling me to put it in one place while my heart is telling me to put it in another. I should listen to my mind, and I tried, but I just couldn't, so I left the point there. I will use it when my mind and heart come to a decision. I looked at the window for a minute more before I turned to my work, and within a few seconds, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Numeracy is making things quite easy for me. It is. Not as taxing as before, as numbers became friends. 25 minutes passed, and a shock couldn't help but appear on my face. The establishment had earned more than I had estimated, more than Carla and Master Silver had estimated. I had made calculations 3 times to believe the number was true, and it was not just the establishment that had earned a lot, but also the girls. It is just from their commission of hours and rooms. I haven't counted the gifts yet, which is the biggest source of their income. Knock, knock. She was looking at the numbers when the knock rang out on her door, and she closed the ledger and turned toward the door. Click. Come in, I said, and the door opened, and Lola entered inside, and she was not the only one. Behind her were 5 girls. Seeing them, my mood had become even better, as I could guess why they all were here. Congratulations, you all, I said to them. Thank you, Madame Margox, they said while Lola turned to me with focus before a small smile couldn't help but appear on her face. It seemed like we are not the only ones who had leveled up today, said Lola, and I smiled. The girl is intelligent and observant, the only flaw she as is her rashness. I hope the lesson she has learned will help her control that rashness of her. You're all here to tell me you have reached the 2nd capstone, right? I asked as I looked at each of them, and they nodded. Of the 6 that came, 3 were part of the 1st batch, 2 are the 2nd batch, and the last one was from the 3rd batch, and the only one that surprised me the most. She was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s, youngest of them all. She will be the youngest to reach 20 in the establishment, but won't be for much longer. Andrea and other young girls are rapidly leveling. It won't take long for them to reach level 20. Good, show me, I said to them, and all 6 of them released their class. I used my class to feel their level, and quite a surprise how clearly I could feel the weight of their classes. I shouldn't be surprised. My class had advanced, and in the hierarchy of the prostitute class, it is above theirs, which makes sense, the weight of their classes each. I focused on each of them, and soon, I finished the last one with a smile on my face. Very good, I said and opened the drawer and took out 6 keys belonging to the 6 rooms. These are keys to your rooms, I said, and they snatched the keys, the moment I noted down their numbers and names. As I said before, the girls love private space, which is why 3 girls hiding their levels revealed and got their rooms. Now we have a total of 13 girls who are at level 20-15 if we count Carla and me. It is just beginning. In the coming weeks and months, their numbers will take a huge leap. Thank you, Madame Margox, they said. You deserved it, girls, I replied with a smile before something came to my mind, and I turned the girls. I have the skill to try. Will any of you mind being a test subject? I asked them. I don't mind, me too, they replied one after another. It might remove all your clothes, I said, to which they shook their head. It did not matter, said Lola. Then I am activating it, I said, and activated Get Naked, and immediately all clothes on Lola's body slid off. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Cloths Open used to work on me alone, but Get Naked worked on me as well as others. I tested it on all of them, and it worked without any problem. Thank you, girls, I said to them as they wore back their clothes. Happy to help, replied Gina. They left soon after while I continued to work, and an hour later I was finished with it. I once again checked everything, and after confirming everything was perfect, I picked up the files and walked out of my office. Master Silver is going to be very happy with the numbers. Conditions met. Soutnor Merchant Agent of Experience. Conditions met. Trusty Presence, Trustful Presence. Conditions met. Worthy Goods, Good Sense. Conditions met. Shop Open Torch for Seeker. Agent of Experience LV, 10. Agent of Experience LV, 11. Skill gained, Sight Through Veil. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw loads of notifications in bold blue color in front of me. For a second I could not react at all, before a smile appeared on my face. My class had advanced, and so were my skills. Seeing some of them, my eyes couldn't help but turn red with joy. Especially Torch for Seeker and Sight Through Veil, these two. Our skills simply amazing. I had also leveled up, and not once but twice, giving me 2 attribute points. It took me a while to calm myself, but when I did, I look at all rationally. Agent of Experience. This is of grade class, formerly known as the specialized grade class. My old class, Soutnor Merchant, was a merged class and specialized class, but it was at the lower end, but the Agent of Experience is at least a grade above that. I could feel its weight, and know it is more powerful than my old class, which automatically increases the power of my skills and attributes. The power of skills depends as much on class as on the levels and attributes. It is the same for the attributes. The better your class is, the more power they will give to you. 2 people with the same attribute points do not project the same power unless they have the same class. It is the reason people desire better classes so much, especially the ruling classes, which held the greatest weight. My new class will increase the weight of my attributes. The ones that will benefit the most are charm and intelligence. Strength and vitality will also benefit, but not as much as the other 2. It is not a combat class. 3 of my skills had advanced. Trusty Presence had turned to Trustful Presence, a more powerful passive skill. It helps a lot when dealing with girls and those related to the business. The same happened with Worthy Goods. It had advanced to Good Sense. I can already see how much they will benefit me. The advancement of 2 classes is good, but it is the 3rd one for which I am most excited. Shop Open had turned into Torch of Seeker, an extremely powerful skill, which is at least 2 grades above the common Shop Open. It will attract people who are searching for experience. I could already see how much it will benefit my business. For Shop Open was the billboard, then Torch of Seeker is a bright red torch. That will anyone who is searching for experience to the establishment. The last one is a new skill I got, Sight Through Veil. It is an invasive skill, but one I am very much happy to get and couldn't wait to use it. I wanted to get out of my room to use my skill, but I controlled myself and turned to the next thing. I have leveled up twice, and with it, I have gotten 2 attribute points. I already know where I am going to use them, but I did not use them immediately, instead opened my class interface first. Class Agent of Experience LV, 11. Lawyer LV, 8. Warrior LV, 7. Charisma 10. Intelligence. 10. Vitality. Strength. Skills. Trustful presence. Good sense. Contract. Torch for seeker. Consecutive strikes. Quick steps. Fast reading. Price is right. Weighted strike. Lawful suggestions. Sure foot. Sight through veil. Attribute points. The black table appeared in front of me, with blue text showing everything to me. Aside from the price is right, all my skills from the base class had changed. I am also quite close to the first capstone in the lawyer class, which I had advanced once after returning from Namdar. 2 levels more in lawyer class, and I will have another. Attribute points. It won't take long at the end of the year, given the amount of work I am doing for the guild. It is hard to make such progress. Over 99% of people take more than a year to reach level 10 in their class, while I will take 2 of my classes to that level and above before the year's end. I am not sure about the warrior class, and I would be grateful if I slowly level it with training. I do not want to suffer dangerous incidents to level it up. After looking at the table, I turned back to the attribute point and immediately added one to the charisma and the other to the strength. I would have liked to add the one I used for charisma to vitality, but adding to the charisma would benefit me more. Class. Agent of Experience LV, 11. Lawyer LV, 8. Warrior LV, 7. Charisma, 11. Intelligence, 10. Vitality. Strength. Skills. Trustful presence. Good sense. Contract. Torch for seeker. Consecutive strikes. Quick steps. Fast reading. Price is right. Weighted strike. Lawful suggestions. Sure foot. Sight through veil. Attribute points. As I added the points, I felt the change immediately. My perception became clear, while I felt more strength in my veins as I made the fist. A few minutes later, I closed the window and turned to the empty side of the bed. Last night was wonderful, and I am already desiring more. I don't think I could stop now, even if I wanted to. Just thinking about the last night made my cock hard, and if she had been here, I would have taken her now. I pushed those thoughts and walked out of the bed, quickly freshening up and showered before eating breakfast. As I finished that, I walked out of my room. From tomorrow, I will resume the practice. I had taken 4 days off, and that is more than enough. I will need to keep my skills sharp, especially now with the attribute and change of class. While the warrior class had not changed, the power of attributes had changed because of the advancement of the base class, and that will affect the warrior class and lawyer class. Click. I opened the door of the office and walked inside. Immediately, 2 sets of eyes fell on me, and a surprise appeared on their face. "Congratulations, Master Silver," said Margox. She could feel I had leveled up with my passive skill. I am just learning to control them. I do not have the experience and time like Margox, one of the best in controlling her passive skills. "You too, Margox," I said with a smile, and a faint surprise couldn't help but appear on her face, which quickly disappeared. So quickly that I am not sure whether I had seen the surprise or just imagined it. "Thank you, Master Silver," she replied. She had her passive skills in control along with her charisma, but with my new class, I could still pick up the obvious hints which are telling me Margox is not the only one. Carla, too, had leveled up. "Before we start, I want to say one thing to you, Margox," I said, and could feel her being nervous before she quickly controlled her expressions. "You did an amazing job last night. Your handling of disturbance was perfect." I praised. "Remember, the choice of girls is most important. If incidents occur again, you have my permission to throw the troublemakers out," I said. "Thank you, Master Silver," she said emotionally without hiding her expressions. There was a silence for a few seconds, though I looked at Carla and my cock couldn't help but harden. She seemed to understand what I was feeling as a small, seductive smile flashed across her face before it disappeared. "Have you made all the calculations?" I asked Margox. "Yes, it is all in here," she replied and pushed the file toward me. I took the white file in my hand and opened it, before starting reading, and in just a few seconds my eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on my face, which became bigger and bigger with every line I read. Like Carla, she is clear and concise, more than before. If I am not wrong, then she had gotten some skills that made her more efficient and accurate in it. 2,060,256 crowns. I read as I stared at the big bold numbers written beautifully in black ink. It was double what I had expected. I had estimated we will earn between 1 million to 1.5 million. But we have ended up earning double. Like always, we have earned more through the food and drinks. I had hired new chefs and bartenders. The new head chef is above level 25 and could work on some magical material. I did not change the head bartender, as he is good, and only got him a few assistants. We have sold quite a lot of drinks and food, and if we continued selling in such a way, then it wouldn't take long for it to empty our inventory, especially of our liquor. Which is great because now I could buy more of those expensive liquors, especially the ones that cost 1 million crowns and more a bottle. Those are really amazing, and looking at choices of people, they are clearly willing to pay. I will start buying them and begin using them after at least 20 girls reach level 20. I do not want to sell the liquor without providing a quality of experience. While the liquor might sell, people will not get the experience that I wanted them to get in the establishment. The higher level girls will provide that experience, and I don't think I will have to wait too long for that. As of today, 13 girls have reached level 20, and more will soon. In 2 to 3 months, I will have at least 20 girls above level 20. If I wanted to, I could have brought level 20 girls. I had money, but that would have made things worse. The level is not everything. One needs to have the skills, not to mention the knowledge. The reason I take girls below level 20 is that I could teach them. Through that knowledge, their classes and skills change, not to mention the knowledge they gain in the field they have chosen. Every one of my girls could have an intelligent conversation in the fields they are learning, which is what makes the establishment differ from other brothels. The earnings are very good, I said Margox before turning to Carla. Put the notice for the teachers we want, I said to Carla. It will be done, she said. We had the teachers, but now I want the better ones. The new ones needed to be level 25 or even level 30 if they are in budget, with a specialization in the field we need. The higher level teachers are better, their pupils learn quickly, and I want that. The level of establishment increasing, and so are our earnings, and I want the girls to advance with it. I want them to gain enough knowledge in their respective fields that they could converse intelligently about it. You two can choose your own private teachers, I said to them. These two represent the establishment, and I need them to be best. Thank you, Master Silver, said Margox with tears welling up in her eyes. I smile at her and turn to both. I have got a new skill. Do you mind if use them on you both? I asked them. No, I do not mind, said Margox while Carla just shook her. With their permission, I activated the sight through veil. Immediately, I felt the weight of their classes, and even could tell how many classes they have. Carla has 3, while Margox has 4. Try resisting, I said, and a moment later it became fuzzy. The only thing I could tell is that they are above level 20. I could not even tell how many classes they have. How does it feel? I said as I deactivated the skill. A bit intrusive, replied Carla while Margox just nodded. Thank you for letting me test my skill, I said to them. I am thrilled with result, and now I want to test on someone lower, those below level 20% and level 10. I am sure the result I will get will be something amazing. It is my pleasure, said Margox and got up to leave while I turned my eyes to Carla, whose beautiful amethyst eyes are burning with lust. Click. I must be feeling the same. The moment the door clicked close, we both get out of our chairs at the same time and move toward each other. Click. The moment the door closed, we both sprang up from our chairs at the same time, and a second later, our lips met for a passionate kiss. The kiss is like fire. It made every part of my body feel hot that I want to throw away all my clothes. I want you, I said as our lips separated. Take me now, she replied, and that is all the affirmation I needed as I threw away the files on the desk, with no care for them, and lifted her onto it. I raised her dress and looked at the red lacy underwear, as I touched it and felt it wet. You are drenched, I said as I tasted my finger before removing her underwear, nearly tearing it apart. Yes, sir. I crouched down and licked her drenched pussy, tasting those wonderful juices that I had felt thirsty for since morning, drawing out a moan from her lips. I wanted to fuck her directly, but the moment I tasted her juices off my fingers, I couldn't control myself. Yes, yes, yes. I began to eat her pussy, drawing out bigger and louder moans from her lips. Those moans were music to my ears and the greatest encouragement I needed. She pressed my head into her pussy with her hand. I did not resist and instead increased the tempo of my tongue while biting her gently, making her louder every second. Yes, sir. It did not take long for her to let out the loudest moan, and I felt her body shudder and juices begin to come out. I licked them all while taking her higher and higher into her orgasm. I only got up when the last waves of her organism receded, but she still has her eyes close as she takes ragged breaths. That was amazing, she said as she opened her eyes. I aim to please, I replied. After doing that whole night, I understood quite a few things about her, the things she liked, the things that take her higher. If we continued for a few days, I would know her body so thoroughly that I could play her like an instrument. It is my turn now, she said and got off the table and went onto her knees. Before smoothly removing the buttons of my hand, as she pulled them down, my rock-hard cock sprang forth. She moved her tantalizing tongue toward it before licking the white drop of pee come from my cock. Tasty, she said, and moved her tongue on my cock again. Whole her hands began to play with my hands. Yes, I said and gripped the table tightly. She had amazing skills, especially with her tongue. The things she could do with it will make her feel life worthwhile with just a single experience. She played with my cock with her tongue before moving it across the ball. She kept doing that for a minute before she took my cock in her mouth and took it. Hold down and kept it there for a few seconds before bringing it out. You're so good, I praised, to which she smiled and sucked my cock. Her mouth is feeling so amazing that I wanted to grip her head and fuck her throat, and I will do that, but not today. Today, I will let myself enjoy her skills thoroughly. She continued to suck my cock and balls, using her tongue masterfully, that it did not take her long to bring me close. I tried resisting to enjoy the feeling longer, but she was so good that my resistance felt futile. I am close, I said, and instead of removing her mouth became intense as that climax began to approach rapidly till it came. I am coming, I said, and unloaded all the load in her mouth, and she drank it all without spilling out even a single drop. Soon I unloaded it all in her throat before taking my cock out. While doing that, a thick drop fell on her lips, which she licked clean erotically with her pink tongue. Delicious, she said. Her action was so hot that I raised her by her shoulder and kissed her passionately, mixing both tastes together, which made the kiss even harder that within seconds, my cock had become hard as a rock again. She could feel it pressing against her as she turned to me. Take me, she said breathlessly, and I did waste any time. I raised her up on the table again and pressed her cock to my entrance before pushing it all inside in a single stroke. Yes, she screamed and pulled back my cock before ramming it inside again while taking her lips. This time there was no gentleness. I fucked her hard. This is what she wants, this is what I want. I kept pistoling inside her while our lips kissed passionately, filling the entire office with wet sounds and moans from our lips. It is a good thing that I had made the office completely soundproof with enchantment. One will need powerful listening skills to hear any sound from my office. Turn, I said to her as I took out my cock from inside her. She turned immediately with her hands on the table, an amazingly beautiful ass in front of me, on which the faint bite marks of yesterday are still showing. Yes. I did not waste any time and pushed it inside her, deeper than before, drawing out even louder moans from her lips. It felt amazing to do it from behind, the spots I could hit with all the freedom, drawing out louder and louder moans from her. I pushed harder and harder inside her while bending to kiss her sensitive neck, which, if I kiss and lick, heighten the pleasure she is feeling. In turn, she would manipulate the muscles of her pussy to give the greatest of pleasure. I had a few partners who were able to do this, but not to this degree. It is on a completely different level that makes everything otherworldly. I am close, I said as I reached the climax. We will come together, she said, and I kissed her neck while increasing momentum further. A few seconds passed. I could not hold back any longer. I released all my load inside her pussy and felt her shudder as she came. I emptied all my loads but did not remove my dick. It stayed in her pussy for more than a minute before I had finally removed it. It was amazing, I said as I finally got off her. Yes, it was, and it seemed like you have to be added some points to strength and vitality. "You were more vigorous than last night," she said as she turned to me. I did not answer, just smile as I pull my pants up and button them before straightening up my cloth. After adjusting my clothes, we picked the stuff from the ground and put it back on the table before sitting down on our chairs, basking in the wonderful after-sex glow. The spark had lit up so fast that we could not control ourselves and started fucking each other like animals, and even now, I want to do it more, but there is too much work to do. "They are opening the brothel right in front of us," she said after a minute of comfortable silence. I looked at the big building opposite ours, where a lot of carriages and people coming and going. 2 days ago, Norman Lucas has brought the building. That was supposed to be a casino. Now it will be a brothel. It is nearly a finished building. It won't take more than a month to change it into a brothel. "There is nothing you could do about the competition other than to beat them," I said with a sigh. She smiled, and there was a seductiveness in it, seeing that I wanted to get up and take her to the table again, but I did not. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down before turning to file. I note down all the expenditures, from girls' commissions to salaries of staff, taxes, and others. After counting everything, I have left with 1,700,000 pure profits. I will need to pay the loan I owe to the bank and the dues I owe to Marina. I am not worried. We'll be finished paying it all in a week or two, and then I will save. I am going to need a lot of money for what I am going to do next. Well, I have that gift from my grandfather. I would like to have my saving when I start the next phase of my plan. Soon I finished and closed the file before picking up the papers, and immediately I couldn't help but become surprised. "Gore like bandits," I muttered. "They are one of the dangerous groups of orc bandits from the Nakar forest. They are the strongest, and while few groups are stronger than them, these are the most audacious. They raid, raped, and ravaged, even dared to attack the forces of the Empire and merchant cities. They have kidnapped many merchants and the officers of Mirador Hold. Those were not ransomed, killed by them. There is a huge bounty on their heads, but those bastards do the deed and hide in the magic region, where finding them before is impossible. Still, the Mirador Hold had sent its forces there to hunt them down. The city had issued a big bounty. Given its size, I am sure many mercenaries would flock to the White Forest soon. I wonder how my brother had reacted to it and other nobles of Nakar baronies. The bandit group is their problem now. There are some capable people who could deal with them, but there are also the idiots like my brother. In a few minutes I finished reading all the papers, and now there is, even more, worry in my heart than before. The world was becoming dangerous by the day, and compared to some threats, the bandits of the Nakar forest did not seem too important. Thebes and Edruin are recruiting the soldiers in large numbers. The same is happening down south with Jaime and Iresser. Not to mention Vrisalud is continuing its rampage on Mayhurst Island, making gains every day. All of them are preparing. The moment the Emperor is dead, these bastards will attack at full strength. I really hope the first prince suppresses his siblings and consolidates his support from all factions, or it is going to be terrible. Even we wouldn't be safe in this corner of the Empire. The Navar and its undead hordes are always in the shadows. Not to mention Thebes, which is still hell-bent on getting back its territory. The door of the establishment opened, and a carriage walked through it. There is a smile on my face, even when I looked at hundreds of people rapidly working in a new brothel in front of me. I could already see many familiar people there, because this time Norman had hired Valentina's firm to do the job. The man might be distasteful, but he is smart, and he knows he will need all advantages to compete with me, and hiring my architect is the advantage he is gunning for. Well, he will need a lot more than to beat me. It had been 10 nights since the establishment opened after the fresh changes. After the first night, my earning had broken through the 3 million mark and never came lower. The word spread, and also my skill. It is working much better than I had imagined. Torch of Seeker attracts anyone looking for experience. Seeing the response, I am planning to make other changes even sooner. Soon the carriage reached the Merchant Guild. I walked out of the carriage, with Jill silently following behind me. I had started to bring the young girl to the guild regularly with me. I need an excellent assistant, and while Carla is great, it would be not wise to use her talents for this. I am training her to be an administrator. She will need to learn fast because soon there will be an enormous responsibility for her. Jill, on the other, is perfect for assistant. She is natural at it, and I only need to teach her a few things before she became great. I entered the guild and took the elevator, before coming out and walking toward the conference room. Soon I reached a conference room where a few people sitting in the backseat, including Old Man Oakley, Rip, and people from other departments. I sat down at the main conference table and read the agenda of today's meeting. This meeting happens every week. It is different from other meetings because the representative of Count Darrow also takes a part in it. Quite some points are being discussed today. Some were very urgent, and some were about the long-term plans of the Merchant Guild. I was reading it when the first person walked inside. "Remus, you have arrived early as always," said a man in his late 40s with a thick mane of blonde hair. "You know me, Guildmaster Bow," I said to the man. He is Ivan Bow, the Guild Master of the Potters Guild, and also one of the secretaries of the Merchant Guild. This meeting is attended by all the secretaries, Vice Guild Masters, and Guild Master. I am the only advisor invited to sit at the main table. There is staff from every department from legal to accounting, but all of them are sitting in the back chairs, not at the main table. One by one people came in, most of them sub-guild masters like Bow, but when there were 5 minutes, vice guild masters begin to appear. First was Soren Arin. The old man came and sat in his seat, nodding at all people. Right after him came 2 more vice guild masters, including the one who did not like me, and then Locke. The last one to come is Damon Hart, and with him is a representative of Count Darrow. As both of them walked it, we all sat up and only sat down when they sat down. "Thank you all of you for your attendance in the weekly meetings," said Damon Hart. "We will begin today's meeting with the most urgent point," he added and turned to Soren Arin. "The problem of bandits is increasing. In the past week, 2 trade caravans had been looted in Nakar baronies by Gorlag bandits with 12 deaths. The 8 ships have also been robbed with 9 deaths," he said, and looked at the representative of Count Darrow. "I am a little surprised, as not the whole news had been reported in papers. I thought only 1 trade caravan had been attacked and 4 ships had been looted." Count Darrow had been in contact with Murador Hold, and they have promised to send more forces to Nakar Forest. He also talked to the Lord of Meldhorn and the city Lord of Owlspring for more patrols. The city will also have 4 more new patrol ships to patrol the waterway by the end of the month, he informed in a practice voice. "We thank Lord Darrow for his efforts and hope he will get rid of those vermin soon for smoother trade. It is the lifeblood of our great city," said Damon Hart. "I will pass your words to Count Darrow," he replied. "Count Darrow may be powerful, but he needs to listen to the merchants. As Damon Hart pointed out, it is the lifeblood of the city. Without it, the city has nothing." "We will move to the next point, which is good news," said Damon Hart with a smile on his face. "More goods are coming from the Belnin and Oxall, and our goods are also moving toward them. In just 1 week, the import had seen the rise by 110% and export by 130%. He informed, and joy is apparent in his voice. "We do not have an official relationship with the merchant states of Belnin and Oxall, but goods are flowing despite that. Which is great news, as this could be said to be the first step toward normalizing the relationship with them, especially with Oxall. Not to mention, all the goods that flow through the city pay taxes, making it richer by the day. I know Count Darrow, who had been angry coming here, is now happy. The city is performing better than anyone's imagination. The trade is increasing by the day, and with it, the population had been steadily increasing. The city's population had already doubled in 3 months, turning to 50,000, and it is increasing. The prices of real estate are also steadily increasing, that I had to hold off on some of the investments I was planning on making. One point after another being discussed, I mostly stayed quiet and only give my opinion when asked. That happened only twice till now, which is greater considering some secretaries did not even get a chance to talk. "There are some signs Deer Pond mellowing. Should we send another delegation?" asked Damon Hart, and Locke turned to me. "I think we should wait. The concessions they are willing to make are too low. Will not be wise for us to sign any advance agreements with those concessions they are offering," I advised, while using the lawful suggestions. "I am using it at every chance I have got." Lord Darrow had the same views. He said we should wait till a more favorable response comes from them, said the advisor. We will wait for directions of Count Darrow, said Damon Hart, before turning to Locke again. How is the preparation for the Galehorn? He asked. Galehorn is one of 3 port cities in the Renwell region and the one closest to us, though not much trade flows through it, because of its being connected to the land rather than the river, which I think is not a wise decision. We cannot always remain to depend on river trade. We need to have all avenues of trade open, or when the hard times come, it will be difficult for us to survive. Going smoothly, we should be prepared by the end of this week, replied Locke. Good, keep me posted on it, he said, and turned to Soren Arin. One by one, all the points on the agenda were discussed till there was nothing remained. It is enough for today, thank you, advisor Collins, for attending the meeting, he said, and ended the meeting. Damon Hart was the first to leave with Collins before the rest of us begin to leave. How are preparations for the Galehorn? Asked Locke, to me, Old Oakley, and Rip, as we are the ones who are preparing the proposals. As you had said, everything going well. It will be ready by the end of the week, I replied, and could see him taking a sigh of relief. I hope so. A successful trip to Galehorn will really help me strengthen my position here, said Locke. The first sentence was heard by everyone, while the last was only heard by me. Locke had a skill that helped him talk to a specific person while excluding others. It is a nifty skill. It will be great if I get a skill like this. Soon we reached where Jill had been waiting with other assistants. As we appeared, she silently followed behind. I looked at her and felt quite relieved when I saw her with her usual expression. The first few days she had come with me were hard on the young girl. Because of her background, she suffered from other assistants' bullying. They were hard on her, Carla had said. The young girl had cried through the whole night the first day. I had asked her to stay in an establishment the second day, but she insisted on coming with me. Soon I reached my office, and along with Oakley and Rip, worked on a proposal for 2 hours before reviewing other contracts for mistakes. I loved working here, especially when I am making steady progress, not on levels, but socially. I am making connections with people from nearly every city, and even though negotiations did not always work, I make a point of being polite. Even in Deer Pond, where we had the worst negotiating experience, I had smiled and laughed with negotiators after we finished. These all will be very helpful soon. I stayed in the guild till 4, before sitting in my carriage and going back to the establishment, where 2 hours later, the gates opened, and the carriage began to be rolled inside within a few seconds. As I may be confident with Carla, I am a little worried about the new brothel opening opposite mine. It is bigger, with higher-level girls, and they had established it to crush me, as I had declined his many offers to buy the establishment. The latest offer was very tantalizing. He seemed to have lost patience with me, as now instead of buying, he is trying to crush me. I felt good after coming out of the shower, but some aches remained. I would have been able to relieve it if I had used a little more cream, but it is fine. This ache helps give me a sense that I am really training to get better. I need to be better. I have taken a lot of beating today, and tomorrow it will be even more. Click. After having breakfast, I walked out of my room, and a few seconds later, I opened the door of my office and walked inside, where Margox and Carla were waiting as always. Oh, today their mood seemed different, more serious as they stared out of the window. Good morning, I said to their serious, worried faces. Good morning, Master Silver, replied Margox, while Carla kept looking at the widow. They are opening today, said Carla a few seconds later. Yes, they are, and there is nothing to be worried about. I am confident we will be fine, I said with the confidence that I am not feeling inside me. I am also worried. That bastard Norman had spent money like water, spending over 200 million on renovations, and I have to say, it looked quite amazing. I am feeling quite threatened by it. I truly hope so, said Carla as she turned to me. I smiled at her and picked up the file, reading it. A genuine smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Not because the establishment is earning over 3.5 million crowns last night, but because there is another girl who had leveled up, reaching level 20. Now, I am extremely close to my goal. When I will get 20 level 20 girls, I can make some small changes which will make the establishment shine further. Are you doing that today? Asked Carla as I put down the file. Immediately Margox turned serious, as she also understood what we were talking about. Yes, it is necessary, I replied, with my face turning just as serious. "It will crush the girls," said Carla, and my expression hardened. "It is business, Carla, and sometimes you will need to take the hard decisions to make the business grow," I replied and took out the page with the names of girls on it. "I am not liking what I am doing, but I have no other choice. I have to do it. It is best for the business. It might reduce my earning and crush some girls, but as I had said, it is necessary. Without such decisions, I cannot take my business to the heights I want to take. These are the girls. Bring them to me after they woke up," I said. Margox nodded and took the page. We discussed other things and made some plans before she left, leaving me and Carla in the office. The spark lit up in our eyes, but we controlled it. For a month, we have been fucking like bunnies, and only in the past few days we have gained some semblance of control over our emotions. "When are we going to bring the new girls?" asked Carla. "Soon," I replied. A month had passed and all the girls got familiar with the established system. It would be the right time to bring the new girls. It will take me at least a month to train them, which will make the current girls even better. I would have left today to bring the new girls, but the new brothel that is opening today had made me wait. I want to see how it affects my establishment before I bring the new girls. I looked at my competition for a minute more before focusing on the work. Knock, knock. 2.5 hours passed when a knock rang out on my door. I stopped what I was doing and closed the file before turning to the door. "Come in," I said, and Margox walked in, and behind her was 6 girls from their late teens to mid-40s. "Please take a seat, girls," I said to them, and 6 of them sat on the couch with nervous emotions. Looking at their faces, they already have an idea of what I have called them here for. I had already told all the girls about it on the first day after the new changes. They will have to improve every aspect of the job, or they will not have the job. "Do you know why I had called you here?" I asked, and a moment later some of them nodded with some hesitation. "From today you will be off the hall. You will have to serve your contract in a different capacity," I said finally. "Yes, I am firing them from the job, but they will still have to serve the contract in another capacity." "Why, Master Silver, we are not the worst earning ones?" asked Wanda in great shock. Even if she had expected it, hearing me say it had still left shock in their heart. "They might not like the job, but they like the money it brought them. Till last night they were earning a fortune, now they will not." "I am one of the top 10 earners. Why fire me?" asked the blonde-haired Marba. "She is the one I wanted to fire the most. I had quite a lot of complaints about her and even gave her warnings, but she did not listen. This woman would rush the patrons to the rooms, exhort them to take diamond runes, and even ask for the gifts openly. But the worst thing she had done was not to keep her mouth shut. She did not keep the things one patron had told her. She had told them to another. While the secret was harmless and the patron was not angry, it was totally unacceptable. She had broken the core rules and she had to go. I would have fired her even if she had been a top earner. The money you earn is the last thing I look at. I had told you all before. It is not sex that we sell, but the experience. We fulfill the desires of patrons and you girls are most lacking in it." I said to them. "Is there nothing we can do to get our job back?" asked middle-aged Hilda, to which I shook my head. "You all received warnings about what you were lacking and still did not improve. That gate is now forever close to you," I said, and tears began to drip from their eyes. I felt bad, but my decision is final. I am running a business and I want to succeed in it. If they could not work by my standard, they will have to be fired. "What will we do now?" asked Marba. "You will serve the contracts in other ways. You all have 10 days to decide what way you like to serve. If you haven't decided in 10 days, I will decide it for you," I said to them. Some wanted to say something, but seeing my expressions, they closed their mouth and got up to leave. With them off the job, their living arrangement would also be changed. They will now live on the floor below. They had reached the door when Lenore stopped suddenly and turned to me. "Master Silver, will it be fine if I join the studio?" said Lenore hesitantly. Hearing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. "Sure, you can join as an assistant. And once you gain enough skills, you will be elevated to the full staff member," I replied, and could see the genuine smile appearing on her face while tears dripped from her eyes. "Thank you, Master Silver," she said in a barely audible voice and walked out of the door. It went better than I had imagined. One time, I remember it, I was firing the people for my client and the person went violet. I had been hit so hard in my stomach that I had needed the trip to the hospital. Lenore will be a great help to the studio. Udo, who had been teaching Lenore and the other girls, had high praise for her. I am sure he will have no problem taking her. Inform Udo about Lenore's decision, I said to Margox. Okay, she said and left. I worked for a few more minutes before walking out of my office and going to the guild. While I had said I might not come today, going there would be a wise choice. If I stayed here, will be less work and more staring out of the window at other buildings. I worked in the guild till 4 before coming back. When I reached the establishment, I looked at the brothel opposite mine and it was ready, like a bride on her wedding day, looking amazingly beautiful. Now I am feeling even more worried. But the worry is not going to help me. I have to trust my establishment and observe the business and make a change according to it. Soon the carriage entered the establishment, and I entered inside with Jill. It is going to open in less than an hour, said Carla beside us as we stared at the window. I did not work as I know it will be fruitless with my focus everywhere. So I just did what my heart and mind asked me to do, stare at my competition. In 41 minutes, I said. It is going to open at 5, and like all brothels of Norman in the city, the Red Fragrance will be a 24/7 brothel. It will not close for a day or a night. Time passed and soon it was 5. Right in time, the gates of the Red Fragrance had opened. Within a minute, 2 carriages enter inside, and that was just the starting. 50 minutes passed, and over 40 carriages had entered Red Fragrance. It is still daylight. If this continued, then by the time sky darkens, the whole brothel will be filled with people. The brothel is huge. There are over 300 girls in it, with 100 girls over level 20. I did not even have to use my sources to know about it. He had advertised it so much that even a small child of Greltheven knew about it by now. For me, it is a huge thing that will require years of work, but for Norman Lucas, it is a not big deal. House of Lucas deals in brothels. There are over 1,000 brothels. They run into the empire. He even had access to the level 30+ girls. Though his family will not send those girls here, the Greltheven is too small for that. A few minutes passed, and when my expressions changed suddenly, even a frown appeared on Carla's face. Bastard, I cursed. Norman is really a bastard. He had used some sort of skill that nearly nullified the power of my torch of Seeker that I had activated in the establishment. Though I am a little surprised that it was not able to nullify the skill whole. I know Norman is level 25+. He might be able to do it, but it is not the only skill he is using, and thus less power to nullify my skill fully. It is more than enough to affect my business. He had done something to your skill, right? She asked, to which I nodded without saying any words. Finally, it is 6, and right on time, the door of the establishment opened. I watched with the same nervousness I had a month ago. I could say I am even more nervous now. As of now, it is the future of my business on the line. The brothel opposite mine has the power to crush me. The competition is not only bigger, shinier, and higher-level girls, but also had a far greater reach than me. I don't know how my establishment will do against it. But all I could do now is watch. A few seconds passed, and 2 carriages came and stopped middle of the road for a few seconds, before turning toward the Red Fragrance. My expression couldn't help but change seeing that. If that was not enough, another carriage came and entered through the gates of the opposite brothel. As such, more than 10 minutes have passed, and all the carriages that came had gone to the Red Fragrance. Seeing that I couldn't but grab my table hard, I would have been satisfied if a few had come toward me, but no. Not a single carriage of over 30 had come to my establishment. Each one of them had gone to the Red Fragrance, even on the worst day in these past 4 months. Something like this didn't happen. I was cursing the bastard Norman when the carriage came out of Red Fragrance and did something surprising. Instead of turning in either direction, it entered straight through the gates of the establishment. It couldn't help but surprise me. Not only me, but even Carla had been surprised. The carriage parked, and 2 young men came out and walked toward the door of the manor. We were watching the 2 when another carriage walked out of the Red Fragrance and rolled straight into the establishment. The first time was a surprise, the second time a shock. A few seconds later, another carriage entered the establishment, but it was not from the Red Fragrance. It came from the street and directly entered the establishment, but the latter three that came after it has come from the red fragrance. What is happening? Asked Carla with a strange expression on her face. I don't have a fucking idea, I replied. It is really strange that more carriages are coming into the establishment from red fragrance than the street. Though, I did not fail to notice that far more carriages were entering the red fragrance than the establishment. An hour passed, and more carriages entered the establishment. 65% of them came from red fragrance. I was seeing what I had not expected to see, but it is giving me a sadistic joy seeing the patrons coming to my establishment from my enemies. I also noticed they were not leaving fast as they left red fragrance. Till now, only one carriage had left, and it had gone directly into the red fragrance. It is a likely person sent by Norman to see what is happening. I am sure seeing what is happening made him frustrated. Even angry, I would pay huge money to see his face. It was at 7:56. We had to close our gates. An hour later than we usually do. Even so, it is much better than what I had thought would happen, with this big competition right in front of me. The door had remained closed for 35 minutes before they were opened again, and the thing after that seriously shocked me. A minute after the gate opened, the carriages from the red fragrance began to come inside one after another. In that entire minute, 9 carriages came before we had to close the gates. My God, said Carla. And I turned to her and took her lips in a passionate kiss, to which she responded just as passionately. I wanted to take it further, but there are some things to do, though I will have her in a few hours. I have been having sex with her daily and I want more. She is like a nectar from the gods. The more you drink, the more you want. I am feeling like I had got addicted to her and I like it. Let's go down, I said, and we walked out of the office and walked toward the hall. Soon we were in a small room looking at the hall, where we stayed for 2 hours, using half of the time to make out like horny teenagers before we couldn't control ourselves and went up. We returned below an hour later, a lot more relaxed with our lust vented, and observe everything in earnest. What I saw couldn't make me happy, and I am sure, despite 6 fewer girls in competition, I have no doubt there won't be any reduction in my earning. Instead, there will be an increase of 1,000 or 2,000 crowns. Della, let's go to the room, said Hans. We have been talking for more than an hour, and as girls had said, he is a charming, handsome man who knows how to make a woman laugh genuinely. A skill that makes him desirable to any woman. Sure, I said with a smile and got up from my chair, and we walked out of the hall before stopping and looking at the board. Diamond, said Hans, before I could ask him which room he wants to choose. We are lucky, I said, and picked the silver medal card with a diamond in the center before walking up toward the stairs. When Margox had told me about the diamond rooms, I had a hard time believing anyone would choose them. The truth is that the diamond rooms are the most chosen, while the common rooms are the least. Barely anyone chose them. It had shocked a lot of girls and made them happy, as the paid rooms helps them earn more money. I walked up the stairs with Hans. He is a handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s, with thick raven hair and piercing blue eyes. He is from Owlspring and, like most of our patrons, is a merchant. He had been coming to our establishment for more than 2 months, and girls have rated him 8 out of 10, a very high rating that less than 30 people have. He is a funny and good conversationalist, leaves good gifts and has good sexual prowess. It is my first time with him. Unlike most people who had few favorite girls, he moves around and has been with over 15 girls in the establishment. Click. Soon we reached the diamond room. I inserted the card inside the small hole, and a moment later, the door clicked open and we entered inside. The Normans did good, but he could not match Silver, he said, as we walked inside. He had said he went to a new brothel opposite ours and stayed there for half an hour before coming here, as he felt bored there. Thank you for your kind words, I said as I looked around. I had done it in all the diamond rooms except for this one. It was always unavailable. The room is big as other diamond rooms, with a big room and large window giving a beautiful view of the entertainment district. Like all the diamond rooms, it is big with a wide, beautifully carved bed and silk sheets. The room had a bookshelf, which is filled with books, and a grand piano with violin and flute hanging on both sides of it. A light green wall and a delicate chandelier above accent everything perfectly. I looked at the room and turned to Hans and walked toward him slowly, activating a seductive movement before appearing next to him. I said nothing, just locked my eyes with him, and took his lips into a kiss with tantalizing lips. As the girl said, he is really a good kisser, and I had let myself sink into it. I had been in the business for 5 decades, and the one thing I learned was to enjoy when I can. This life is not the best, but it still gives you some moments if you allow it. It is these moments that kept me sane, till I arrived at this wonderful place, where I am happy and felt safe. The only place I felt those emotions was my childhood home. They were kissing when, suddenly, Hans pulled away and looked at me with a faint apology. "As much as I really want to do it, I am exhausted today," he said, and I did not doubt his words, as tiredness had been apparent in his eyes. From what he told me, he is negotiating a big deal. But it is not going well. "It is all right," I said, hiding the disappointment I was feeling. I really wanted to see whether he is as good as the girls had said him to be, though I quickly controlled my emotions and put a smile on my face. "You can rest, we can leave before the hour end," I said, to which he shook his head. "There is no need to leave," he said, and lay on the bed comfortably. "Do you want me to dim the lights or massage you? Though let me tell you I am not good at it," I said, and that brought a smile to his face. Who said only he can make another laugh. "No, there is no need for anything. Your company is more than enough," he said with a smile. I nodded and sat down on the beautifully carved chair with a soft cushion. Nobody spoke for a minute, but the silence was not uncomfortable. "Do you play any instruments? I heard many of you can play it," he asked. His question couldn't help but surprise me, even though it shouldn't. "Many girls are learning music, including Carla and Margox, though she stopped it after knowing it wasn't for her. Master Silver had encouraged us to play for the clients, which is why in all rooms, including the common, had at least one musical instrument." I cleared my emotions and opened my mouth to lie, but ended up telling the truth. "Yes, I play an instrument," I replied before I could stop myself. "Which one?" he asked. "Flute," I answered. Since I had told the truth already, there is no reason to lie further. His eyes immediately went to the beautiful blue flute hanging on the wall. "Can you play it for me?" he asked, and I so much wanted to reject his request. "It is a personal hobby." It had been decades since I had played it for anyone, I said, and felt my cheeks heating up for no reason. "Don't worry, I will not judge," he said, and I looked at him for a moment, feeling his interest genuine. "I will only play for a few minutes," I said, with my cheeks heating further. I got up. While doing that, I added one attribute point I have in my reserve to charisma, taking it to 13. Class: Flutist 14. Whore 19. Charisma 13. Intelligence, Vitality 14. Strength, Skills, Breath Control, Dexterous Fingers, All-Nighter, Tantalizing Lips, Silent Flute, Seductive Movement, Aged Beauty, Chime Laugh, Ear Fortune. Attribute points. I have been conflicted about the attribute point, whether to use it for vitality or charisma. For a woman of my age, in this business, appearance is vital. If I had been in my old brothel, I would have definitely used the point of vitality, as it would have been helpful in preserving my looks and aging me slower. In this place, age is not that important. Seeing an old woman like me is the top earner. I earn more than many younger girls, many of them being level 20 and above. I used the point on charisma, as I know. Here it is more important than vitality, and also because it will make my subpar music more pleasing to his ears. I took out the blue flute from the wall and walked back to my chair. As I had sat down, I looked at Hans, who was staring at me without holding any judgment or expectation. Seeing this, I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, and breathed into the flute with breath control and moved with fingers with dexterous fingers. The melodious sound begins to come out of the flute, and it came out much better than I had expected. It is my first time playing for someone in decades. The only one I played for is teacher Sebastian, but he did not count, he is a teacher. The tune I am playing is called Melody of Roz. It is one of the tunes my dear father had taught me. It was one of his favorites. He used to ask me to play it whenever he came home tired. My eyes welled up, and pearly drops began to stream down from my cheeks. I nearly stopped playing when I noticed Hans, who had been listening to me a minute ago, now had his eyes close and body relaxed. He fell asleep. Seeing that, I relaxed a little and continued playing. Before I know it, an hour passed, but I did not stop, nor did the tears. It had been a long while I had played like this, without using the silent flute, which will make the sound of the flute heard only to me. I channeled all my memories, my happy childhood, the dreadful incident that changed my life, and even the life of this wonderful new brothel, where I felt happy after a long time. Hours passed, and before I know it, I saw the rays of dawn breaking through the sky, and I finally stopped. When I put the flute down, there was a smile on my face. For the first time in 4 decades, I felt complete, as if I had finally found the thing I had lost. I found you, I said to the flute, and the smile on my face had brightened further. I stared at the flute for a minute before turning to Hans, who is still sleeping. I decided to let him sleep for 15 more minutes before waking up. I was watching the sunrise from my seat when I felt the movement and look at Hans, who had woken up. "Thank you, it was the best sleep I had in a long time," he said. "You are welcome," I replied. He smiled and came to me before kissing my cheeks and leaving through the door. I should have dropped him off. Instead, waved at him and turned toward the window and continued watching the sunrise. A few minutes passed, and the sun appeared fully in the sky. I was about to get up when I froze suddenly when I heard the voice that everyone desires to hear. Conditions met, flutist plus whore of flute. Conditions met, dexterous fingers, deft hands. Conditions met, all-nighter endurance of trade. Conditions met, silent flute sphere of silence. Conditions met, ear for tune awareness. Conditions met, breath control plus tantalizing lips, skillful mouth. Whore of flute LV. 20. Skill gained, emotion infusion. I froze for more than a minute before I became calm enough to react to the text that appeared in front of me. I began to cry again, and this time it was no silent cry, but one with hiccups. The staff come to clean the room, disappeared as she saw me crying, and a few minutes later, Margox rushed in with a worried look on her face. "What happened? Did he do something to you did not give permission to?" she asked with a voice cold as ice. "No, I had leveled up," I replied while crying. The tears did not seem to stop, but I did not care. Margox understood the meaning it held for me as her expression softened. She hugged me without saying a word. Unlike most girls, the leveling had been hard for me. I had made one of the greatest mistakes one could make in leveling up. I had let my secondary class go above the base class. It had not only slowed down the progress of my base class, but also the secondary class. If a whore had been my primary class, I would have reached level 20 more than a decade ago. Even here, where girls leveled up 3 times and even 4 times in each of their classes, I had only leveled up once in each of my classes. Now everything turned perfect. I had not only leveled up, but consolidated both of my classes into a stronger class. My new class is strong as Margox's class. "Congratulations, Della, you deserved it," said Margox. "Yes, I do," I replied. It took me a few more minutes to stop crying. When I did, I opened the table. Class: Whore of Flute LV, 20. Charisma, 13. Intelligence, Vitality, 14. Strength, Skills, Deft Hands, Endurance of Trade, Sphere of Silence, Seductive Movement, Aged Beauty, Chime Laugh, Tune Awareness, Skillful Mouth, Emotion Infusion. Attribute points 0-1. I slept after a little past midnight, later than usual. I had to watch the competition, and it is a good thing I did, as I slept like a baby without a worry. I woke up early in the morning, freshened up, exercised, and trained with an instructor, David, and others. After 3 hours of grueling training that left every part of my body in pain, I applied the numbing cream and showered. Click. When I had entered my office, Carla and Margox were waiting for me, and unlike yesterday, they had smiles on their faces, unusually brighter smiles. "Good morning," they greeted in unison. "Morning." I greeted back as I sat down on the chair and without a word, took the file in front of me. "Very good," I said as I looked at the black numerals. Last night, the establishment had earned 3,624,200 crowns, 30,000 crowns more than yesterday. It is the biggest raise in the past 12 days. It was great, but the happiness of money had been dwarfed by the news on the last page. For the past 5 days, there were only 19 names on it, but now there are 20. The last one is Della. "Make the changes," I said to Margox. I have already begun, replied Margox, bringing an even bigger smile to my face. I have got 20 level 20 girls, and with them will come several changes. The first one being, the prime tables in the halls will be only available to them, and so is access to the diamond rooms. It is more for the girls than the clients. It is to motivate them to work harder. I am sure many would have learned by now how the lessons are helping them to level up and consolidate their classes. With it, I will also bring out that liquor that I wanted to sell. Even if no one buys them, with their huge price. Their presence alone will enhance the prestige of the bar. Will also make me compete with the competition ahead, which is spending money like water to crush me. There is one small thing I want you to change about the gate, I said to them. I noticed one thing last night. I am sure it will help me bring more patrons and make Norman even more angry. I finished my work and stepped out of my office to go to the guild. I like to take leave today to watch the changes, but I have an important meeting with Damon Hart. 20 minutes later, the carriage rolled inside the guild and parked in the spot that was reserved for me. I walked out of it and entered the guild before taking the elevator to the guild master's office. Mr. Silver, guild master busy in a meeting. He will meet you after he has done with it, informed Nora, his secretary. Thanks, Nora, I said and sat down on the waiting chair and began to read the paper to pass the time. I have already read it, but I am doing it again, and with the skill, it took little time for me to do it. Speaking of skill, I could now read much faster with reading, with the advancement of level and attributes. The resistance I face is also much lesser when reading. The non-legal document. They are taking too damn long to kill those bastards, I thought. As I read the news of Nakar baronies, where Gorlag bandits are having the time of their lives, even the forces of Mirador Hold couldn't do anything to them. They will have to find them first, before doing anything to them. Click. I was reading it when the door clicked open and Rip walked out. I had opened my mouth to speak to him when I stopped, seeing his expressions. He seemed stressed, nearly crying. I had never seen him like this, even during the time of an undead attack. I had not seen him with such expressions as right now. Mr. Silver, the guildmaster will see you now, said Nora. I nodded at her absently and walked into the office while still thinking about Rip. The meeting had lasted for 15 minutes. It is less about guild's business and more about Damon Hart's, which is not new. It is not just him. I help others too, the vice guild masters and secretaries. I don't mind it. It is helping me learn, and they also owe me a favor, some of which I had already cashed in. Soon I entered the legal department and was about to open the door of my office when I stopped, before walking ahead and stopping in front of Rip's office. Knock. I knocked on it, and for several seconds there was no response, and about to do it again, when a sound came out. Come in, he said from inside. I opened the door and walked inside and looked at Rip, who was masking his emotions but failing miserably. It must be really serious for a lawyer experienced as Rip, not able to maintain his expressions. It is one of our greatest strengths. What can I do for you, Mr. Silver? He asked. Usually when we are alone he calls me by my name, only using the surname in public. I saw you coming out of the guild master's office, looking all stressed. Just came in to check if you are all right, I said. He opened his mouth to reply, but no words seemed to come out of it. He closed it and for a few seconds did not speak at all, before opening his mouth again. It is bad, he said, pressing his hands to his temple. I said nothing and waited for him to continue. I, along with my sister, took a huge loan to open a small spa at Deer Pond. For 2 months the business ran great, but then catastrophe happened, he said, and his expression became hesitant and then angry. In one party, in the Merchant Guild of Deer Pond, a man had made advances on my sister, which she rejected publicly. The next day a closure order came for our business. They had even confiscated all the tools and arrested my sister and staff for a day. Wow, I had expected something bad, but did not expect this bad. This sort of thing happened. It is not common, but not uncommon either. Power lets you do a lot of things, and unless you are strong or have strong backing, the people of this cruel world will eat you alive. I feel grateful every day that I had entered the body of someone from the House of Silver. If I had been nobody and running this business, I would have been merged into the earth by now. Norman wouldn't have been so well behaved as he is right now. Who was he? I asked after a few seconds of silence. Javier Ronda, son of Hammond Ronda, he said, and my expression turned serious after hearing the names. Son of Lieutenant General of Deerpond, I said, and he nodded with a grave expression. The army of Deerpond, led by the general, and below him are 3 lieutenant generals. Hammond Rhonda is one of the lieutenant generals and quite a powerful man in Deerpond. What did Guild Master say? I asked, and his expression turned to that of frustration and disappointment. He said he couldn't help me with it, replied Rip. I wanted to laugh at hearing that. He could easily do something, but he will not, unless of course it has something for him which is not. We should have opened the business in the Grelthaven, but I had said it was too small. Now not only have they closed our business and taken our things, but banks are also at our throat and demanding to be paid fully by the end of the month, he said, with tears nearly welling up in his eyes. You can't shift to Grelthaven, can you? I asked, to which he shook his head. There are several problems with this. First, all their stuff is sealed and taken. The second, the Grelthaven will not give them permission to open here. With a criminal record in Deerpond. Usually does not matter, but their business is too small, and the one who did the thing is powerful. Merchant Guild will think twice before getting their businesses the license to operate here. Tell you what, I have a proposal for you. Come to me with your sister and we will discuss, I said, and a look of shock appeared on his face. You are not joking, right? He asked after he calmed his emotions. Do I look like I am joking to you, Rip? I asked back, to which he shook his head. My sister is in Grelthaven, he said. Good, come to my place at 7, I said, and got up. Your place means? He asked hesitantly. My business, Rip, that is where I live and work, I said to him and walked out of his office. I had accumulated quite a lot of money in this and had different plans for it, but when I heard what Rip said, I changed those plans. Now I want an in-house spa. I had seen what the effects of a spa could do and wanted the girls to have that effect all the time. Even if the deal with Rip did not work. I will find some other people and have an in-house spa. I worked for an hour before I walked out of the Merchant Guild. When I reached the establishment, I saw people from the Nielsen Guild working around the gate. Soon the carriage stopped, and I walked toward the manor when I had stopped and turned. The gates opened again and a carriage walked inside. Through them 2 people came out while the driver brought out the crates from behind. Iden Taylor, you 2 did not have to come personally to deliver this, I said to the young man and the old man beside him. The young man is Iden Harwood. The old man is Taylor, the manager and caretaker of Harwood Wines. Nonsense, you are one of our best customers, Mr. Remus. It is only right that we personally deliver the goods to you, said the old man. To that I smiled. I might not yet be one of their best customers, but I am steadily climbing there. As each month, I am buying more and more wines. This month I had brought so much that they had personally come to deliver the goods. Those crates they brought had cost me little over 10 million crowns. Miss Carla, it is nice to see you again, said Iden to Carla, who came from behind. He is still quite infatuated with her. Master Harwood, she greeted curtly. I smiled seeing that and turned to crates. These 5 crates have the 14 bottles of wines you have ordered, said the old man, motioning toward the 5 of 6 crates. I have been waiting for them, said Jamal as he ran toward the crates. He is our chief bartender and loves the liquor a little too much. And this is, I pointed toward the biggest crate. This one is a sample. It is from a new independent brewery that is opened in the city. It is quite good, said Taylor. Usually, those he praises turn out well. It was not the first time he had given the sample. Pieces. While the size of the sample is bigger this time. We will taste it, and only if it is good will we serve it to our patrons. Come inside and have a drink with me. I invited them, but the old man shook his head before Iden could let out a single word from his open mouth. My apologies, Master Silver, but there are prior commitments. Though we will take you for your offer some other day, said the old man, and Iden glared at him as they walked toward their carriage. A few seconds later, their carriage rolled out of the gate, and I turned toward the manor. 3 left, said Carla, stopping me in my tracks. Well, they did not wait for too long, I said with a smile, which she did not reciprocate, seeing her glaring at me. Your boss had once again taken my girls to chase, I said to the middle-aged man sitting in front of me. We did not take your girls, Mr. Silver. They have come to us with their own will, he said, and Carla snorted. You know I had fired them from the job yesterday, right? I asked him, and not a single expression on his face changed. We are aware of that. You have unbiasedly fired them, despite them working hard to earn the money for your business," said the man with no hesitation or fear. I smiled at hearing those words. All they care about is money, never trying to understand the grand plan I had in my mind. I do not mind them taking the girls. Since they want the subpar girls, I will give them to him. I will release them after they sign this contract, and I became assured they have gone to you through their own will, I said. He did not say anything and looked at the contract. I forwarded. "The conditions here are too difficult," he said, looking at me. "There will be no change, Chase. Either you will have to accept or we will have litigation," I said with a smile. Last time I had no choice but to release them. This time I could make it difficult and even impossible. I had learned from my mistakes and fixed them. My girls pay taxes, whore do not pay taxes. But mine does with me as their employer. This means they could not directly take my girls without my permission and not even break the contract through the breaker, as I can sue them. It is such fun to play with the law. "I will have to discuss this with my employer," he said finally. "Please do that, Chase, and take Carla with you. She will look at the girls, and if your boss agrees with the conditions, she could sign a contract on my stead and release them from my employment." I spoke. He nodded gently, but I could see the spark of excitement that had lit up in his eyes. "As you say, Mr. Silver," he said and got up, "please. Miss Carla." Carla gave me a look and followed him while I turned to work. Click. 20 minutes later, I saw Carla walk out of Red Fragrance. A few minutes later, she walked into my office. "Here are 9 million, she said, and placed a check on my table. "I will not let them take my girls free. With those conditions and this money, I am more than happy to let them have those subpar girls. I would have liked to increase the price further, but I could not, at least not for some time. Still, these 9 million are going to help me a lot." "How much did he offer you?" I asked, and a surprise couldn't but appear on her face. There's no way Norman wouldn't try to poach the most important person in my business. 50 million, she replied a moment later. "It is quite a lot of money," I said. "I would earn more here," she said, and there is confidence in her voice. Hearing that, I immediately got out of my chair, and for the next hour, only moans rang in the office. Sigh. I sat down in my chair, feeling a little tired. It had happened so suddenly that I wasn't able to control myself at all. Hearing the confidence in her voice had exploded the volcano of desire that I couldn't control. For the next 1.5 hours, I worked before the establishment opened. Unlike yesterday, I had carriages in my establishment within a minute, and nearly all of them were from the Red Fragrance. Knock, knock. I watched for a while before working, and before I know it, an hour passed, and a knock rang out on my door. "Master Silver, Mr. Rip, and Maeve Hansen had arrived," said Jill as she opened the door. "Bring them in," she nodded and went back. It seemed like I will need to bring the magical intercom thing, I thought before the door opened, and Rip and his sister walked inside. I was barely able to stop a surprise from appearing on my face. She is beautiful as Carla, a little younger with straight raven hair, dark brown eyes, and a symmetrical face which might seem elvish at first glance, but is pure human. To be honest, I have a hard time believing she is Rip's sister. He is average at best, though the similarities between them are apparent. "Rip, Miss Hansen, please take a seat." I invited them, while Carla also came out of my office and sat to the left of me. They sat down and glanced at Carla for a moment before turning to me. "Thank you, Mr. Silver," said Rip. "You can call me Remus, Rip," I said, and he nodded. He is clearly uncomfortable here, and so is his sister, which is not surprising, as they are in the brothel. Nobody wants to come to the brothel with their sister. "Mr. Silver, my brother had said you had an offer for us," said Maeve with her face all serious. "Yes, I want to buy your business," I said directly, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on their faces. They might have expected it, but it had still surprised them greatly. "You know they sealed our business, and its license is suspended," she said. "It won't be a problem," I said simply. "The Lieutenant General may be powerful, but I want to buy the business. He won't be able to do anything. The Merchant Guild there will help me. The Merchant Guild here will put their weight behind me. I am no common merchant, but someone from a house of silver. You do not mess with big merchant houses. Even people Count Darrow and Lord Grelthaven need to think before doing anything to us. They might deal with one merchant house, but not all. We might compete and kill secretly. But if there is interference in our businesses, we support each other. And what do you plan to do after buying the business? She asked carefully. Set it up here. I have been planning to have an in-house spa in my establishment, I said, and the expressions appearing on their faces were truly priceless. Even Carla's impassive face cracked a little. For the people who came here? Asked Rip slowly, to which I shook my head. No, Rip, it is for the girls, I replied, and their expression had changed even further. For a minute, nobody spoke anything. Few people like to work for a brothel, Mr. Silver, said Maeve, and Rip's eyes went wide as he glared at his sister and turned to me in alarm. Was quite relieved to see there was still a smile on my face. Those words were not exactly polite, they were not impolite either. She spoke the truth. Yes, not many like to work in a brother, Miss Hanson, but if I pay them enough money, they will not have any problems, I said, without changing my expression, and she nodded. You have to give us a lot to think about, Maeve said. Can we have some before we get back to you, Remus? Asked Rip. Sure, I said, and soon they left. Well, I turned to Carla. Find out all the details you can about their business, I said to her. I will try my own connections. This is the preliminary phase of the deal. They will evaluate, I will evaluate. I need to know their abilities and whether they are suitable for my girls, not to mention the price, which both need to agree on. Carla had gone to her office, and while I stared ahead, I will need a week or two. Once I became sure that the competition is no threat to me, I will bring the new girls. The establishment still has a great capacity, and I want to use it all. To earn huge money. Well, I want the city to be safe and stable, and I have already come to love it. I am well aware of its precarious state. I have a few years, or at least till the Emperor dies. After that, I will need to get the hell out of here. Till then, I will have to amass enough money that I could move to any city and run my business without a problem. Though it would be such a regret to leave this beautiful city. I shook my head and pushed away those thoughts and focused back on the work. Now and then, I would look out, especially when the gates open, before focusing back on the work. It is mostly planning for the coming spa. It did not matter if the deal goes through or not. As I had said, I will bring someone else. As long as I offer enough money, people will line to work here. I will need to go to Valentina. While I have space, a few buildings I have created in the back are now being used for the lessons. The changes will need to be made to them. I also need to make a few changes underground. It will not cost me much, and I could afford it, even if it turns costly. I am making good money. Cousin is really forcing us, said Lancel, as he looked at the letter sent by Prince Grelt. Can you blame him? The Emperor is going to die in a few years, and he did not have support to wrest the throne from the hands of the Crown Prince, said Count Darrow with obvious frustration. What are we going to do with it? He said, looking at the letter. Count Darrow didn't answer his son for a few seconds. Such things couldn't be done hastily. We need to wait for a chance, said Count Darrow slowly, as if wanting his son to reflect on those words. Cousin might not want to wait for long, said Lancel, to which Count Darrow looked up into the sky. He might not wait that long, he replied and sighed. For a few minutes nobody spoke, lost in their thoughts. I have decided on Bence's replacement, Lancel spoke. Count Darrow just looked at him. It is Sam Walters, he replied, to which the Count shook his head. He is worse than Bence, the Count disagreed. He is a yes-man not fit for position. He is not, said Lancel defensively. Chose someone else, said Count Darrow, and Lancel wanted to argue, but his father's tone did not book any arguments. Who do you want me to choose? He asked finally, controlling his anger. There are few people, any one of them would be better than Sam Walters, he said, much to his son's anger. The door of the establishment opened, and the carriage came inside. A few seconds later, Carla and Maeve walked out of it. She had taken longer to return than she had said before leaving, said Margox. It was supposed to be a single-day trip to Deer Pond, but it took 3 days. I am just glad she had returned with everything sorted. There were some small problems she had to deal with, I said. Margox did not ask. I am sure she will ask Carla later. Click. The door opened, and Carla and Maeve walked inside. Has everything gone well? I asked them as they took the seats opposite of me. Yes, the things and the staff will arrive in Agrelthaven by afternoon, Carla replied. I nodded and turned to Jonah. I have made changes according to specifications. You can check them now, and if you need something more, you can ask Margox, I speak. Okay, she said and walked out of my office with Margox. As the door closed, my expression became serious. There was not much trouble, was there? I asked. She had been short in our correspondence. I am sure there had been more than she had told me. There was a little, but your friends had helped a lot. The delay was because of excessive paperwork, she replied. As I had said, even if Lieutenant General is blocking the path, he won't be able to do much, especially when we are doing everything by law. They had created some hurdles, but those were passed. From tomorrow, we will have an in-house spa, I said. I don't think any brothel in the world had them. The girls are very excited about it, she said, with a smile before her expression turned serious. It is going to be very expensive to run it, she added. Yes, it will, but the benefits it will provide would also be great, I replied. The cost of operating the spa would be 3 to 4 million crowns. As the treatments I want the girls to have been not cheap, many of them require magical materials. If I wanted to, I could have finished the expense within 1 million, but I want the best. Only through it, I will be able to provide the best experience to my patrons. So, they will not leave, even if the entire street is filled with competition. How's everything here? She asked. All good, I said with a smile. In these two, the profits of the establishment rose greatly. From 3.5 million a night, it went to 4.5 million and increasing every day. I have to thank two things for it. One is the expensive wine and the other is Norman. The patrons are using his place like a rest stop. The moment my gates opened, the patrons from there would rush in. I heard he was hopping mad about it and tried to poach even more of my girls. He shouldn't be angry, given the money he is making. He is making good money, and I heard he is planning on opening another brothel. Well, this one will need to be a red light area. He had already stretched the limit of the city, having 5 brothels in the entertainment district. No matter how powerful his family is, the city will not permit him to open another brothel here. The entertainment district needs to be much bigger with many other businesses before he will be able to open another brothel here. Click. I was discussing things with Carla when the door opened, and Margox and Maeve walked inside. Is everything good? I asked Maeve. Yes, everything is perfect, she replied with a smile. Good, make preparations today. I need the spa to be open tomorrow, I said to her. It won't be a problem, she replied. The deal had cost me 8 million crowns, a pretty good deal. Both of the siblings have ended up making a profit. I had needed to be spent 7 million extra on new equipment and material, some of which have arrived yesterday, and some will today from Namdar and Meldhorn. It was quite a hard deal. Maeve and Rip were quite opposed to her working in the brothel. I had directly told them there would be no deal if Maeve did not sign at least a 1-year-long employment contract. Maeve is quite good. She used to work in a famous spa chain in Namdar, even headed one for a few years before branching out to start her own. She had signed a 1-year contract, and I am sure I will be able to retain her after. Even if she left, it is enough time for me to find someone capable. How is the recruitment going? I asked her. 2 have accepted, more will respond soon, she replied. I had asked her to hire more people. She had a staff of 12, which is barely enough to handle the 80 girls, but I need more, at least double, as I will bring new girls in a few days. I am leaving for the Owlspring in 2 days. While the Namdar is big, Owlspring is not small either. Most importantly, it is a city of merchant state, and I will get more variety there. Not only in humans, but also in non-humans. Sadly, I could not bring the non-humans here. The laws of Empire might be a little loose here, but they are not that loose to bring non-human or the one with obvious non-human blood. Maeve stayed for a few minutes and left, with Carla and Margox, to prepare for the things that will come. I work till it is time to leave for the guild. There are a few things I have to do at the guild. I should be finished in 2 hours. 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped inside the guild, and I walked inside the guild. For 40 minutes, I moved around the guild before stepping into my office with thick papers in my hand. Knock, knock. I was working when a knock rang out and Jill stepped in with the envelope in her hand. This had come for you, Mr. Silver, she said, and gave me the envelope. I took the envelope and couldn't help but became surprised when I saw the seal on the envelope. It is the personal seal of Count Darrow and not the seal of the city, which he uses. I looked at it for a second and Tyr opened the envelope, taking out a letter which only had a single line. Well, it seemed like I will have to stay here longer than I had thought. I thought as I put away the letter. Lord Darrow had invited me to his mansion at 4. I don't want to go back to the establishment before going to Count Darrow. It is better that I stay here and finish the work. Hours passed and soon it is time for me to leave. I walked out of the guild. A few minutes later, the carriage reached Count Darrow's mansion. Remus Silver, I said and gave the letter. You are clear to go, Mr. Silver, said the guard after looking at the letter. The carriage entered the compound, and I walked out into the door. One of the assistant butlers was waiting. Mr. Silver, please, he said and let me inside, to be precise at the back, where there is a huge garden. Count Darrow and his son were standing there, looking at the beautiful red rose which was glowing gently while letting out a wonderful fragrance. Count Darrow, Lord Lancel, I said and bowed. He turned to me slowly. Come, young Silver, walk with us, he said and began to walk while I followed with one step behind as etiquette requires. I did not speak, just followed them. They have called me here and they will reveal it, eventually. What do you think of the city's taxes, young Silver? Asked Count Darrow after more than 5 minutes. The question stumped me, and I had opened my mouth to answer with polite words, but closed it upon seeing him looking at me from the corner of his eyes. What taxes are you referring to, my lord, personal or business? I asked, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Both, he answered. I did not speak for a second, as those words are not light, but seeing the expressions, I decided to speak what I have in my mind. From my view, both of them are too high. I said finally. You merchants always want lower taxes, said Lancel angrily. I did not reply to that. Why do you think that, young Silver? Asked Count Darrow. We are a trade city, my lord. The lower taxes mean more trade will bring more revenue. I said simply. We control the route into the empire, so the taxes should be higher instead of being lower, said Lancel. While we do control the route, raising taxes higher will stagnate the trade, I replied. Lancel opened his mouth to say something, but the words did not seem to come out of it, which made him glare at me and look at his father, who still has an unchanging smile on his face. You are right in one way, but lower taxes bring their own problems like overpopulation, dumping of low-grade goods and other things, he said. Yes, it does, which is why we shouldn't depend on the taxes alone. The city should diversify, from offering financial services to manufacturing to tourism. We could try many of these avenues to increase the revenue of the city, I said, and for the first time I saw the mask on Lord Darrow's face slip for a fraction of a second. What will happen Lord Darrow asked another question, and then another, and not just about taxes, but also about policy and other things. Sometimes Lancel would chip in, but it is mostly Count Darrow asking and I am answering. I may seem like answering all the questions calmly, but my back is drenched. I know the gravity of my words, and some of them could get me in huge trouble, but it is better to put them out in the open. You have some opinions, young Silver, said Count Darrow with that unchanging smile on his face. More like extreme views, quipped Lancel. To me they feel right, my lord, I said. To which he smiles. I will contact you when I have more things to ask, young Silver, he said. Knowing I had been dismissed, I bowed once again and walked away. At the entrance of the garden, the butler was waiting for me and sent me to the door. What the fuck was that? I cursed as the carriage walked out of the gates of the mansion. I could tell it was an interview, but for what I don't know, nor do I care, as right now my mind was flooded with repercussions my words might cause me. I should have been careful, but I threw that all into the winds, and now I might face punishment for that. Kina, all of you have been selected for the spa treatment today, said Margox as she called out 28 names. Some were sad, while some, like me, were ecstatic to be included to be one of the first people who will enjoy the spa. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that I love the spa. I had a special fund set up for the spa on my very tight budget. Now that the spa is here, I will be able to use those funds to create more spells and research. The past 1.5 months have been beyond what I had imagined. I had created so many spells in such a short time that would have made my mother proud. It is not easy for us to create spells. Mages have mana and so do we, but we also need something more to harness the power. That makes everything slow. Since the first day of the business, it had seemed like the tap had opened for me. I had been able to harness so much lust and desire that I had never in my life. Thanks to class consolidation, I could now harness them with even greater efficiency. "Here is your schedule," she said, and gave all the 28 girls their schedule. When I looked at my schedule and Marge beside me, I couldn't help but become impressed by Margot's. It is impeccable. Their lessons and spa treatment are perfectly aligned. They will be able to attend their regular lessons and also take the spa treatments. I have 2 lessons consecutively. They will start in 15 minutes. Then, for 3 hours, she will be in a spa, and after that, it will be her free time before she will need to prepare for the evening. Girls, there is more thing. Master Silver is leaving tomorrow with Carla for Owlspring, and he is offering one of you to take with him. Is anyone interested? Asked Margox, and immediately 7 hands shot up, including mine. She looked at the girls, who raised their hands immediately, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. All the smart ones raised their hands immediately, and this too had been a sort of test given how Margox looked at all 7 of them. She did not even glance at the few who raised their hands hesitantly after them. These smart ones are thinking beyond money. Dreams and ambitions had risen in their heart. I don't know what they want, but I know what I want. I want to get closer to Remus Silver, gain his trust, and if preferable, become his lover. I need access to the desires that the establishment is. Absorbing and gaining his trust is paramount for that. He is not the person who will let me touch his most precious thing without having full trust in me. All of you need to write the reason why you would be the best company for this trip, said Margox, and I could clearly see this as yet another test. You have till evening to submit the reason, added Margox, and many girls heaved a sigh of relief, including me. This is very important to her. More time would help me a lot to write about the best reason. Soon 10 minutes passed, and she walked toward the hall, where I will have the etiquette class with 11 other girls. Like the rest of the girls in my class, I am also going early. Mistress Elmy did not like the girls to be late. She punishes them with that stick of hers. Though she was a little light on me, since I know the woman's weakness. After etiquette, it will be communication. I used to think that class was a waste, but Carla had asked me to give it a try. I am glad I did because it was tremendously useful. It is one of the biggest reasons I could entertain more clients at a single time. It was always my specialty. I could keep multiple people engaged at a time, but now I had become even better at it. Learning those little tricks. It is the reason why she is one of the top earners. While most girls have 1 or 2 clients at their table, I always have 3 to 5. Even those who do not know each other sit at my table together, talking and laughing. Let me harvest the lust and desires they are feeling for me. I had created 12 spells, and not all of them are like attractions. Some are really dangerous. I would have been able to create more if not for me spending a lot of resources on the establishment. It is better for me and the establishment that nobody sees what is happening to it. It is extremely, even for those in my class, but I still could not take a chance. I had reduced that chance, cloaking it so that only those who are extremely powerful would be able to sense it. The establishment hadn't reached the height to attract that sort of people yet. Mistress Elmy, I hope you're feeling fine today, I asked the old woman. She sat in a chair as girls gathered in front of her, standing gracefully in line. Yes, the herbal brew you have given me had made the pain in my knees completely disappear, replied the old woman with a smile, which is quite rare to see. I am glad, I said. It was no simple brew. It had a minor spell attached to it, which increased the effect of the medicine. A few minutes passed, and it was time. The old woman brought her expression to usual, and the class began. It had lasted for an hour, before I went to attend my communication class with a few other girls. An hour later, that class had too ended, and I nearly ran out of it, as it is time for the spa. Soon, I stepped out of the establishment toward the back, and walked toward the 3-story building in the middle of the right. The building looked like it was made of pure white marble, and in front of it was a small pond with lotuses floating inside it. It all seemed very peaceful and likely designed for that effect. Soon, she reached the building and entered inside through its beautiful white doors, and there was a reception. A table made of blue marble, and behind it is a young girl, Laura. She is wearing a fitting dress with the tag of her name on her chest. She also changed her hairstyle from long hair to a bob, which is making her look professional. From what I have heard, 4 girls would work here through different shifts. There was fierce competition for this job. These young girls receive a small stipend every week. but they are pennies compared to what we earn, so they always looking for jobs to make more money. Miss Kina, welcome to the Velvet Spa. This is your itinerary of treatments, said Laura and handed me the paper. Thank you, Laura, I said as I took rose-colored itinerary paper, which felt good to touch. I looked at the rose-colored paper, which was smelling wonderful. It had the heading in beautiful flowy letters, spelling Velvet Spa. Below is the name of 2 treatments. The first treatment is Hirian massage with short information about it below. The second treatment is Hesla flower bath, a bath with petals of magical flowers to invigorate the skin. The paper is expensive and so is the ink, but they did instead tell them to go to the place. It seemed like they were providing the whole experience that Master Silver talked about. I have to say, I am feeling better already. Miss Kina, changing room is on the left, Laura informed me when I moved to leave. I nodded and walked toward the changing room and entered inside, and was quite surprised when she saw the robe was waiting for her, with a note with her name on top. When she wore the soft white robe, she saw the slits on both sides. The most amazing thing about it is that it is monogrammed with my name. I am loving it. I picked up my small purse and put it into the pocket of the robe before walking toward room 07, where I will have Hirian message. Click. The door clicked open as I pushed it, where there is a Heraldin woman waiting. She seemed looked to be in her early 30s and have shining brown eyes, which made her look especially pretty. She's wearing a green spa suit which had pleated lines and had a blue name tag, below the monogrammed Velvet Spa text. Welcome, Kina, she said as I entered inside. Thank you, I replied. The message you will go through is called Hirian message. It originated in the Hirian kingdom thousands of years ago and uses the combination of 9 magical and mundane oi. She explains. I had expected her to ask me to remove my clothes to start with a message, but unexpectedly she is explaining it to me. Even in the Crystal Spa, very few people had done that, likely because they were whores. She found the information helpful, and it made her feel further relaxed. Kina, if you feel relaxed now, you can hang your robe there, and we can begin, she said gently. I nodded and opened the sash of my robe and took it off. I did not feel as much as self-conscious as I had felt in the Crystal Spa. Maybe because I am getting more confident of my body, or maybe because she had made me feel comfortable, or both. In the minute the massage begins, I felt the warmth of oil being poured out on my skin before experienced hands begin to move across my body. Within seconds, low moans begin to come out of my mouth. There was a small doubt in my mind that these treatments wouldn't be as good as the Crystal Spa, but it had vanished. Seeing that, I burned the spell in my purse. It would have hurt quite a lot if I had burned this expensive spell for subpar treatment. Immediately, I felt the change. I am not the only one. Casa had also felt the change, as her hand stopped for a moment before resuming with the same expertise. The spell is the imprinting type. I am imprinting this very massage into the establishment. It will increase the effects of the massage. A similar kind of spell was used to imprint Master Silver with the establishment. The chances of succeeding were extremely low, considering they have targeted a being, but it somehow succeeded. I and every girl here are glad it did, because without it we wouldn't be here and have this life. I could already feel the imprint sticking into the establishment and the desires it had absorbed filling it. The spell imprint is shaky, but it will slowly reinforce itself before growing in power as they perform more massages on girls. If it had been any other place, it would take a lot of time to have any substantial effects, but here it will be fast. If it transformed into a legacy, then the effect would be astronomical. These imprints are metaphysical bricks that I am laying in the establishment. I wish I could imprint myself on it, but it is near impossible, unless of course I get permission. If I get it, then I wouldn't need days to charge the spells. I would be able to do that in minutes. The message ended in an hour, and she stayed there for another hour more, relaxing and letting oil seep into her, while Casa massaged the Della beside me. When the time was over, I gently got up feeling light, that I had not felt in weeks. Though before walking out of the room, I place a few coins in the crystal bowl. Who says the whores can't tip? When we have money, we can be generous. I want to be generous, like my mom used to be. And Casa deserved it. She had been great. I am feeling wonderful. Every little knot in my body disappeared, giving me free movement. I had not felt such free, even after massages in a crystal spa. Click. You have come at the right time, Kina. I had just finished drawing the bath, said a short Xenodan woman as I entered another room. It is nearly twice as big as the massage room. The Xenodan is a woman of about Margox's age and short, with soft facial features and kind eyes. The most striking quality of her is her homely smile. Should I just step into it? I asked. Yes, dear, remove your robe and get into it, said the woman with a smile. I nodded and removed the robe, before walking toward the round white pool, which is big enough for 10 people to sit. It is filled with warm water and covered in small blue petals. They are Hesla flowers, magical flowers, and they are smelling amazing. I stepped into the pool and felt the warm water, which is at the edge of being comfortable. She went inside completely and sat down, drowning her whole body inside except for her head. What do you want me to do now? I asked. Just lay there, dear. When it is time, I will inform you, said the woman in her homely voice. Hearing that, I lay more comfortably and breathed in the calming fragrance, while burning another spell from my purse. I felt calm in the water that, before I know it, I fell asleep, only to be woken up by the gentle shake of the woman's hand. It is time, dear, said Rosa with a homely smile, and I smiled back, but the next minute I struggle not to scream, as she begins to scrub the petals on every part of my body. The petals are wonderful to smell, but they are just as painful when their essence seeps into the skin. I felt tears burning through my eyes as the women scrub. But I did not make any sound. I let her do her thing while silently bearing the pain. They're all finished. Look how beautifully your skin is glowing, said the woman as she stopped scrubbing. It took me a while to focus my blurry eyes through the pain, but when I did, I couldn't help but become surprised. Truly, my skin is glowing. Seeing the beautifully glowing skin, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I even forgot the pain I am feeling after seeing it. Thank you, I said. There is no need to thank me, dear. You deserve it, she said. I smiled and closed my eyes again. I stayed there till the pain receded, before slowly getting up and wearing my robe and walking out, but not before adding the tip to the bowl. Soon, I changed back into my own clothes and walked out of the spa, with a content smile on my face. Click. Soon, I reached my room and closed the door behind me. I had thought for a few days before revealing my level, and it was the best decision. Thankfully, they did not ask about my class, and they did seem to care. As long as you are level 20, you can get a private room. Including her. 24 girls are now above level 20. In my life, I had never seen people leveling so fast. They are not just leveling, but also consolidating their classes, which are far harder, but it is happening. My both classes had merged, creating a specialized class that I had been waiting for decades to happen. Specialization is extremely important for people in my class, more than any other class. It is one of the reasons why I am crafting so many spells so quickly. I closed my eyes as I reached the center of the room, before opening them a second later. I know nobody intruded in my room. Though it is forbidden, I still fear it. I don't want people to know about my class yet. Feeling relieved, I sat on the chair and removed multiple things from the different drawers. I had asked for few tables the day I got the room, as it was too small for my work as an herbalist. They brought it the very next day. It is an herbalist's table with many drawers and jars inside it. I took out all the stuff and began working on crafting a spell. I am nearly finished working on it. In half an hour, I will be done, and then we'll work on the reason to go with Master Silver. I really want to go with him. The sooner I earn his truth, the sooner I will get his permission. Soon it was 5. It is time for me to go to the studio. Thankfully, I am finished with the spell and also the reason. His Majesties want me to send a small welcome party to our new neighbors, said the handsome young man with pale skin. I will begin the preparations immediately, said the man in a gray robe, and the young man turned from the city. He was watching through the balcony to a man in a gray robe. You sound disappointed, asked the pale, handsome young man. I am not worthy to question the Tri-Majesty's decision, said the man in gray robes, shaking his head. Have a little patience, Maugre. In a few more years we won't have to hold back. Till then, prepare the welcome party, said the young pale man, while the man's gray robes nodded, with excitement burning in his eyes. Welcome to the Rose Wind, Mr. Silver. I hope you will enjoy your travel with us, said the woman as she welcomed me to the ship. She is a petite woman, wearing a blue uniform with the logo of her company on her chest and a nameplate on her chest. I am sure you will not give us any chance to complain, Lorna, I replied. You will find our service impeccable, Mr. Silver, she said, with a hint of flirting. I hope so, I replied and walked past her. Concierge took my bags to my cabin while I remain on the deck with Carla and Kina. The guards have also remained, standing in various positions without making it seem too obvious. I am leaving for the Owl Spring, and the guards are necessary for security. There are 12 of them, and I will hire more when returning. With the girls I am planning on bringing, I will need more guards than now to deal with every problem that I might come. A few minutes passed, and enchantments on the sails and the rest of the ship had lit up, and the ship began to move. It is afternoon. We should be able to reach the Owl Spring by 8. It takes 7 to 8 hours to go to Owl Spring from the Grelthaven, but 5 to 6 return from it, due river flowing from north to south. I watched till the ship sailed from the Grelthaven before going back to the cabin, which was being guarded by the 4 guards, including Jonah. Inside the cabin, I took out various files in the binder. Some contained my plans, while others contained the information I have brought. I am planning on getting a lot of girls. I need to. Norman is earning a lot, even when I pull a lot of customers from him. It is because of the sheer scale and operating time of Red Fragrance, and I want some of that. It will take me a while to reach such a scale, as I don't have capital, and even with the capital I wouldn't be able to do it fast. For the quality of the experience, I need to go slow. I could not just bring a lot of girls and expect them to work as experienced girls. No, they needed to learn the ways, and it takes time. Click. A few minutes later, Carla appeared in my cabin, and time passed too quickly. Soon it was evening. The sun had completely disappeared, and 2 moons are glowing in the skies. Seeing them, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone had tried to reach them. I have read some tried and even succeeded. But there is no concrete information about those incidents. The information is not so open in this world. At 7, I walked out of my cabin onto the deck. It is a beautiful night, and it feels even more beautiful. Kina walked beside me but did not speak. She just stayed in silence, enjoying the beautiful night. The night is beautiful today, said Kina after more than 15 minutes. Yes, it is, I replied, staring at the water, which is bathing in the silvery glow. A few more minutes passed, and we reached the confluence point, the place where North Hare and Vale rivers meet and create the Trollmouth River, which flows through the Renwell region. Owl Spring, which is between those 2 rivers and their confluence, had also become visible. It is shining in the night, with a glow that seemed no less bright than the moons above. The closer we got to it, the bigger it will become, and soon I could see the huge port, where ships coming from both rivers are stopping. Seeing them, I couldn't help but feel envious and hopeful. The Owl Spring is the border city of the Meldhorn, but hugely prosperous. It is a southern center of merchant city-states, where ships from the east and west of merchant states and kingdoms come. Now the empire had also been added to the list. The ship got closer and closer to the city until it was right in front of us. A few minutes later, the ship docked at the pier, from which I could see the bustling port. It is not as big as Namdar, but not much smaller either. I hope you had a pleasant journey, Mr. Silver. Do travel with us again, said the woman. I nodded and walked out of the ship with Carla and Kina. The carriage was already waiting for us. The driver opened the door as we arrived by it, and we stepped inside. A few seconds later, the carriage began to move through the bustling port. It is really beautiful, said Carla, and it is. Thousands of ships floating in a confluence create a scenic view. It seemed more chaotic than the Namdar, but it is not surprising given the sheer number of ships. This is a main trade point. The goods from many cities in the state of Meldhorn and Oxall came and go to Belnan and Nova Alira, not to mention many kingdoms. It is a filthy rich city, and one day, I want to have a tiny piece of it. If my business kept growing, it won't take long for that to happen. Till then, I will have to be satisfied with the girls from here. As I watched through the window, I was shocked by the people in the city. I have not seen such a scene even in Namdar. Every other person here is non-human. I saw orcs, dwarfs, elves, and people from many other races. They are everywhere. I have hard believed that these people are just a few hours away from Grelthaven. I want to curse at Empire and Emperor who brought his discriminating ways. No one dared to say it openly. But every merchant and noble knows that the discriminatory policies of the empire had made it lose many economic opportunities. If not for that, the empire would have been even more prosperous. Soon the carriage passed through the gates and entered the proper city. Owlspring is one of the oldest cities in the whole merchant states, much older than the city of Meldhorn, which it is part of. It was over 10,000 years old and had been destroyed many times in the incursions and built back again. One could feel the history of this place in the air itself. The city is huge and with various districts. The carriage is moving toward the Ainsworth district. It is one of the market districts of the city. The things I came here are found in that district. Soon the carriage reached the Ainsworth district and it was bustling. There are shops of all kinds here. I have even spotted a couple of indentured stores. Some were small, but some were bigger than the one I had gone to Namdar. Namdar also had big stores, but I had gone to one where I know the owner. I have gotten a pretty good discount. Here I will not get the savior discount, but I am fine with it. The only thing I want is the best girls. As long as I get them, I am even willing to pay even double for them. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion. I had rented it for 3 days. It had cost me quite a lot, but it is necessary, given the number of contracts I am planning to buy. The cream color mansion was beautiful, made in Jaime architecture, which bore similarities with Victorian architecture. "Welcome to Hayne Mansion, Mr. Silver," said the handsome man in his mid-30s with radiant green hair and slightly pointed ears. He is clearly a half-elf, and he is looking at Carla. "Is everything prepared according to our needs?" I asked, forcing him to focus on me. "Yes, I have made the preparations according to your needs. I have also booked the table at the best restaurant in the Ainsworth district," he said. "Good," I said, and he led us into the mansion while informing us about the things I had asked him to prepare. Tonight I plan to eat an amazing meal and explore the city. Tomorrow will be all business. I woke up a little later in the morning than I usually do. We have come back late, as we explored the city after having dinner at a restaurant. The city is impressive, and if the time allows it, I like to explore it further before I leave. I stayed on the bed for a minute before walking toward the bathroom. I quickly freshened up and showered before walking out of my suite. "Mr. Silver," greeted half-elf as he met in the hallway, "Victor," I said, and continued walking toward the kitchen. "Have you had breakfast?" I asked Carla and Kina when I saw them sitting at the dining table. "No, we were waiting for you," Carla replied. "You shouldn't have," I said, and took the seat beside them, and a few minutes later, "The fresh breakfast is served." In half an hour, we finished breakfast and walked out of the mansion. "Take us Cathcart indentures," I said to the driver as I sat in the carriage with Carla and Kina. "I have done my research and made the list of stores I will have to visit for the girls. Most of the stores I had chosen only sell prostitutes. Such stores are not allowed in Namdar, but in merchant states, there are no restrictions. It is one of the reasons why I had come to Owlspring, instead of Namdar, where it would have been cheaper for me. 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a 5-story building, which looked like it is made of stones with huge glass windows fitted in them. Silhouettes of the women could be seen through those windows. I stepped out of the carriage with Carla and Kina and walked toward the open big stone doors. We walked through the gates into a beautifully decorated, vast lobby, which had doors leading everywhere. There are a lot of people here, but not all brothel owners like me. Many come for mistresses. It is quite common in empires and even merchant cities. I was looking around when I saw a woman coming toward us. She is short and stocky, with shoulder-length blonde hair, which made her pretty face look even prettier. "Mr. Silver, welcome to Cathcart Indentured," said the dwarf woman as she stopped beside us. Carla and Kina were surprised she knew my name, but I am not. It is their job to know their prospective clients. "We are one of the biggest suppliers of indentured pleasure women in the city. You will find everything you need here," she added with confidence. "I hope I do, miss." I asked. "Nas Cathcart," she replied. I nodded before my expression turned serious. "I need girls from level 13 to 17. There are no restrictions on their age or nationality," I said. When I had brought the contracts to Namdar, my requirement was level 10 to 19, but after observation and research, I had changed to the current 13 to 17. "But there is on the race," she asked with a smile, knowing the Empire's hate for non-humans. Yes, they need to be human to be clear humanish, I said. Hearing that, the smile on her face got bigger and a dimple appeared on her cheeks. There won't be any problem, she replied, and led me toward the elevator. We walked into the elevator before stepping onto the third floor. The architecture is the same, with glass and stones. The dwarfish hints are clear, which is not surprising since it is a dwarf-owned business. She took us to stone door number 2, which leads to a huge hall, where there are lines of women belonging to nearly all races. Most seem to be humans, but I saw a couple of elves and dwarves, even giant bloods and mixed race. There is a place being prepared according to your requirement, but it will take some time. Till then you can look at the girls here, said Nas. It's no problem, I said and walked ahead. The first woman was an elf, and the second was a half-dwarf. I only glanced at them before moving past them. If the Empire did not have restrictions, I would have checked them, but since there are, checking them will lead to a waste of time and satisfaction. Though there will be one day when I will have them in my establishment. I passed a half-dwarf and stopped in front of a human woman. She seemed tall, but is not. She looks tall because standing between half-dwarf and dwarf. She had sleek raven hair and a small nose with light brown skin. She is a human, but of the mixed heritage of Zenodin and Heraldon. She is also wearing a sheer dress, like all women, giving a glimpse of their features. It is a business of pleasure, and if one wanted, one could even ask them to take it off, like the few people are doing. This is a Lelsa, a pure-blooded human of mixed heritage, have 2 classes, whore and weaver, at level 17 and level 6 respectively. She is in business for 14 years, informed Nas, and handed me the page with her detailed information. The woman is in her mid-30s, but looks to be in her early 30s. 3 of her skills are noted here, 2 from whore class and 1 from weaver class. They were common skills. Over 90% of my girls have these skills or something similar to them. The skill of her weaving class is also a common one. I looked at the page before looking at her, and this time I was looking at her through my skills. Good sense and sight through veil. It is the first time I am using the 2 skills together, and the result I got is quite surprising. She is level 17 whore, as Nas said, but her weaver class is at level 7. She had 5 skills in whore class and 3 weaver. One of them is more powerful than the other 2, given the greater haze around it. Where are you from? I asked Lelsa. Here, I am born and raised here, she replied. Do you have any hobby aside from weaving, know any language aside from common and local? I asked. It surprised her and also Nas. No, I do not have any hobby aside from weaning. I understand Belninian but couldn't speak, she replied. Thank you for your answers, I said and walked away while making short notes in my diary. Carla did the same, while Kina just looked at her strangely. Kina is normal till she became strange. The change is instant. A second later the change disappeared and she became normal again. I passed by the dwarf and stopped in front of a human or humanish woman. She looked human, but is not when one looked clearly at her. She is a big woman who looked to be in her late 20s, tall as me with broad shoulders and thick hands. She had light brown hair and an above-average face. I could even say pretty. This is Senar, a human with 1/6 of orc blood, class Trollop level 13. She had 12 years of experience in the business, said Nas as she looked at the women. There is a 20% discount on her, she added. And I could see the faint spark of hurt appearing on her face before it disappeared. In the pleasure business, orcs are not popular. People dislike even orc-blooded people, thinking them violent and dirty, which is an obvious stereotype, especially for orc bloods. I activated my skills, and immediately her interface appeared in front of me. Seeing through veil is not a normal skill. Class Trollop LV 13. Charisma 13. Intelligence 10. Vitality 12. Strength 10. Skills Brace pain. I fake it. Night long. More human. Attribute points. What I saw in her interface couldn't help but surprise me. Her class is below average, and so are her skills. Except for one. Where are you from? I asked. Oxall City, she said, after a moment of silence, barely opening her mouth, though I was still able to catch a glimpse of what she was trying to hide. Do you have any hobbies? How many languages do you know? I asked, to which she looked at Nas, who nodded. I do not have any hobbies, but I know 3 languages. Common, Meldhornish, and Okas, she replied. Can you turn off your skill, please? I asked, and it couldn't surprise her face. She hesitantly looked at Nas, and Nas looked at me, and I looked back at her with a smile. Do it, ordered Nas, and she followed. It did not seem like she deactivated it, but she did. The glow on her skill disappeared. There was no change, till one looked at her carefully. Her faint orcish features became slightly prominent. Her skin, which was smooth like a human, became rough. Her hair looked even more faded, and the shadow of features on her face became more prominent. Though the changes did not make her look ugly, she looks average with a hint of orcish features. Can you open your mouth, please? I asked. This time she did not even look at Nas for permission and simply did it. As I had expected, her canines were larger than humans. She was trying to hide them before. If you take her, I will give you a 50% discount on her price, said Nas. To that I smiled and moved ahead. I checked girls one after another, noting down my own observations and the data I had gotten from my skills. It is such regret that I could not take people from other races. They would have brought tremendous boosts to my business. The arrangement is ready, Mr. Silver, informed Nas, when I nearly finished with the girls in the hall. We will finish here first, I said, and Nas nodded. 10 minutes later, we are finished and walked into the elevator for the floor above. I would also need to see the level 5 and below girls, I said. That won't be a problem, replied Nas with a smile. Soon we walked out into the elevator, and Nas took me to the small room, which had a beautiful carved green table and chairs. Take a seat, Mr. Silver, the girls will begin arriving soon, said Nas. I nodded and sat in chairs with Carla and Kina sitting on my left and right. It felt like an interview, and it is an interview. If they pass, they will get the job. A few seconds later, a woman came, and I immediately shook my head. She is beautiful, one of the most beautiful women I had seen here so far, but I can't choose her. It seemed like you want the city to seal my business and sent me to jail, Miss Nas. I said, to which Nas smiled apologetically. Too elvish, she asked, and I nodded. You can return, said Nas to the girl, and the girl returned, and immediately another girl appeared. This is Losi, a human with dwarf blood, class strumpet level 17. She had 19 years of experience in the business, said Nas as she introduced the women. I looked at the woman carefully, and to be honest, if she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed she had dwarf blood in her. As humans are short and have wide shoulders too. This woman is not too short. She is taller than any dwarf considering they are below 5 feet, and she is slightly above it. Where are you from? I asked the question while activating my skills. She answered the question a moment later, and I asked her another, which she answered after permission. I wrote what I observed on my notes, and the next woman came, and I repeated the same process. One woman after another came. I would ask them 2 or 3 questions and check them with my skills. Hours passed, and we forego even our lunch. Thankfully, Nas had asked for light lunch, for which we have taken a small break before resuming. It is not just adult girls we had looked at, but also the teens of level 5 and below. These girls are necessary for the future of the establishment, as after years of training, they will become true gems of the establishment. Time passed, and before I knew it, the evening had arrived. I could not go longer. I am tired, and my skills have run out of juice. We can stop now, Miss Nas, I said, dwarf woman, who is looking energetic as before. How many you choose? She asked. Give me some time before I give you the final number, I said with a tired smile. I will give you the privacy. Call me when you are done, she said, and walked out room. Shall we begin? Asked Carla. I just need a minute, I said, and closed my eyes. Both of them are level 20 and I am just level 12, thanks to the level up I got yesterday. Still, a point in a charm was not enough to recover from overexertion of the skills. I was resting when I felt a soft hand on my cheeks. I was surprised, not because of the touch, but because the hand is not of Carla. I am familiar with her touch enough to know that it is not hers. I was about to open my eyes and say some stern words to Kina for this invasion of privacy when something surprising had happened. I felt a burst of vitality coming into me from the hand and rapidly begin to evaporate the tiredness I am feeling, till there is barely anything to remain. I kept my eyes closed for a few seconds before opening them. Thank you, I said to Kina. Such skills are very valuable and rare. It's the least I could do, she replied. Since I recovered. Let's get started, I said, and turned to the first name on the list. What do you think of Hesla? I asked them. She seemed subpar. The only quality she had our secondary class and mixed heritage, said Carla. I do not feel she would be a good addition to the establishment, added Kina. I agree with them. I do not she would be a good addition, my skill told me the same. Senar, I asked. Her orcish features are prominent when looked closely, said Kina. Carla said nothing other than a nod at Kina's words. She can hide those features with her skills, and I am sure Yudo and Spa will be able to help with rest, I said. She felt like a rough gem to me. With some careful polishing, she will become a diamond. Not to mention, she will also bring the exotic element to the establishment without breaking the laws of the empire. So we are taking her, asked Carla. I nodded and write her name on the blank paper before turning to the next girl. One by one went through one after another. It took us 2 hours, but we finished it and were quite happy with the girls we had chosen. From 276 girls we had seen, we had chosen 38 among them. Send Lord 82 tickets. With a 5% discount, it will be 21,060 krals, said Nas. Kral of merchant cities is imperial of empire. The currencies of this world work differently. The value of a currency depends on the material used to make it. Empire and merchant city-states use the same formula, thus, their value is also the same. 20,060 krals are equal to the 2,006,000 crowns. The girls here cost me over more than double that of Namdar, but their number is also nearly double. It is fine, the cost of girls' contracts is the least of expenses. Before they debut, I will need to spend many times more on them. The teachers, the spa, custom dresses, and many other things, all of which cost a lot of money. I wrote the check and we signed the contracts. It's nice doing business with you, Mr. Silver, she said as we shook hands. Likewise, Miss Nass, I replied. Please come back tomorrow. We have a huge collection and you have seen only a fraction of it today, she added when I set to leave. To that I smiled. Soon we walked out of the store and sat in the carriage. Another indentured store or back to the mansion? Asked Carla. Let's go shopping for accessories. But first we will have dinner, I said. Thankfully, the reservation is made in an excellent restaurant. Carla told the driver of the place and half an hour later we reached there. The name of the restaurant is Glass, and it is made of glass. Even the table and cutlery were made of glass, and I was surprised when I saw the servers wearing fabric clothes. I thought about seeing everything as glass. The clothes would also be of glass. Though the restaurant was quirky, the food they served was surprisingly good. Little better than even from the restaurant from which we had eaten yesterday. After we finished the meal, we went to the boutique, where I had got another surprise. Kina is surprisingly good at fashion, or at least choosing clothes based on Yudo's requirements. I wanted to bring him, but the staff of the studio is not good enough to work without him. Though he said, in a few months, some will gain enough skills and expertise that they will work without him. I hope that happens because Yudo is valuable, and I don't want to keep him constrained in the studio. Have the girls arrived? I asked Victor the moment I returned. Yes, I had set them into the arranged rooms, he replied. Good, I said and walked inside the mansion and went to my room to sleep. While Carla and Kina checked on the girls. Tomorrow we will buy more contracts, but from a different store. It is wise to be not dependent on one supplier, not to mention, every store had a specialization. The one I had gone to today had more dwarfs and dwarf blood. The other shops will have something different, and I want to check it all out. Soon I reached my suit, and a minute later I was fast asleep on my bed. Kina had helped me with the spell, but I was still tired. It was exhaustive, and tomorrow would be going to be even more exhaustive. The next day I woke up at dawn. I freshened up and showered before walking into the kitchen. Even in this early morning, Victor was awake, impeccably dressed in a suit. Shall I ask the chef to set a breakfast? He asked. No, wait till Carla and Kina arrive, I said and sat down before picking up the paper. The news is general, politics and war with big of a market. One piece of news had attracted my eyes. I had heard about people talking yesterday. Some seemed quite excited about it. Can you get me the tickets to this duel? I asked Victor. The best tickets have been sold out, he replied smoothly. But I kept staring at him. There may be some available in the black market, but they will be expensive. At least 3 times expensive their original price, he added after a few seconds of silence. It is fine, I said. If it had been a normal duel, I wouldn't have been much interested, but it is between powerhouses of level 30 and not a normal powerhouse either. One is Knight Commander Valra from the Order of Blazing Fist, and the other is Viscount Bal Lurin of House Locklaw of the Kingdom of Mahal. The thing that makes it interesting is that both are accomplished warriors fought in many wars. It is a grudge duel. 2 decades ago, when merchant city-states fought a minor war against Mahal, the father of Viscount Lurin fought against Knight Commander Valra and lost. A week ago, Viscount Lurin challenged Knight Commander Valra for duel, and he accepted. They will fight the duel in the central arena, the biggest arena in Owlspring with a capacity of 300,000. Half an hour later, Carla and Kina arrived, and we had breakfast before we walked out of the mansion. Yesterday, we were quite late. Today, we are going early. We plan to get more girls today. 40 minutes later, the carriage had stopped in front of the store. If yesterday's store had a Spartan feel, this one had delicateness in it. It is a rose-colored 6-story building, with simple but masterful elvish designs carved into it. We stepped out of the carriage and walked inside the store, and entered a beautifully decorated lobby, which gives a serene feeling. They have even placed the women in the lobby on round platforms. Those 7 girls were no common whores. Each one of them is level 30 plus, and their contracts cost millions of crowns. Welcome to Lunarin Indentured, Mr. Silver. I am Alan Onver, I will be at your service, said the middle-aged elf with radiant raven hair as he stopped beside us. I have a big ordered Alan, and these are my requirements, I said, and immediately Carla handed him the note. He took the note and read it before turning to me. It will take 15 minutes for me to arrange the room. Till then, why don't I show you around our store? He said, and handed the note to the women behind him and spoke a few words before turning to me. For 15 minutes, we browsed through the store, looking at the women they were offering. Like the store yesterday, they offer girls of all races but specialize in elves, which is no surprise since the store is run by elves. Mr. Silver, the viewing room is set. He informed me and took me to the 4th floor, into a well-decorated room, which is the same size as the room yesterday, with a table and comfortable chairs. Should I start bringing the girls, Mr. Silver? He asked. Yes, I replied. I opened my diary, set a pen, and waited. I did not have to wait for long as a beautiful young woman in her early 20s walked inside. She had raven hair, a delicate face, and clear blue eyes. She is pure human, and one look at her, and I know. I am going to choose her before I even heard a single word about her. She had the face I need in my establishment. This is Sabra, she is a pure Huma, he introduced. After he finished the introduction, I used my skills and asked my questions. Learning from yesterday, I only used the skills only when I need them and did not keep them active. Sabra left a minute later, and immediately another woman came, and then another. Hours passed and names in the diary kept increasing. By the time we have paused in the afternoon, the numbers have already crossed 250. We have come a few hours early and set the room from the beginning, which saved a lot of time. I am also quite happy, as girls here are more of my taste than the Cascard indentures. We ate the boxed lunch that Jonah brought. It is not the only thing he had brought, he also brought tickets. They had cost a lot, but I don't mind paying. We finished our lunch quickly and continued for 2.5 hours more, before stopping for good. I will give you the privacy to decide, said Alan when stopped. As he left, Kina touched my cheek without me asking. And a burst of vitality entered inside me, taking all my tiredness away. Thank you, I said to her, and turned to my diary. For the next 2.5 hours, we reviewed one name, and after another, before finally selecting 53 of them. Alan, I said, and a second later he opened the door and came inside. Have you decided on the girls, Mr. Silver? He asked. Yes, this is the list, I replied, and Carla handed him the list. Half an hour later, we walked out of the store, spending nearly 3 million crowns on the girls. 20 girls more tomorrow, and we will be done, said Carla, as the carriage began to move toward the restaurant. We are going to have an early lunch before going to the central arena to watch the duel. If we are lucky, we will be finished by the afternoon tomorrow, I said. I am planning on buying the contracts of about 100 girls. It is the most girls I had ever brought, but I need them. The establishment, in its current size, could host 150 to 170 girls easily. An establishment running at its full capacity will bring huge profits, and I need those profits to push my plans forward. The next stage is big, and I needed hundreds of millions of crowns for it. The establishment at full capacity will help me achieving that quickly. Seats are nice, said Carla as she sat down. They are even better than the modern stadiums on Earth. The seats are made of wood and leather with a soft cushion that melds against the body, but that is not the most amazing thing about it. The most amazing thing is the array of enchantments. This arena is huge, with a capacity of over 300,000, double than the biggest stadiums on Earth. Even with better arrangements, it is hard for most people to see a thing on the ground clearly, not to mention hearing the sound near impossible. That is where the enchantments does their magic. They create an effect that brings the view much closer. Like watching it from the front, at the same time they provide coherent sound. I have been to many stadiums and watched all sorts of sports in them, but not a single one could compare to the arenas of this world. Our experience is going to be best, as these seats are equal to the club seats. I wanted to get a suit, but they are always hard to get. Having money is not enough to buy them, you need standing and connections. I look at the stadium, jam-packed with people. This arena might seem big, but it is average on a world scale. The war cities of Aten had the biggest arenas in the entire world, having the capacity to hold over 1 million people. I want to sit in them at least once. The fight will begin in 10 minutes, but seeing the crowd, I cannot wait for long. Remus, I did not think I would meet you here, said the familiar voice. I turned to the middle-aged blonde man with a smile. It is a nice surprise. Guildmaster Bow, I said to the man. He is Irvin Bow, the guild master of the Potters Guild and also a secretary in the Merchant Guild. When do you arrive at Owlspring? I asked him as he sat beside me. Well, besides Carla. I had exchanged the seat with her. Just this morning. I had to come a day early to watch this duel, he replied with excitement palpable in his voice. It seemed like you are an enthusiast, I said, and the man nodded unabashedly. I love battles since I was a child, he said, and I smiled at that. Time passed as I made a talk with a man when suddenly the whole arena quit down. The arena is still empty, but the lines of enchanted scripts became visible as they lit up. A few seconds later a change appeared. The area came closer to me. I could now clearly. I felt like if I crouched down, I could pick up the dust from the arena's ground. I was adjusting myself when I heard the crushing of boots and saw a middle-aged man walking into the arena. It is a handsome half-elf with silvery hair, wearing a white suit. Everyone, thank welcome to the central arena to watch the duel of the year, he said, and the crowd cheered loudly. There is no mic on his face, but his voice is clear to everyone sitting. Knight Commander Valra of Blazing Fist will duel against Viscount Lurin from the Kingdom of Mahal, he said, and the crowd cheered wildly. Without further, I call the duelist to the arena, he declared, and a moment later, the gates on both sides of the arena opened. For a few seconds, there was nothing, before two people walked out at the same time from opposite ends. One is a short, bearded man, barely 5 feet tall, looked to be in his late 50s, wearing purple armor with an emblem of a blazing fist at its center. The armor is enchanted, and so is the black axe and purple shield he has in his hands. He is Knight Commander Valra, and clearly a half-dwarf, while the man coming from the opposite direction is human. Viscount Lurin looked to be in his mid-30s. Quite handsome, with pale blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He is wearing light armor and has an enchanted blue blade long sword. 11 Days' War had been especially bad for House Locklaw. Their title, demoted from Count to Viscount, their territory reduced, and their greatest powerhouses had got injured enough that never able to reach the peak, informed Irvin Bow. Bal Lurin had also taken part in that war, right? I asked. To that he nodded. Yes, it is said he hadn't gained a class that time, he replied. That would make him less than 15 years old when he took a part in the war. I wish I could say it was uncommon in this world. Soon both of them stopped in front of each other, and the whole arena fell silent. Defeating you, I will regain the honor of my house, said the Viscount Lurin. He. Thousands have said that to me, young man, but very few have been able to do it, said the Knight Commander with a laugh. An old man turned up in the center of the arena. 1 minute, there were only 2 people, another minute he was present. He is human with some elvish blood, and looks to be in his mid-16, with shoulder-length blue hair and dull gray eyes. He is wearing simple clothes and held no weapon, but both Viscount Lurin and Knight Commander Valra turned respectfully as he appeared beside them. "Is he?" I asked Irvin Bow. "Senon Darius the Marsh Hunter," said Irvin, "the S-class powerhouse of Owlspring, their national treasure. This is a duel, but not a death duel. You could injure each other, but not fatally or in the way. It will take a long time to heal. If I see it happening, I will stop the duel immediately and declare the result," said the old man in his clear voice, and both of them nodded. "Begin," he shouted and disappeared, appearing at the edge of the arena a moment later. While at the same time, Viscount Lurin and Knight Valra moved, using their skills from the beginning. They moved fast, so much so that even with the enchantments, I had to focus really hard to see them. Though from what I could see, Viscount Lurin is clearly fast, but speed is not everything. Viscount Lurin appeared in front of Knight Valra and swung his sword. The blue sword was so fast that I could only follow the afterimages it had left behind. Clang! Loud sound rang out as their weapons clashed. But that was the beginning of the next moment. Viscount Lurin attacked again. His attack is like a storm of blades. The blue blade had transformed into the tens of blades, and all of them went to Knight Valra, who seemed unfazed by the attack. He just moved his axe and was not fast either, but could be able to clash against the tens of blades. "Knight Commander Valra is good," I said, looking at how he is defending himself. "He is very experienced, but Viscount Lurin is pressing him, making him use his ocular skills," said Irvin. I am a little surprised and turned to Irvin, who is looking at the battle with complete focus and even had a skill active. I looked at him for a moment before turning to battle, where Viscount Lurin had pressed at even greater speed. Still, Knight Valra countered it with his axe without using his shields. I wonder whether he would use the shield. Clang! I had just thoughts that when he used his shield to defend, before moving forward at amazing speed, wanting to ram the shield into Viscount Lurin. He was fast with great timing, but Viscount Lurin had avoided it before the shield crashed against him, though Knight Valra seemed to have expected it as he launched the attack with his axe. Clang! Viscount Lurin immediately defended it before attacking. A few minutes passed, and the crowd is roaring in excitement as they fought. The battle is on a completely different level. I have never seen such a battle in my life. I would have in the island if I had been powerful enough, but I was not, and wasn't able to join the High Mage Blackstone in his battle against the Lich. In the first minute of the duel, I thought Knight Valra would win. Seeing how he was defending with minimal movement, conserving his energy and stamina, but now I do not think so. Viscount Lurin is not an idiot, and he is fighting with a strategy. If I am right, then he is testing his opponent. The battle continued for half an hour more, when a thing that everybody had been waiting for had happened. Aura came out of the Viscount Lurin. It immediately senses an oppressive feeling across the whole arena. People shuddered, and some weaker ones even fainted from it. Aura is said to be a sign of one's will, and it is awakened and not gained as skill and classes. Everyone could awaken it, but those with ruling classes awaken it the most, even in ruling classes. A few could awaken it, and those who do it are considered people with great potential. The aura can be used to suppress, but also used in the fight, and that is what Viscount Lurin is doing. The white aura formed a cover around him, and it is especially thick around his sword as he moved. My eyes couldn't help but widen as I saw his increased speed and power. I felt like he had teleported and attacked Knight Valra. The aura burst out of Knight Valra. It is white too, like all unspecialized auras. It covered his body and weapons as he moved his shield to defend against the attack. The crowd cheered like never. This is the reason they have come here. If these two had been any other level 30 powerhouses, they wouldn't be this excited, but these two are not normal. Both of them have awakened the aura. Clang, clang, clang. They fight fast and hard. I am having quite a problem seeing it clearly, but couldn't help but feel the burning excitement watching the duel. The sheer number of skills they have and the expertise they are using are simply amazing. I couldn't help but wish to have such skills, but it would be hard for me to reach such a level. Both of them had fought many battles to reach this level, while I like to avoid fighting. The only reason I train so zealously is because I want to survive if there is a battle. Time passed as I watched them fighting hard. They seemed to have unlimited stamina as their speed never lessened. Instead, it had increased further. Clang! After more than an hour of fight, the attack landed. The shield heavily smashed against the Viscount Lurin, and he staggered, instead of shooting back like a ragdoll as I expected, given force and speed. Rip! I was surprised when I got even more surprised. When Viscount Lurin moved through the attack, Knight Commander through the tiny gap in armor at his elbow, drawing blood. This did not stop them. They attacked each other again, even faster and harder, injuring each other every few minutes. "This Viscount Lurin is really terrifying," said Kina suddenly. "Why do you think that, miss?" asked Irvin before I could say anything. Knight Commander is a defensive fighter, but he is not fully defending against the attacks of Lurin. The most terrifying thing about him is his use of aura. It is not a sword that passes through the gaps, it is the aura. One needs to have amazing control over compressing it into a blade that is powerful enough to tear through aura protection and defenses of armor. She replied, "I couldn't help but be surprised hearing that, and I am not the only one." "You have a good eye, miss," said Irvin after a moment of silence. There is one thing she forgot to mention. He is still young and will reach level 40 if he lives long enough. The same could not be said about his opponent, who is stuck at level 39 for over a decade.